हेलो 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 कि आप अपने कार्ड लेकर किसी किसी को भेज दे। तो ये ऐसे ठीक ठीक है, नीचे नीचे आ रही थी वायर वायर नीचे आ रही थी बहुत ज़्यादा।
ऐसे करो। हेलो। हेलो। Hello. I request our guests to start taking their seats as we'll be proceeding to start the event. Hello. Hello. Hi everyone. Can I request you to please take your seats so that we can start the event? Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will start with the event. On behalf of IIT Delhi, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Klima NEXIS 2026. India today has made a significant investment in climate, weather, sustainability infrastructure. It also possesses deep academic capabilities and a rapidly growing pool of entrepreneurial talent across climate and weather technologies. Yet, despite these talents, only a limited number of science-led ventures in India have successfully translated into large, globally competitive and enduring enterprise. Klima NEXIS 26 has been conceived precisely to examine this gap. This convening brings together a carefully curated group of founders, investors, researchers, and policymakers to reflect on what is missing in India's climate, sustainability, energy, and carbon removal innovation ecosystem, and more importantly, how to address these gaps. But before we move on, can we have a big round of applause for each of you who is driven to build a resilient climate enterprise for India? Thank you for being here, for contributing to this collective effort. Now, speaking about the convening, Klima NEXIS 26 seeks to enable a focused and candid dialogue on how strong science and research in climate and weather technologies can move beyond pilot and demonstration into real-world deployment and scale. Over the course of this event, we will focus on market designs and integrity, credible corporate demand signals, access to risk-aligned capital, and the institutional and policy frameworks that are crucial for the support of through the challenging transitions from innovation to scale. Through this conversation, we aim to surface practical insights on pilot to scale pathways and ecosystem-led coordination that can strengthen India's position not only as a test bed for the sustainability innovation, but as a globally relevant hub for science-led climate and sustainability enterprise. At the very heart of this convening, we are bringing together leading voices from government and industry, finance, policy to examine the critical enablers required to build the globally competitive market, high-integrity climate enterprise for India. In addition to our panel discussions today, we also invite you to explore our innovation gallery featuring research and startup posters where founders and researchers will share their work, journey, and solutions. It has been displayed in the foyer, and so make sure to break and network during those sessions and check out the gallery and interact with the presenters to spark new connections. Before we begin the inaugural session, we would like to place on the record our sincere appreciation for our supporters, the Rockefeller Foundations, and our partners, the CREA and IVCA. This convening would not have been possible without your continued trust and support. Thank you for standing with us and shaping this dialogue, for helping us making this Klima NEXIS a reality. Thank you so much. With that, it is now my privilege to invite to the podium someone very special whose vision has been central in shaping the spirit and direction of this convening. Please join me in warmly welcoming with a generous round of applause Professor Somnath Badderoy, Professor at Center for Atmospheric Science, IIT Delhi, the Rockefeller Foundation Climate Chair in Technology, Dean Planning and Professor in Charge, IIT Delhi Sonipat Campus. May I request Professor to take the podium to deliver the context for today's event.
Thank you, Ruchira, and good morning. I think the number of people that are here, there are probably more people outside. But I am a very stickler for time. So, and we want to run this like, the way I think it should be run. But one other thing is that I have also seen in my life that if you build it, they will come. So if we start, people will join. And this is Klima NEXIS is basically a start. Okay, I mean, I wanted it to be a metaphorical start, but it's also literally. I'm starting with, well, people outside are, but that's the whole idea. Actually, this is Klima NEXIS 2026. This is the first event, first of many, I hope. probably an annual event. And I have very good partners and very good support, like obviously Rockefeller Foundation, and then who has supported this event, and also KRIA and IVCA. Now it started, the genesis is basically like, for me, interacting with students and young people. And I know that climate change and sustainability, renewable energy, these are things that are very, very important to young people. And perhaps mostly because that actually has a real implication on their lives. And many people, many of them, they want to do something. And this is where startups come in, because startups give you an opportunity to actually make a real difference, solve a real problem that you think exists, and have a career out of it. Now, in India, this concept of startups relatively new. It's like, not like Silicon Valley, though we are fast moving in that direction, and probably, hopefully, we'll be catching up very soon. But if you look at the startup landscape in India, you will see that, or in general, like, private enterprise, commercial enterprise in the area of climate, weather, energy, sustainability, you will see there are some very, very big players, and they are leaders in the world. And then there are startups which are operating at the grassroots level. How do we take these startups and scale them up, so where they are able to reach their full potential? And so that's the whole idea of this conclave, of this convening, where what we want to do is like, bring all the stakeholders here, especially startups, and then students who are interested in doing something creative, perhaps have a startup of their own sometime soon, along with like other stakeholders in the ecosystem, including VCs and incubators and others, and we bring them together, and we spend a day of like, sharing and learning from each other. So that's the whole idea of Klima NEXIS. And so that like, we can scale up all the activity that we are doing, we can scale them up, so realize their full potential. So today I'm looking forward to a day of those kinds of activity, meeting people, learning from each other, sharing with each other, and most importantly, having fun. So with that, I'm going to stop here and hand it back to Ruchira to inaugurate this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for laying the foundation for an impactful event. We would like to start the official inaugural of Klima NEXIS 26. I would request our esteemed guests, Ms. Dipali Khanna, Professor Preeti Ranjan Panda, and Professor Somnath Badya Roy, including Pavan, if you can come and light the ceremonial lamp. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce a leader who has been shaping the future of the development and philanthropy across Asia and beyond, driving impact through partnership, innovation, and thought leadership, bringing together global perspective and advanced sustainable and inclusive development across region. And on this special occasion, as we mark National Women's Day, it is my pleasure to invite the distinguished women leader to present the inaugural address. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Dipali Khanna, Senior Vice President and Head of Asia, the Rockefeller Foundation, for inaugural address.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's truly a privilege and a pleasure for me to be here with all of you at Klima NEXIS 2026. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the entire team at the India Institute of Technology for hosting all of us today. And I'm glad there are many people outside, because I think they're having very, very meaningful conversations than what we're going to have, but hopefully we'll all kind of converge at some point of time. I want to begin by thanking Professor Somnath Bediroy, the first Rockefeller Foundation Chair for Climate Sciences and Technology, and the organizing force behind this convening. A big round of applause for you, sir. This gathering is in many ways exactly what we hoped this chair would make possible, a space where science, policy, capital, and entrepreneurship meet with purpose. A huge shout out to the India Venture Capital Association and the Carbon Removal India Alliance for their relentless partnership in making this convening come to life. We at the Rockefeller Foundation are truly privileged to be proud supporters. The issues we are here to discuss sit at the very heart of India's future. How we understand our climate, how we anticipate risk, how we protect lives and livelihoods, and how we turn world-class science into enterprises that deliver real impact at scale. I think at the end of the day, we're all tied with the same vision. We want to make people's lives much better than what it is. Weather and climate information is no longer nice to have, it is a must-have. It is core infrastructure. It shapes how farmers decide when to sow, how cities prepare for floods and heat waves, how insurers price risk, how energy systems stay resilient. Governments across the world, including India, have invested billions in observation systems, supercomputing, and forecasting capacity. At the same time, we are seeing rapid growth in climate finance, adaptation, mitigation, and carbon markets. Yet there's a missing middle. India has exceptional scientific talent, and I'm sure all of you agree to that. It has a vibrant startup ecosystem. It has urgent real-world climate needs at a massive scale. What's needed is a strong private enterprise in weather and climate. That's why we're all here, because closing this gap is not a technical challenge alone, it is a systems challenge. India does not lack ideas. What India is now focusing on, its pathways. Pathways from lab to market, from prototype to procurement, from pilot to policy adoption. Too many climate and weather innovations stall not because the science is weak, but because the surrounding ecosystem has not caught up, be it regulation, capital, data access, or validation markets. This is where coordination matters and collaboration is essential. No single startup, university, investor, or government department can solve this alone. Durable climate enterprises are built when science leads, but systems enable. That is our core ambition today. And as Professor Roy said, this is going to be a start of many, many more meaningful conversations that are really essential. To surface where those systems are misaligned and how we fix them together is where we need to be having much more conversation. The Rockefeller Foundation's relationship with India spans more than a century, shaped by a consistent belief that strong institutions are the backbone of lasting public good. Beginning in the early 20th century, the foundation partnered with Indian leaders to strengthen public health, medical education, and scientific research, contributing to the development of institutions that continue to anchor India's national capacity today. This includes early support that helped shape medical education system, connected to institutions such as the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, investments that informed the evolution of India's public health research ecosystem through bodies like the India Council of Medical Research, and foundational work in virology and disease surveillance that later became central to institutions such as the National Institute of Virology. Across decades, our role in India has been less about operating programs and more about enabling systems, helping translate scientific rigor into policy relevance, national capacity, and durable institutions led by Indian expertise. That legacy continues to shape how we think about partnership today. Invest early, back evidence, strengthen talent, and support institutions that can carry solutions forward long after philanthropy steps back. And I mentioned all those institutions that are continuing to grow and become even bigger and better centers of excellence after decades of our initial support. The Rockefeller Foundation partnered with IIT Delhi in early 2024 with a modest $125,000 grant to establish the Chair for Climate Sciences and Technology because we believe deeply in science-backed solutions emerging from the global south. This partnership is part of a $1 billion investment for our climate strategy, which focuses on accelerating solutions that are evidence-based, scalable, and equitable. For us, this chair is not just about academic prestige. It is about building long-term capacity, expanding the pipeline of climate science and technology talent, strengthening academia-industry collaboration, creating platforms like this one that anchor innovation, real policy, and market needs. To the founders and innovators in this room, you are operating at the frontier of some of the hardest problems of our time. I'm certain that you know it is better, and you know it better than anyone else. Climate and weather startups face unique barriers. Long validation cycles, dependence on public data and public buyers, unclear demand signals, capital that is often misaligned with climate time horizons. At the same time, the opportunity is enormous and the time is right. India can become a global leader in climate intelligence, extreme weather analytics, adaptation technologies, and carbon measurement and removal by building solutions rooted in Indian conditions. Doing so requires patient capital, enabling regulation, trusted science, and credible demand. That is why having policymakers, academics, investors, and entrepreneurs in the same room today is so important. Today's convening will be a success if together we are able to answer a few critical questions. How do we translate India's climate science strength into globally competitive enterprises? How do we align public investment with private innovation? How do we ensure climate startups are solving for inclusion, resilience, and equity? I'll repeat it again, inclusion, resilience, and equity. And perhaps most importantly, how do we move faster without sacrificing scientific integrity? Let me end with this. Climate change will be one of the most defining challenges of the 21st century, but it will also define who leads, who benefits, and whose knowledge counts. India has the talent, the urgency, and the skill to lead. What we are building together are the connective tissues that allow that leadership to emerge. On behalf of the Rockefeller Foundation, I want to thank IIT Delhi, our partners, and everyone in this room for contributing just not ideas today, but for really building the momentum that we need. I look forward to the conversations ahead and to the enterprise that will emerge from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deepali Khanna, for your exceptional and enriching thoughts on collaborations. Moving on, it is my absolute privilege to invite our next esteemed speaker, who brings a rare and valuable combination of academic depth and industry experience, having previously worked with Texas Instruments in Bangalore and Synopsys, and having served as a visiting scholar at Stanford University. He is internationally recognized for his contribution to embedded systems, design automation, and low-power system designs. He is the author of 2 widely referenced books and a recipient of several prestigious awards. Please put your hands together as I call upon the stage for a very special keynote address, Professor Preeti Ranjan Panda, Dean Corporate, IIT Delhi, Professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering and ANSK School of IT at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi.
Thank you, and good morning, friends. It is an absolute privilege to be a participant here in this important forum today. What I see is the most impressive about the platform that is set up today for discussion is, of course, the wide spectrum of participants, starting from research scholars working actively in the field to practitioners in the industry, startup founders who are right there on the ground, seeing the what are the challenges in the execution of scientific ideas that we might have, and all the way to innovation ecosystems, incubation engines, and so on. We are one of that, among those participants, and the incubation engine of IIT Delhi is a strong one, and yet, of course, there is a lot more to be done with respect to where we stand today, what is the new generation of startups that we should be incubating, and so on. Big questions. Questions are not necessarily answered, but forums like these that we have today could provide valuable insights regarding what is the direction that we should be moving towards. All open questions, still early days for us in the institution with respect to where to focus on. Energies are limited, but the directions of focus hopefully are influenced by important conversations of the kind that we are having today. The problems themselves are, of course, very profound and deep. The world has recognized that. We all are beginning to not just understand the way we are influenced by these important questions, but also on a day-to-day basis, how is it that our actions are influencing these same things that we are studied. In some ways, being in the research institution, we are in a privileged position with respect to problems that we are able to take up, the problems that are defined for us, and the ability to interact in forums like these, but even outside, with various stakeholders that are involved in a burning question of the day like this. On the startup side, what is it that, where is it that the gaps are between the research and the execution? And hopefully that that sort of a privilege leads us towards defining problems that are more meaningful and executing them in a way that there is high relevance with respect to implementation and practice. So, of course, it's our duty to be fundamentally influenced by the different stakeholders. It is not often that in academia one has that kind of privilege, but nevertheless we do have that, and it's our responsibility to take up that challenge. And be influenced by these conversations. The idea of energy efficiency and environmental impact of the things we do is, of course, something that's fundamental. It's on a day-to-day basis, our actions, we can see where those connections are. As researchers, we all come from disparate disciplines, but there is this question that does come up in the researcher's mind, that there is this global shift of trends, identification of patterns. Where do I fit in? Is it that something that I have a research expertise in, and my ongoing research work, how is it connected connected to important problems such as the deep ones that we are looking at? These are very interesting challenges. I can share some insight from the computing, electronics and the computing side of things where I come from. The ideas of building energy efficient systems is an old one, right from the 80s and the 90s. It was always that the computing systems are evaluated in terms of the performance that they deliver, costs that are associated with it. Those are the parameters that are in some ways very obvious and meaningful with respect to the user, and therefore with respect to the designer, to the product specialist. So those are the parameters that are important. That are the first thing that are visible. But of course, when you come down to breaking down the costs, the energy costs of the computing does play a picture. So in that sense, there is an obvious connection towards energy efficiency. Those have always been there from the 80s and the 90s, as soon as we started building computing systems. Whatever the scale of the systems, it could be at the mobile scale, something that is it's a mobile device, the energy dissipation is relatively small, energy requirements are small, all the way up to our biggest computing engines, supercomputers, data centers, and so on. Scale becomes different, but the design challenges are similar. The constraints, because the constraints are different, architectures, there is a lot of role to play, and that goes as input to the researcher, to the product designer, to the engineer, to the architect. When I say computing, everything, we are talking about the hardware systems, we are talking about the software applications. The entire ecosystem needs to be aware of energy efficiency. This is not something new. This is an old topic. How much of it is this? Where does this, all of this fit in? What is the extent to which it plays a role in the global questions that are being asked with respect to environmental impact, with respect to total energy that is that the world demands? It seems as though the connection was not really there. Much of a connection was not really there in the beginning. It is always that this part of the ecosystem accounted for a relatively minor fraction. Still, today those numbers are small, but they are growing. It is assumed that all of these data centers put together today, because today it is important. We are talking about the energy efficiency issues being identified as being important long ago, decades ago. Yet there is some convergence in that thought. There is some immediacy, some urgency that is being felt with respect to the environmental impact, also with respect to just being able to deliver the computing that we are all demanding. Some of those requests come in innocuous ways through a mobile phone that that has a relatively small energy footprint. Nevertheless, it leads to a very smallest of queries that we might pose to a search engine and or to some query engine actually translates to a huge impact if you multiply all the effects, take into account everything, all the computations that it spawns. It is non-trivial, and it is felt that I think it's measured that today it is something like 3% of the world's energy demands come from data centers. 3% seems small, but nevertheless it is a growing number, and it's sufficiently important that people are engaged with that thought of what to do about that footprint, which seems to be growing. You can see remarkable engineering efforts headed in that direction that tell us that this is a non-trivial problem. Data centers being submerged within oceans, within the riverbed. That is the situation today, but people are already thinking of sending all our computation engines to space, just because dissipation of energy there is much easier, maybe impact on our environment is different. So these are important questions coming from a very different domains where we've been worried about it, but at a micro scale or a nano scale. And it's really exciting for the community to think even of the global effect that might be caused, and in which we might be participating inadvertently, maybe early on, but increasingly these questions are intertwined. These researchers are not very different. You can see that the effect is something that is relevant, it is intertwined. The conversations we all ought to be observing and maybe participating in some way. So to that extent, the challenge, because it is so meaningful and it is so widespread, every different community, we are talking about an engineering ecosystem here, but every engineering discipline is influenced by this in some way, and it's exciting for us to first observe what is it that is taking place, and of course contribute to it in some meaningful way. I will stop here. Today's conversation itself, the platform seems very exciting for everyone concerned. The startup ecosystem that is situated here in this building is one that's very important. Still, I would say, in spite of it being 30 years old, looking at the way in which India itself is evolving with respect to our innovation ecosystem, there's a lot more to be played. It's still early days. We still have a limited footprint with respect to area that we can occupy. It's just this building as of now, even though that might change. But nevertheless, there is a need for us to think and be influenced by these conversations about the direction that we should take in terms of the researchers who are all there in this campus, all the way into the startup engine that is also there in the campus. Where is that connection? How is that best established and optimized is an important for us, and it is wonderful that forums like these are addressing these important questions. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing your thought from a research point of view. I'm pretty sure many of us have not even thought about the things that you have told us today. Moving on, as the stage is now set, we will now move on to what promises to be a highly engaging and interactive session with a discussion with our esteemed panel. I would request Professor Somnath Badya to moderate this interaction. And for audience, we will welcome questions and would request you to please raise your hand so that our mic runners can locate you and can give you the mic. Over to you, Professor.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Deepali and Preeti. So, I'll use my privilege to kickstart this with a couple of questions. But first, let me start with Deepali. So I've been part of Rockefeller for the ecosystem for some time now. I've been to a couple of Rockefeller events, and I've seen these, the Rockefeller Big Bets Fellows. So how do you see, the Rockefeller and it's this kind of big bets approach, helping perhaps startups and people who are trying to come into the field to solve our problems with sustainability, climate and energy? How do you see that kind of approach helping them?
Thank you so much. I think, have any of you read the book Big Bets by Dr. Rajiv Shah? One hand is up. I strongly would urge you to do that. So he's the president of the foundation here. There was the USAID administrator. So I think since the time he's come into the foundation, I think he's definitely, the other presidents and the work that the foundation did was also around big bets, but he's actually been much more vocal about how we should be as a foundation going after the bigger problems that need to be solved. And for that, we need to be, for all the problems, we all know, we know what we know and we don't know what we don't know. So I think the approach is very much like, how do you prioritize on a few things, but really do everything that you can for them to succeed. And that's what we've been really trying to do, because as a foundation, over the last 113 years that we've existed, early days, as I mentioned, public health was really our big bet, and we put everything that we could in terms of really looking at not just identifying what were the problems locally only, but we were really looking at it from a systems lens approach and seeing what did the ecosystem need. And I think the first piece was really capacity and institutions. Just to go back to our approach in Thailand, we were invited there to deal with the hookworm problem. And when we came there, we realized there was no school of public health, there was no school of nursing, etc. So yes, we could help in some way and deal with the issue, but the capacity building became so much more critical, the institutions that were needed. So for us to be able to really make the big bet behind that public health system to really thrive meant working across the ecosystem. Then we moved over to the food systems. And of course, all of you know about the Green Revolution. I think the big bets that we are kind of really pursuing under the leadership of our president at this point of time is really looking at the intersectionality of climate on 3 systems. One being the health system, the other one being the food system, and the third one being the energy system. So with the big bets approach, what we're doing is really seeing how are we really identifying scalable solutions and doing everything that needs to be done. And again, realizing that we as a foundation are a very, very small player in this. I mean, even if you look at the investments the foundation is making, we used to be in the top 5 or 10 list of foundations. I think now we are probably 38th, may have dropped to 45th or something. So, you know, our resources are not enough to kind of really go after all the big bets that we are making. But we also feel that, you know, we have such an important and unique role to be playing as to how we leverage the resources that we have to really go after those big bets for the scalable solutions. So, you know, how are we as a philanthropy taking risks? Because that is a very, very important piece of the big bets approach. You need to take risks. You know, if you're going to be waiting for the perfect solution, you're going to miss out on a lot of valuable time. So we do follow the 80-20 rule. We get it right by 80-20. We go for it, right? But again, our board gives us the ability to also we have the permission to fail fast, right? We're not going to keep giving our permission, ourselves permission, like this hasn't worked, maybe do it for another 3 years, it'll finally work. You know, early signals tell us, and this is where, you know, many of us go wrong because we probably know that, you know, we'll keep doing it and we'll keep giving ourselves permission to do more, but it's hard to say, hey, what we just started with was not right? Maybe for whatever reason, things have changed. I mean, even in today's context, all of us need to be really very, very agile, very, we need to be operating very differently. The environment is changing very quickly. If we're going to be going with a big bets approach and saying this is our strategy and this is what we're going to pursue, we need to be really adept in terms of looking at what are the market signals, what are the kind of signals, and how do we kind of really react and be better prepared to deal with the risks. So I think, I'm not sure, Dr. Roy, if I've answered your question, but I think with the big bets approach, I'd really encourage all of you, and I'm sure all of you are doing it. In the work that you're pursuing, you're all making some big bets. You really need to be pursuing it with a lot of commitment and dedication, not get distracted. Keep sticking to the priorities that you've decided for yourself. But I think in this approach, really looking at the ecosystem, looking at the intersectionality of how the problem that you're trying to solve is not singular. You really need to be having that broader approach of how you're going to tackle it, and at the end of the day, the impact and the results. You really need to have clarity around, through these big bets, what are the kind of results that you want to be going after, and how is this approach then helping you? Because it's an approach, you know, it's not an end game, right?
Yeah, I think it opens more of a Pandora's box, but I'll let others jump in and get their chance. So my next question is to Preeti. Perhaps, you know, I'll provoke you a little bit here. So you are a professor in the Khosla School. Vinod Khosla, legend in this field, like, you know, in terms of entrepreneurship. And so he's also a product of IIT Delhi. IIT Delhi has incubated, like, you know, many companies. And one thing I see that there are each and every university is now coming up with incubators, because people have realized that, especially when you are talking about engineering education, you cannot really separate it from entrepreneurship. But on the other hand, when we see, like, you know, the people who have made it to that level, including Vinod Khosla himself, or many of our alums running large, like, you know, enterprises here in India. So are we IIT Delhi and our peer institutions, academic institutions, are contributing to their growth or their ability to reach that? Should we be, like, you know, instead of just like incubators, should we starting like Stanford does, like accelerators or other venture studios, to make sure that, like, you know, a person like Vinod Khosla incubated here, uses our accelerator, and reaches that level and becomes a unicorn. Is that our role? So broad question, but you are the best person to answer this.
I can take a stab at that. You are absolutely right that the institution has been in existence for a long time, of course, which has given us the opportunity that many of our graduates have gone on and excelled in life in various disciplines, but starting their own companies and becoming remarkably successful, those companies becoming remarkably successful, serving as benchmarks for the world and also increasingly within the country. That is a success story. That's something that we are all proud of. The institutional incubation engine obviously is a more recent affair. While we have been around for decades, the lot of excitement that exists today is clearly of recent vintage, maybe over the last 10 years or so. Gradually building up, we can, I think everyone acknowledges that this is increasingly going to become an integral, the business incubation side is absolutely going to become an integral part of every institution. That is the trend that we are seeing today in terms of just establishing of these units. I would say we are still in the very early stages of that integration. The business incubation is there. All our scientific research is there. The pipeline, so certainly the dream is that that pipeline should be a strong one, a high bandwidth pipeline that exists from the scientific research into the incubation engine, all the way through the accelerator part of it and into the real world. That pipeline, certainly it's our dream, and all academia is thinking in that direction. Acceleration is the same thing. Baby steps we have taken over the last few years in terms of those numbers. I would say at any time, right now, there are some 200 or so startup companies that the incubation engine today in our institution is handling. There are a few others that are much bigger, but in fact, the IIT Delhi incubation engine is among the strongest in the country. Acceleration, so this is the earliest stage, years 1, 2, maybe 2.5. The acceleration, which is the next stage, we also have, but it is a relatively small program, and maybe there are some 10 to 15 companies in that stage, some of which would have graduated from here. There are some others that might have come in from outside. That's the scope that exists today. Of course, in these things, when it comes to investing into startups, startups becoming successful, there is somewhat of a gestation period there. If you make the right investments today, it is several years into the future when the fruits are actually seen. So I think it's a great trend that the thinking certainly is established in the right direction. Those motivations are there. In terms of the business incubation engine here catering to our own scientific startups based on research that is done in the institution. That is, of course, the ultimate goal, because there's so much excitement that's out there. And on the scientific side, there is so much activity. Today, it is about 10%, maybe 10 to 15% of our startups are essentially founded by our own faculty members and students. Clearly, the objective is that we should be moving towards higher numbers, and that pipeline ought to be much broader than what it currently is. There is quite a bit of work to be done institutionally. We have to organize ourselves in a way that people see the existence of this part of it, which often a researcher might not even think about, but this strand is there, this thread is there for commercialization. It's not that I as a researcher have to do everything, but if the thinking is in the right direction, then I begin to form those teams that would translate things, take things into production. These things take some time, but it does look optimistic as of now. The process has started. when we send out a faculty entrepreneurship policy, there is excitement among people, there is feedback that this is good and this is not good. I would say we are in the early stages, so there's the biggest successes are still awaited. Nevertheless, the foundations are being laid, and that's something that's very exciting.
Thank you. So now I'll open the floor for questions from our audience. I see a few hands there.
Good morning. Hi, Deepali. I'm Pranav. I'm from Pravishwa Innovations. We have successfully moved indigenous climate tech from the lab to securing government green lights like a forest fire grid in Telangana. However, what we have found out is most philanthropic funds usually support either activism around climate change, like let's talk about it, let's spread awareness, or sometimes they do invest in scale or proven mass rollout. There is a missing middle, specifically funding for deployment experimentation to bridge government payment cycles, because there is a lot of delay that we are experiencing. In our own case, it's a 1,000-hectare pilot that we have received, and it requires quite significant fund, not a lot, but it's significant. And how is Rockefeller thinking about structuring grants that act as risk capital for this specific phase? Are you looking at models that allow startups to survive this value of death so we can actually become the digital public infrastructure you envision? See, the other one that I'm also, through my interaction, I've earlier worked with the Deshpande Foundation as well. And in the recent past, when we have taken this project to a lot of philanthropic funds, most of the times, they do not have the appetite, though they all say that we are patient capital, but there's a lot of patience that they expect, but capital is something that they don't deploy for projects like these, or a very rigid thesis approach that they have, so which is basically hampering innovation that can create significant impact. So I also wanted to understand, like foundations like yours, you are a very big name, and is there anything that you guys probably can, push for this changing in terms of grant structures or in the way philanthropy actually funds the current problems that are so big? So, thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. Many questions actually over there. I'll start with your last question. I mean, you're absolutely right. The way philanthropies have operated, needs to evolve. Everything around us is evolving, and if philanthropies continue to do what they were doing for us 113 years ago, then we have a problem. So I think, we're kind of constantly having those internal conversations and really seeing what should be our role, especially in a place like India. I mean, is global philanthropy really relevant in India? And if so, where can we add value? So that's a really important question, because again, you do have a lot of resources within India, but how can those be deployed so that it can do the kind of things that are needed? You need everything from grant money to blended finance to be able to come to a place where you can attract commercial capital. So I think that's where we're spending a lot of our time also, to be sharing the experiences and the knowledge that we've had over the years, and in terms of how that can be put to better use so that the resources become available in different shapes and form, right from the grant side to kind of getting to a place where your business model can really attract commercial capital. We did quite a lot of work in the early days when we were working on the energy access issues here. So, we were very keen to see how the private sector could get more involved in decentralized renewable energy. So whether it was kind of setting up the mini grids of 30 kilowatt plants across India, where and how we could come in. There was a need for debt financing. So as a foundation, we did provide debt financing. We also had to grant fund a few of these mini grid programs to really build a confidence of the private sector that this is possible. The private sector also had issues around poor people will not pay for renewable energy because at that point of time it was expensive. We were able to debunk that. The repayment rates were as high as 99.8%. Poor people are willing to pay, but they need to hold somebody accountable to provide them access to energy, which is reliable and affordable, right? So we were able to do all that. And of course, then comes Startup Power and some of the other big companies, and now we know what's happened to the renewable energy space. So we are continuing to really look at where and how we can be catalytic in terms of really trying to address some of the problems you mentioned you're doing, and where we can't do it, how can we really use the convening capability that we have? I think as part of our DNA, we're very proud about being able to convene unusual actors together, because I think for most of us, we know who we know, and then we're kind of interacting within that same circle. But I think for the kind of work that you're trying to do, and I'm sure many others in the room, is where can we come in and get all the unusual actors together to build the kind of collaboration that are needed, because the solutions need that kind of cooperation across systems, the kind of issues that we are dealing with, how we relate with whether it's a government sector, whether it's a private sector, whether it's philanthropy, whether it's academia. So I think that's how we are tackling it, but happy to have further conversation over tea break. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
In a way you did, but I will also look forward to catch up with you, and maybe, you spoke of collaboration and supporting. So I hope that we do get it from you and everybody else here, so thanks.
For the sake of time, yeah, one other question perhaps here. Okay.
Hello, my name is Sandeep Ganguly. I am working in the waste management domain. So my question is actually little broad, so the panel can answer it, not specific. So we are trying to create a digital platform to align with the MRB philosophy that carbon management discuss or talk about. And we work with the the last mile of people in the country who actually collect the waste, right? They are informal, they are either illiterate or literate, but they are difficult to work with because they are the people who will actually go collect, and from them we want to collect verifiable data so that there is an impact eventually when everything aggregates to a climate management target. Now, the challenge that we see is that it's a very unsexy work, that there is no rocket science involved. We mostly use software to try to address this challenge. But it is very difficult to get the scale because number one, it is unsexy, nobody is interested from the funder's point of view. Even when you decide policies, policies are done at the aggregate level. When it scrolls down and trickles down to the ground level, it's mostly a checkbox list for every institution. Isko awareness de diya, have you done training for this guy, have you put posters? Right, so there are a lot of companies like mine who try to work at the ground level. What we don't see, and you might be able to answer it, is any traction either at the policy level. How do you manage this practically using last mile companies like us, or at the funding level? So I don't know what your views are, but I just wanted to understand what do you think about this?
I can come in over here. I think the work that you're doing is very, very important, and we are supporting some of it through Seva, particularly in Gujarat. So I completely hear you. Like, this is not something that is getting the support that's needed, but organizations like ours, we feel very, very strongly, and we want to make sure that we can do everything that we can do to ensure that and especially in this case that we're doing, the work that we're doing with Seva, it's the women, right, who have to be going out, and whether it's going to the landfills and whether it's 48 degrees temperature and it's really burning. And I went and saw it for myself, when COVID was very active around. They had a choice. They could use gloves as well to kind of segregate the waste, but they decided not to do that because if they were using gloves, it took much longer, right? And the amount of payment then that they were able to take home. So they were exposing themselves to so much more risk, right? But they were willing to take that. So how do we kind of really address these issues, talk about this work? I think one of the challenges that we have, and I'm not just saying this for you, it applies to us, we are not able to really talk about the impact that we are creating. Like, if we are really able to kind of show what we've been able to achieve through the work that we are doing, I'm sure, it'll be very hard for people to not be coming forward to support, right? And where and how, I mean, if you're also, the scalable part of it is really what people are looking for, because people want to see impact, people want to see results, and if women's lives have been impacted, then, and just to give you an example, with this work, we also then said extreme heat, we looked at that huge topic, and we said, okay, we need to really get parametrics insurance over here. And we've been able to really get some significant work happening, where now, when the temperature goes beyond a particular limit, the insurance kicks in. Like, there was like a lot, even for the women to really believe that, they will be able to get money into their accounts with this, there was a lot of disbelief, right? For the insurance companies to really kind of take a look at this and look at really how new products could be designed around, that was difficult. So I think also when we are addressing these problems, how do we take a holistic approach and also try and see the sustainability piece? Are we getting in models over here where we can actually get out of the job, right? How do we really create those effective business models? But happy to discuss this further during the tea break.
Because we have to get started on the next panel, I just want to invite one question for Professor Panda. If not, perhaps I can have a... Oh, right there, yeah. Perhaps in the back, yeah, one.
We end up discussing is a very urban context and setup, and what Dipali has rightly put in is also a much bigger rural setup, and the opportunities and the challenges in the light of carbon and sustainability. How do we as a collective look at the architecture for promoting rural entrepreneurs, for supporting them through blended finances or various instruments or innovations? This is a huge, huge area. And a rural entrepreneur, the tiniest at the scale, has to travel, has to cross their entire journey to reach here. And unfortunately, in the planetary boundaries context, we do not have that kind of bandwidth anymore, where a rural entrepreneur has to travel 30 years to reach here and then go. The question is, what kind of new architectures, what kind of new platforming could we collectively think of where the boundaries are pushed? Yeah, thank you.
If I may just add one question related to the previous one for Preeti, that do you think, so for, we talked about entrepreneurship in the context of engineering education. Do you think, is there a, this is something our students are willing to take on, these kinds of challenges, I'm going to, which are not cool? Or is there something that we can do, top down, or what is the role of that kind of thing?
Clearly, this ought to be everybody's responsibilities. Maybe today they are not thinking. Also today, we may not be sufficiently engaged in that, engaging them in that conversation. So I think these are important inputs, both to to us as we design curriculum, as we design our research statements, that there is this impact part of it, which there is an opportunity, which earlier the opportunity itself was not there, and whatever was happening was not close to home, so the visibility is not there. Yet, I think whatever the situation today is, we clearly ought to be moving in that direction. Students would think when in the vicinity there are success stories that are discussed, and that impact is seen. So we see that the engine is shaping up, and parts of it indeed are working, but I think there is a lot more a lot more diffusion that needs to happen in terms of where are those opportunities. If I am going to put to use whatever it is that I am learning, first of all, how could the learning mechanism itself bring those things closer to the students so that we start influencing their thinking? And also when it comes to execution of project and research and so on, what are the new challenges, new questions that we could take up? It is an evolving situation. By no means are we already there, but like I said, there are a lot. But we are rightly positioned, I think, and we ought to be responding to needs such as this.
Thank you. So, thank you, Deepali, and thank you, Deepali and Preeti. Thank you for, spending a good solid part of your day, very busy day here. And I know that, time is at a premium, but I hope, you will stick around for a little bit after if there are questions from the audience. There's tea and, beverages outside. So please take this time to engage with them. And so that you can, this is a great opportunity to have people like this here, all kinds of people here under the same roof. So let us make the most of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This brings us close to the truly insightful and enriching panel. I would like to thank Ms. Deepali Khanna and Professor Preeti Ranjan Panda for sharing your valuable time and perspective on and experiences today. So now is time for a dynamic and candid conversation focused on practical pathways to translate climate ambition into real-world deployment, functioning markets, and measurable impact. In this fireside chat, we will bring together both academic and practitioner perspective, offering insight from institutional leadership and from those directly engaged in building and scaling solutions, so that we can better understand how research, policy, and enterprises can come together to accelerate impact. As the stage is set, with a round of applause, please welcome Shri Jayan Sinha, President, Everstone Group, and Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. To guide this conversation and bring out both the academic and founder's perspective, we have with us Ms. Pratibha Jain, Head of Strategy, Group and General Counsel, Everstone Group. Over to you, Pratibha.
Can you hear me? Yes. So it's a bright early morning in Delhi, and the AQI is much better than for the last few months. But every time that we breathe this air, I'm reminded of the importance of the work that all of us in this room do. Thankfully, India is, there's no doubt about the climate ambitions that our country has. There is a determinate goal to be net zero by 2070. But the question that I heard in the first round of discussion from the audience is the question for this discussion too, which is, where is the capital going to come from? How do we bridge the financing gap? What are the market and policy interventions and changes that we can bring about? Because clearly, there's the new Niti Aayog report says there's a $6.5 trillion gap that needs to be bridged to attain that net zero target. As Mr. Sinha and I are in the finance space, we can talk about how daunting a challenge it can be, but also how, if you have the right initiatives and right partnership between the public and the private markets, and you highlight and showcase that this is not just about impact, but I know, Mr. Sinha, you strongly believe this is about making money. That's the message for the startups and for the governments, that we shouldn't fall so quickly into this trap of, even when we were in Davos, the conversation, especially around Europe, which is, other than other countries and regions also pulling back, the governments are pulling back from investments into climate because they're like, our economies are hurting. I think the messaging and how do we create that messaging and those policies to show that
This is not just about net positive, but actually the net returns are also positive. And so from that perspective, Mr. Sinha, if I can just open with you, especially the message for the startups here. You've written this book on green startups. What can the startups be doing to attract this finance from the market, and what are the various institutional mechanisms available and that can be created to bridge that gap that I clearly heard about in the room earlier in the morning?
Thank you very much, Pratibha, and let me first of all acknowledge that I'm super happy to be back at IIT Delhi, which of course is where I graduated some 40 years ago. We're just about to celebrate our 40th reunion. We're very much looking forward to that, Professor Banerjee. And anytime I get an invitation from IIT, I cannot say no. So very happy to be here, and very happy, Pratibha and Professor Banerjee, to be discussing these very important topics with both of you, and of course looking forward to the discussion with the audience as well. Now I'll start by saying, Pratibha, that the Niti Aayog has just put out a landmark and absolutely historic report. How many people have seen the Niti Aayog report on Viksit Bharat and Net Zero? How many people have seen that report? Terrific. A lot of you have, but those of you that have not, you must read it. And the big headline, of course, because it's been put out by a policy institute of the government, it's not written in a way that is really very easy to read. But the big headline for me is, Pratibha, the headline that I have been highlighting for the last 5 or 6 years, Professor Banerjee. And that is, net zero is net positive. Net zero is net positive. There is no trade-off between pursuing sustainability and economic growth. And in fact, to pursue economic growth, you have to pursue sustainability. And we have the great example of China that has actually done that. So there is no trade-off. We can move away from fossil fuels. We can adapt to a fast-changing climate and do it in a way that enables people to actually make money, and so that it becomes a self-reinforcing virtuous cycle, which is the only way this can happen. So net zero is net positive. Now, where's the catch? There's always got to be a catch. The catch, Professor Banerjee, is it's going to cost us a lot of money, well beyond what you would do in a current business as usual scenario. And in fact, the excellent report has highlighted the incremental capital investment that's required to actually go from a business as usual scenario, which does not get us to net zero by 2070, and actually a net zero scenario. Because, and this comes back to the engineering of it, fossil fuels are very much a trade-off between capital expenditure and operating expenditure. So you have relatively lower capital expenditure and relatively higher operating expenses, because think of a car, right? Whereas most of the technologies that you need for net zero are actually very different. They're much higher capital expenditure and much lower operating expenditure. Now, on a total cost of ownership basis on the full life cycle, obviously it still ends up being cheaper, but you have to spend a lot of money up front. So when you buy an electric vehicle, it's cheaper in the long run to have it, but you pay more for it. And that's true for buses, it's true for trucks, it's true for solar, etc., etc. So capital is the fuel. Capital is the fuel. Without the capital, you actually can't undertake this net zero transformation, and that's what this report highlights. And the delta is $6.5 trillion, Pratibha, as you mentioned. Now, what does that mean? That's a big number till 2070. It means that we have to start now investing $50 to $100 billion more a year. $50 to $100 billion a year. And by way of context, total corporate capex in India is $100 billion. So effectively, we have to double corporate capex. Now, why would anyone give you more money, Professor Banerjee? The only reason somebody is going to, if you pull your money out of your bank account and you give it to somebody, you're doing it because you can get higher returns. Otherwise, why would you give me any money? And there's not enough philanthropic capital, Dipali, and there's not enough government capital in the world to be able to drive this massive $50 to $100 billion delta. So we need to generate returns. The only way we can get to net zero is by investing a lot more. The good news is we, of course, have to increase investment in the economy. We increase investment in the economy, and that's the macroeconomic analysis that Niti Aayog has done. Higher investment rates in the economy mean higher growth as well. So this is a win-win-win. Your air is cleaner, Pratibha, so we are all living in a better world. So the planet does better. Investors do better because they're generating good returns, and India grows faster. So what's not to like? As I said, net zero is net positive.
Thank you. Professor Banerjee, if I can bring you in to that discussion. What are the market and policy initiatives that we can think of to bridge that financing gap and to ensure that the startups get the capital and be profitable?
So first of all, let me just sort of react to whatever has been said. And I'm not a finance person, but I know the energy and the climate system, and I do agree that net zero is net positive in the long run. But what we need to see is that there is a transition. And in the transition, there are actually, if you look at it from an overall system point of view, there are barriers because we have an existing way of doing things. We have a fossil-based economy. We have a certain set of, and in the process, as we go ahead, we also need to see that when we manage the transition, that the cost of energy that we are providing is affordable. And this is the biggest challenge. So the question is that we are looking at, there is an intergenerational kind of issue here when we are allocating resources. But for startups, what does it mean? It means that you have to identify niches where you can, for instance, you look at the entire demand side, right? You look at buildings, you look at industry. There are many things which can be cost effective even today. And many of the things that we are thinking of, which is at a large scale system level, is not captured in the market economics. It's not captured, you don't price the carbon, we don't look at the long-term things. So we have to have innovative ways in which we attract capital and we can get the returns on that capital within the time frames that businesses and startups are interested in. And this is where you need innovative ways of looking at financing. You need to have mechanisms where, so that we get individual companies and startups and businesses and individuals to move in the direction where the society goes in there. And this is not going to happen in business as usual. It's not just about the total numbers that we are looking at. So one has to go into a deep dive of what currently are barriers, because all the energy systems are socio-technical systems. And when we close down you look at a city like, you look at a place like Dhanbad, the entire economy is dependent on coal. So when you're going to close that down, you'll need to create access and look at things. So I think this is the climate challenge and the transition that we have is the financing. I think finance is a very critical point in it. But the details of looking at things so that individual actors are incentivized so that they move in the direction which is needed from the overall system is in the realm of policies that need to be developed. Every country is tinkering with a whole host of policies, and we've had some successes, like you look at the PAT scheme, you look at the way in which we did the reverse bidding for the solar to get the costs down. But then there are challenges when you go to the large scale, and I think we need to look at details and create the micro policies to look at removing some of these barriers. For the startups, I would suggest that in any of the niches, we'll need to figure out what we bring to the table and how we are going to become cost effective. And then, so that's the way in which you need to identify. And I would suggest that there are many things in the area of demand side, in the area of storage, in the area of grid operations, the transition itself has a whole host of challenges. It's not as easy as just making those numbers and scenarios. I also do a lot of scenarios. We can make those numbers, but changing the way in which the whole economy is going to operate means a lot of, so we will need to get into those details, and we need to work with both policymakers and financiers to sort of get there. So it's a very interesting, every challenge that we have is an opportunity also. So I'm not sure whether but I just wanted to put up.
No, it's important because one message is simple for the startups to figure out how to be cost effective. But when you talk about policy, then how do you, Mr. Sinha, pivot that? And this is a question for both of you. How do you pivot that you don't put the onus on the startups, but actually provide a way to get them cost-effective financing and policies that don't hinder that growth, and that's what, as you said, China did.
So you're right, Pratibha. So as Professor Banerjee is correctly saying, there is an end goal. Net zero is net positive. Now the question is, how does the transition happen? What do we have to do? What's the roadmap to get there? And again, the Niti Aayog report is excellent on the roadmap as well. There are things that startups have to do, there are things that policymakers have to do, and financiers and everybody else. So the whole ecosystem has to work to be able to enable the transition to happen. But let me offer, as far as the transition is concerned, 3 important points. 1, we have a long time. So it's 2026 right now. We have a full 44 years till 2070. So we have a long time to actually pull this off. Now, if we do it in a disorderly, unplanned way, then obviously it's going to be problematic. But the good news is, again with the Niti Aayog report, that there's a lot of thinking about how to do it in an orderly way. So number 1, we have a lot of time. Number 2, and this is for the startups. Right now, and Professor Banerjee spoke about the grid, and of course Dipali is here from Rockefeller, they've been doing a lot of work on upgrading the grid. There is $1 trillion worth of high return opportunity, financeable, investable opportunity right now for startups. Right now. You come up with a good business, you'll get funded. It has to be a good business, has to make sense. But there's $1 trillion worth of opportunity right now that's in the money. That generates the returns that venture capitalists and private equity investors like us would write you checks for. So second, for the startups in the room, there's plenty of opportunity in the here and now. You don't have to think that this is 10, 20, 30 years away. It's now. And there are lots and lots of examples. Many of them are in my book, India's Green Startups. Number 3, there is a tremendously important role for policymakers to play. And why is that? Professor Banerjee touched on it. Why are we dealing with decarbonization? Why are we worried about air pollution? And so on, because there's a massive market failure. And that market failure is because negative externalities, as those of you who have studied economics know well, is not being priced in. If we were to price in the cost of air pollution, if we were to price in the cost of climate change, Dipali was speaking earlier about parametric insurance. When it gets too hot, people get paid out. That's a cost on the economy. If we were to price all of that, markets would take care of a lot of things, returns would go up, more capital would come in. The problem is we are not pricing those negative externalities, and that means that policymakers have to come up with solutions in which we can create markets where they don't exist right now. Because the market can't do it because it's not being priced in. We're not pricing in the price of carbon, what it's doing to a 2-degree, 3-degree world, where we trigger these really catastrophic tipping points. Who's pricing that in? Who's even thinking about it for that matter? Nobody is. So when you're not thinking about it, markets are not working, which means policymakers have to step in. Otherwise, or they just say, I'm abdicating my responsibility and I don't care. I'm going to pull out of the Paris Agreement. Hey, didn't the US just do that? Right? So people are abdicating their responsibility as policymakers. However, that's not what we are doing in India. And so in India, as policymakers, we have to be able to create markets where capital can flow in, where startups can earn a certain amount of return. And again, we can create that virtuous cycle of investment. And we've just done that. Let me give you a couple of examples of where these markets have been created. Wholesale solar power is one where through SECI and payment guarantees, we've created a massive solar power industry, which is adding 35, 40 gigawatts a year. Completely done through very clever policy making. Second example I'll give you is an example that I know extremely well, Pratibha knows it extremely well, is what we've done for electric intra-city buses. Our company, Green Cell, just put how many, Pratibha? 500 buses on the road in Delhi to be completely clean electric buses. And that also is market making, that also is a policy initiative, because again, it's money that is being given by the municipalities with a payment guarantee through the World Bank. Again, very clever policy intervention that's enabling us to put electric buses on the road. So policymakers have a very important role to play, because markets are not working right now. We have to step in and we've got to fix these market failures and come in with clever policy interventions which are the lowest cost way to fix these market failures.
Professor Banerjee, your views on that? And can the startups do anything to de-risk their technology risk? Yeah.
So I think startups can, basically for startups, the startups need to look at the context. And in many of these contexts, because you are looking at aggregation of individuals, and sometimes if you have a solution which is for households, we have to ensure that we have a technology which minimizes the transaction costs. And some of the things, see, there are, at the large scale, if you're looking at grid interactive storage or you're looking at those, there's a different play. But there are many other things if you're looking at building controls, or you're looking at rooftop solar, then you need to have an innovative way to identify the niche and provide the solution. So that I think is, so there's an aggregate policy, but there are policy instruments, there are states which have policies, but if the startup finds a value proposition, whether it is through technology, whether it is through aggregation or a different kind of model of, I mean, the classic example was Selco. It's an old example, but it's an example where essentially the Selco and Harish Hande made villagers bankable and created a mechanism. Most of the innovation was actually in financing, and it was not initially, it was not a technology innovation. So I think that startups in all of this, in the transition, there are many, many opportunities out there in terms of identifying things where it makes sense and it would become profitable, but then the different actors have different types of incentives, and you can create either through technology or through innovation, and there are niches in that.
It's very well known. It's very well known, in India we do things the India way. We were able to send a mission to the moon where the cost was lower than the movie Interstellar in the US. So I guess, we have to keep in mind that, we have regional needs. Microfinance is something that was created in the region and then spread across. So definitely, I think, when startups think of India, you have to bootstrap the Indian way.
One more point, if I can add. I think one of the things that we need to understand is that in our energy and climate sector, there is a market, but there's also regulation. And many of the prices are, so for instance, if you look at electricity, the share which is actually traded in the amount of electricity which is actually being done through our exchanges is a very small proportion. So it's a hybrid kind of context, and that's unlikely to change very rapidly because, energy is also, whether we like it or not, for some people it's considered a public good. So we will have to be able to adapt to this sort of growing, maybe market solutions will come in to a larger extent and those will be mandated and other things, but we are always going to have this hybrid thing. So you'll have to figure out, at least in the short run when you have this transition, because one of the key things in all of this is we still are looking at energy for development, and affordability is an issue. And that is the whole issue, because now grids, when they are going for higher and higher renewables, the cost of additional, every unit now that we will have to supply in the day will have to actually go through storage before it's used. So again, then there is a, there is a possibility. So I think there are many, many niches where there are opportunities, and there is opportunities for business, but we'll have to sort of figure that out from the start.
No, absolutely. I would like to open it up before I ask further questions, because we want to keep this interactive and give everybody a chance to ask questions. So if at this stage there are questions, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I will continue in the back.
Good morning, panel. My name is Jinu George. I am the founder and CEO of Vivint, and we work on the biomass to bioenergy with permanent carbon sequestration. So climate infrastructure is always in need of a larger capital and longer implementation cycles. So my question to Mr. Sinha is, what milestone or de-risking signals you see in these opportunities which is compelling for you in terms of investment?
The challenge in all sort of biomass-based fuels, whether you are looking at it as briquettes or you're looking at it as natural gas, and I'm a chemical engineer, by the way, is that it doesn't work. The economics don't work right now. And for many, many reasons, the conversion technology isn't there, the feedstocks are not at the right price, the technology hasn't matured enough, we don't have the right reactors, the right catalysts, the right enzymes. There's all kinds of reasons why we haven't reached that point yet. There have been lots of attempts, but we don't have a scalable, proven technology right now. So what I would look for as an investor is anywhere in the world. And there are some pockets. In Europe, they've done it with waste to energy, for example. But there is a price on the feedstock which enables the economics to work. But as of now, in India, scalable, proven technology in biomass to various biofuels has not yet been proven, at least to the best of my knowledge.
So one of the challenges that we also faced is, like you mentioned, there is a proven technology in Europe, but in order to bring that technology back in India, that also having constraints which is regulated by policies. How do you see or circumvent that?
It's a long haul. It's a long haul. Ultimately, we do get regulation and policy right, but you need support from concessional capital. So commercial capital will look at it and say, am I going to make a 25% return? My job as a commercial investor is to take 100 rupees from you and in 4 years give you 200 rupees. That's my job. I don't have any other job. My job is not, experimenting with technology or helping the world or any of that. It's very simple. That's my fiduciary responsibility. Now, there are other people who have a different job, right? Their job is to actually help technology scale up, and they have concessional capital or they have grants. You have to find those sources of concessional capital or philanthropic capital that will enable you to first prove your technology and scale it up. Then, of course, you have to go through and work with government and regulation and policy making to be able to make sure that the business model also works. That whole exercise with any new technology is 10 to 15 years at scale. So the question that every startup has to ask is, am I too early on the S-curve? Because you know what happened to pioneers? They ended up with arrows in the back, right? So too early is a very important question to ask. And we all know about TRL 5, 6, 7, etc., etc. So that readiness part of it is extraordinarily important, and that's what good entrepreneurs do. They figure out when is a technology ready for scaling up, and that's when they get in. They get in too early, then it doesn't work.
But technology exchange from Europe shouldn't have any policy interventions.
So can I just add to this? The thing is, biomass is a very interesting kind of domain, because if you do the economics of many of the technologies, let's say atmospheric biomass gasifiers, biogas, compressed biogas, it looks reasonable. And in pilots, the problem which is there is that it's a way in which you cost your biomass and feedstock. The moment you put a power plant, your initial assumptions of costs, those costs go up. So if you have a dedicated supply, then it could, and the de-risking which you are talking of, see what is happening is many of the government schemes right now, they're trying to do have some mechanism to provide to sort of cushion the risk. But surprisingly, the lobbies for biomass energy systems have not been as strong as has been for, so it is from a system point of view, this is something where, for instance, now you look at cooking, right? Cooking is an area where we have all moved from traditional biomass fuels to now LPG and electricity. As you go forward, if you are going to do away with LPG, what are the solutions? You can have advanced biomass solutions, but very few are in that domain. And there is there should be a lobby for looking at risk guarantees, trying to have mechanisms to look at biomass. We don't need to go for, in the solar case, it's all gone large centralized. In the biomass, it could be distributed. So I think there's a role for sort of innovative, and there are, of course, examples, whether it is in Brazil and many other countries where there are niche biomass solutions and even hybrid solutions. But my sense is there's not enough investment in biomass technologies, and the feeling which policymakers have that biomass technologies has no future, not cost, I don't buy that. I think there are many niche biomass technologies which can be reasonably cost effective if it is. And you will see in some industrial applications where it's coupled with, rolling mills, and you have those have worked well, and those are with a dedicated biomass source. But biomass, you have to make sure that your biomass supply is also, because when you don't have a commercial activity, you feel it's available. The moment you put then the price goes up. I don't know how many of you are in the biomass space. Can you just see? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The next session is going to talk a little bit about biomass.
Yeah. Because this is one of the things I have always been thinking of, is that what can we do to actually push biomass-based technologies, and that's not getting the the attention for policymakers as much as it should. But yeah.
Just as a historical anecdote, when I was in IIT Delhi, my project was on more fuel-efficient wood stoves. So this question from 40 years ago on how do we use biomass more efficiently has not yet been solved at scale in 40 years. So it's a tough one.
There, please.
Hi, thanks. My name is Sanjay Mithal. I run TerraChar. It's a early stage biochar company. I know, Jayant, we've spoken about this before, but in the past, when you talk about market failures, we haven't had a discussion on carbon markets, and I know that carbon markets, while not the only solution, play an important role in creating incentives. So to Professor Banerjee's earlier point about change behavior that needs to happen, are we overthinking the problem? Because voluntary markets, in my opinion, and you may disagree with this, are dead. I just don't think that voluntary carbon markets have a future. And if I think about compliance markets or any form of taxation-based carbon solutions, that's sort of where incentives and organizational change will take place. A simple example, we're talking about biomass. I was speaking to a very large steel company, and they were talking about the role of biochar as an alternative fuel source. And they were immediately comparing it to pulverized coal in terms of the raw supply, the cost of raw material, at which point it fails completely because, as you know, Jayant, the cost of biochar production is going to far exceed anything that pulverized coal can sort of be compared to. So it's a non-starter, and unless you create a carbon tax of some kind, either in the form of a GST equivalent for corporates, where their cost of production goes up as a result of incorporating the price of carbon, there is really no solution to this. So we may be overthinking this problem, and I'm asking you guys on the panel what you think about that.
I agree with you.
Can I add another policy question so we deal with policy questions together? Also, why treat climate as a separate asset class? Why can't we embed it into financing solutions for all asset classes? And all of our funds are now ESG funds, for example. Why not move from ESG to impact as far as environment is concerned and have policies in that regard?
So climate is not an asset. I mean, of course, people look at it as an allocation. In that sense, you can think of it as a little bit of an asset class. But frankly, it's not something that is genuinely an asset class. It cuts across the economy, and you could classify as an impact investment, but not climate as an asset class. So impact is an asset class, and so climate is a part of that impact asset class. Now, with respect to your question about carbon markets, you are absolutely right. Unless you have binding allowances, you're not going to discover a price for carbon, which is exactly what the EU has done. And the EU, you know, the price for carbon is 70 to 80 euros per ton, right? And in the voluntary market, it's barely $5 a ton. So we have to impose those allowances, and that will then eventually lead to the price for carbon. That is the direction in which the government wants to go to with the CCTS scheme and everything else. And I think it's very much required if we want to be able to get particularly the hard-to-abate sectors to start to move towards decarbonization, and at the same time be able to help, you know, biomass and biochar companies to be able to get those additional carbon credits to make the economics work.
In the back, please.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, panelists. I just want to build on what Mr. Sanjay also put forth. So we've covered the fuel aspect of biomass, and we've covered the carbon aspect of biomass. But one aspect that we often miss is the aspect that actually birthed it, which is agriculture. And so, in my opinion, a real policy force is required on incorporating biochar as a significant agricultural input alongside urea and DAP and vermicompost and compost and what have you. And that is what would actually, in the long run, and this would actually just be about 3 years as a long run, create a pull from the market where farmers see tangible, visible benefits of biochar in their soil, in their crop yields, and that is what actually commoditizes it entirely as a market. So while we're covering fuel as an aspect quite a bit, as well as carbon, I do believe there is need to look at biochar from the agricultural lens, because that is where the loop of the circular economy truly closes.
I think the question is that what you're saying is if you have a policy intervention where we look at saying that biochar is critical in the whole loop. So the point in all of this is when you look at policies, I know that we have, for instance, the hydrogen mission where we are looking at. So when we look at alternative technologies and alternative routes, and then convincing which one we are going to focus on and what is I think there are ifs and buts, and that is why I'm not sure whether we will have that clear cut. Whenever we are also looking at solutions, we are not necessarily looking at everything from the entire life cycle. So that is something which we may wish that this would happen, and then we would be able to quantify that and make this the biochar as one of the policy mandates, and then do that. That has happened in the case of bioethanol, some percentage blending. I think a case has to be made more convincingly vis-a-vis other options.
Was there a question here?
Yeah, hi. Can I take this?
Yep, you have the mic.
Thank you, sir. Sir, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you recently commented in an article that India cannot rely on global capital because there are more attractive opportunities available, and somewhere down the line India's risk perception doesn't allow for a foreign capital to make viable return here. And government has done a tremendous job in setting up this RDI fund, to promote the early stage ventures. It's a great, I think it's a great initiative. But somewhere along, once the venture get to scale, climate ventures today in India still attract capital at a very attractive price simply because they're climate. Do you see a role for
some sort of government intervention here to make it viable for commercial investors, like we did with microfinance, right? So the role of government in microfinance sometimes just gets overlooked for simply putting microfinance as a priority sector. Do you see something on the debt side? Because many of these ventures would need serious, debt capital going forward.
No, those are great questions, and of course I did do a lot of work in microfinance as well. It was largely private finance. The benefit, of course, we got from the government was priority sector lending. So there was a little bit on the debt side, but actually on the equity side, it was all funded, much of it from foreign capital, very little of it actually from domestic capital. Now, coming to your question about getting growth capital for climate investing, we simply don't have enough. And we need to mobilize domestic capital for that. Of course, it's very difficult in hard currency terms, in dollar terms or euro terms, to be able to generate competitive returns against, for example, AI right now, or other areas where people are putting their capital. So we need to be able to mobilize our own domestic capital to go against our national priorities, and I've been advocating that for a long time. And of course, I was quite gratified to see that again in the Niti Aayog report, they have also recommended the creation of a national green financing institution, which I have been proposing for a long time. So that can then combine government capital as well as private capital with blended finance instruments so that we can get growth capital at scale into climate. But we need those kinds of innovative blended finance structures to make it happen. And why do we need it? We need it because, as I said earlier, there is a market failure. We are not pricing negative externalities. Therefore, the role of government to be able to deal with it, not on the demand side, which is what a tax would entail. Why doesn't anyone want a tax? Because obviously it becomes less affordable and pricing goes up and then everybody objects to that. We do it through the supply side. So what we do is we actually provide subsidies on the supply side, and one of the biggest subsidies we can provide is to the cost of capital. And that's what blended finance means. So through a national green financing institution, let's come up with these blended finance instruments that will lower the cost of capital and deal with the capex opex trade-off that I was talking about earlier.
Professor Banerjee, one policy initiative from your side you want the government to...
So I think the question which was raised, even in the past there was a cess which was taken on coal, and there was a certain amount of, I think 1,000 crores at that time, initially when they started all the missions. The idea of providing capital specifically for green technology and climate, which was initially, IREDA was doing it with some lines of credit and maybe with the green finance thing. I think that would make a lot of difference, because this is, finally it is a question of, when we are looking at the kind of, the cost of capital, whether it's debt or equity in our economy, is much, much higher. And then so, which means that then we actually would, we would not look at higher the ones which have more upfront investment. So as a policy initiative to go to net zero, I think it makes a lot of sense to be able to have dedicated low green capital.
And let me just contrast that with China, because as a investor, typically people are looking at for growth capital at least 25% gross IRR, rupee, 25%. Okay, so that means basically you're returning twice the capital, as I said, in 4 years. That's what 25% compounded means, right? That's our cost of capital here in India for at-risk equity capital. And remember, debt comes after equity. Unless I am putting 30-40% equity into the investment, nobody is going to put debt into it. So equity comes first because that's the at-risk capital. And people who are giving you equity capital are saying, give me 25% gross at least. Let's begin the conversation at 25%. If you can give me 30-40%, then I'm even more interested, obviously. Now, what do you think is the cost of capital in China? So there I can tell you that local and state governments there, the equivalent of our municipalities and state governments, are basically giving away capital so that you can build an Alibaba or a Tencent or a BYD or any of these companies. So when the cost of capital effectively is zero, you'll spark a lot of investment and a lot of innovation. That's a very big structural challenge that we are facing right now.
We've run out of time. I'm sorry, I have the organizers, but Mr. Sinha is going to stay back, and I'm hoping Professor Banerjee, you'll be there too, because there's still many questions. But thank you so much to both of you and the audience. I can tell you from interaction with the government is very focused. Every regulator, policy maker I meet does ask me what can we do more for climate financing. So, I am very, very hopeful for future of India and achieving net zero. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel for your excellent insight on myriad of topics, starting from finance to carbon. And I would thank Pratibha Jain for facilitating such a meaningful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now adjourn for a short tea break, and we will start our next session at 12. Hello. Hello. Issue because we don't have to.
क्या सर?
उधर ही जो हमारा खाने का है ना, चाय पे उधर ही अभी के लिए रख दीजिए। नहीं लेट्स गेट सो आई विल आस्क द कमेंट्स।
It's already 5 minutes late, I think.
कि আমি বললাম তাদেরকে
the seats. Thank you. Just a quick announcement. So, someone's in the ladies' washroom, someone's ring was found. So, it is with us right now. Right now, but if you want, you can. I mean, come to me and then get it collected, maybe. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will start with our next session. Hopefully, the discussion will pull the crowd inside. So, welcome back, everyone. As in the last panel, we have seen like how the words carbon and biomass has been continuously used. So, I think it has already set a field for our next panel. So we'll start with the very first panel discussion of Klima NEXIS 26, focusing on building India's carbon removal opportunity. So starting with the carbon dioxide removal, it is an emerging and an essential part of global climate action, complementing strong emission reduction by addressing residual emission and the legacy of CO2 that continues to warm our planet. At Klima NEXIS 26, the discussion on CDR will explore both nature-based solutions, the engineered pathways that can store carbon in long-lived reservoirs. India is uniquely positioned in this space with strong scientific capability, favorable climate condition, growing innovation ecosystem, and significant resource potential. Through this discussion, we will hear directly from the startup projects, developers, and ecosystem players on real opportunities and the practical challenges of implementing CDR in India. We will also look into building a credible supply-based global carbon markets, strengthening measurements and verification system, and ensure that the CDR pathways remains aligned with the national development and climate resilience priorities. With that, I am delighted to introduce our panel. I'd like to call upon the stage Arnav Mariwala, founder and CEO Maritide; Shantanu Agarwal, founder and CEO Mati Carbon; Siddhant Jairam, founder Equilibrium; and Umang Agarwal, COO Carbon Grow Indigo. And to moderate this panel, I would request Oshida Hussain, co-founder and CEO, Carbon Removal Alliance India. Over to you, Ashitabu.
Hello, this works? Yeah. So first of all, after a long time, somebody has pronounced my name correctly. I'm not Asitava, I'm Ashitavo, which Ruchira knows. And also I made a valiant effort to call everybody inside who are enjoying tea and coffee. So that's, I thought it would be helpful to have good listening to this very interesting and newish sector called CDR, Durable Carbon Removal. And understand the nuances and how the prospects are from different point of view. And we have an excellent panel. We have a mix of all CDR pathways, nature-based solution, biochar, enhanced rock weathering, and also marine carbon dioxide removal. So you'll get a good sense of what is this topic all about. And we'll try to keep it as we already half an hour late. We'll try to close in an hour's time, definitely, and we'll try to keep it short, focused, interactive, interesting, and not monologues. So please feel free to ask questions. We'll definitely try to keep some time towards the end for questions. But because it's a newish subject, I will just begin by a short 4 or 5 slide presentation to talk about the big picture, and then all the experts and practitioners are going to take the stage. Who has the control over the laptop here? Oh, I think I have the control in my pocket. Okay, so it's a very simple presentation. I hope you can hear me. So I also wanted to talk a little bit about what is Carbon Removal India Alliance. We are one of the partners in this event. So we are the industry body for durable carbon removal, all pathways. And like any other industry association, we do 4 things, which is engage with the external stakeholders, primarily policymakers, multiple ministries at the center as well as subnational levels, to promote the case for supporting and incentivizing growth of carbon dioxide removal pathways. And to do that, we generated a lot of evidence, hard data, as well as softer, broader picture as to what this means for the country, economy, jobs, and create some kind of a strong case for supporting it, which leads to policy advocacy. And a lot of convening dialogues and partnerships, which is very essential because we talk about renewable energy, which is a mainstream industry today. Cost of renewable energy is at par with conventional energy, but it didn't happen overnight, right? 25 years ago, somebody set up the first windmill, or somebody set up the first solar panels, and they had a lot of struggle. So CDR is at a early stage, and therefore multiple stakeholders need to be working together to make it happen and build a strong case for removal in the mainstream engagement, discussion, and finance. So that's why we do a lot of convening like this, as well as our own events, and we participate in other mainstream events to generate more and more awareness about durable removal. And international engagement, CDR by nature is a very international business where the supply is cheaper and more economic in developing countries or global south, whereas the buyers, the offset credit buyers, are all in the global north. So therefore, it's important to present a strong case for CDR opportunity in India to the international financiers, buyers, and other stakeholders, which is what we do by participating in various events like I was in COP30 Belém last year, I was in the New York Climate Week, and so on and so forth. I'm doing a bit of pitch because I know, thanks to Kriya's efforts, I see a lot of people from the CDR industry. We had a lot of questions on biochar, even the discussion started in the previous session. This is also a plea for people to join us to strengthen the platform. Already we have 21 members, as you can see. Some of them are here today. And it crosses multiple pathways. I don't know how many companies you have heard about, but these are the leading players of biochar, enhanced rock weathering, marine CDR, DAC, and industrial decarbonization. And I will not go through all of this, but Kriya has been doing a lot of things of late as a consortium. For example, biochar has been included in the CCTS offset regime in October 24, which is a good signal. CCTS is yet to start, but this is the first CDR pathway which has got included. And Kriya had an important role, also engaged with the technical committee. And I talked about the convening CO2 forward. I talked about all that, but Niti Aayog also we are quite closely engaged with. Mr. Jayant Sinha and Pratibha talked about the Niti Aayog report launch, which happened day before yesterday. We were part of it, and we have been engaging with Niti Aayog to create a national narrative or a strategy for removal as a complementary pathway to decarbonization over a period of time. DST has been running a techno-commercial evaluation of enhanced rock weathering as one of the pathways. Again, we are one of the stakeholders, so is some of the other ERW companies which are in India. So these are just some examples, and these are just some photographs. I don't have to talk about it, but essential moral of the story is, we are in an early stage of this industry. Ecosystem is very important, otherwise everything will remain at a fringe pilot scale where people will not know. When I go to the senior most policy level people in India and I say enhanced rock weathering, they say, what did you just say? I repeat, enhanced rock weathering means this. So this is where we are. Let's be very honest. We might think that we are the leaders in that space, but the space itself has to grow. India is a country of 120 million farmers. It's not enough to reach out to 10,000, even 100,000 farmers. It's a drop in the ocean. For it to come mainstream, there's a lot more to be done, which can be done only collectively, not by individually, while you individually run your business and make money. So there is a case for joining hands here on many things. So what is removal? In short, removal addresses legacy and residual emission. For over millennium, a lot of greenhouse gases are going to the atmosphere, even before Kyoto Protocol happened, which was maybe the starting point of decarbonization or thinking about climate. And also there are residual emissions because a lot of activities are difficult to abate, as we all know. Airlines industry cannot be net zero overnight, shipping industry cannot be, cement cannot be, and so on and so forth. So both the residual emission, which is after all the efforts what remains, and the legacy emission has to be captured from the atmosphere and permanently stored, either underground or in the sea. And that's called carbon removal. And IPCC, not me, not any of us, has said that 10 gigaton per year till 2050 of removal is important if you have to achieve the net zero goal or the Paris target goals. And again, durability is very important, which I'm going to come to the next slide, but IPCC defines durability as 1,000 years at a minimum, which means that once you remove the CO2, it should not go back to the atmosphere. Okay, so additionality and durability are very important. And this is the whole gamut of removal. So on one side, you have nature-based solutions, broadly speaking, nature-based solutions like regenerative agriculture, soil carbon, agroforestry, which a couple of our panelists is going to talk about, both Siddharth and Grow Indigo, Umang. And this is typically of a duration of maybe 100, 200 or whatever number of years they are going to say, but the tree can be burnt or cut or used as a fuel. So again, the CO2 will go back. It's a scalable, cheaper way of removal, but it may not be permanent. As opposed to that, there is a new segment called engineered CDR on the right-hand side, a novel tech-based engineered, whatever you may call it, which are biochar, enhanced rock weathering, direct air capture, ocean alkalinity enhancement, and so on and so forth. Today, out of the 10 gigaton that IPCC says, only 2 gigaton removal is happening, and out of that, 99.9% is NBS. So there is a long way for engineered CDR to go, but the distinction has to be made. Both are important. but both have very different cost economics and therefore price points, right? Mixing apple to orange may be misleading for particularly policymakers and financiers. The case for India to become a powerhouse is all this, particularly soil-based CDR like biochar and rock weathering has to be applied on the soil. So we have lots of agricultural land, we have lots of biomass discussions happened in the previous session. One of the uses of biomass is biochar. We have a lot of basalt rock, which is a raw material for rock dust, is a raw material for enhanced rock weathering. We have ideal temperature, climate conditions. Enhanced rock weathering helps when it's a hot and humid climate and not European or North American climates which we have. Obviously competitive cost structure like anything else. This can be done half the cost of a project in global north. And of course we have a lot of entrepreneurial talent and excellence. So this is the case for India. And what is most important is this is not about carbon removal alone. IPCC says carbon removal is important for net zero, absolutely correct. But there are lots of co-benefits, which in the Indian context or global south context, I call them core benefits. And many of people in the room, which I just talked to, also believe that the product, which has lots of usage, and carbon credit can be a top-up. Okay, and eventually that is what might happen, because carbon credit is an intangible product, whereas a tangible product is the biochar or the rock dust, which is actually being applied on the soil, and they are managing the pH factor of the soil. They are adding SOC, soil organic carbon, which anybody in agriculture knows is lower than what it should be. Biochar can actually be supporting climate resilience in agriculture because it absorbs water, so it can help in water use efficiency in agriculture, which is a big topic. And lots of livelihood, jobs, opportunity, and there are a lot of byproducts, which I'm not going to get into, which has economic value, whether it's wood vinegar, whether it is bio oil, and so on and so forth. And air pollution, all people talked about, previous speakers talked about air pollution and all that, so crop residue management is a big issue. And biochar could be a solution to that crop residue management issue if properly designed at a large scale. And also, ultimately this biochar-based biofertilizers, which some of our member companies do, or rock dust can be a partial substitution for imported, subsidized, overused chemicals like urea. If the government says tomorrow that in a phase, urea, whoever is selling urea and getting subsidy has to have, let's say, 2% in the first 2 years and 5% in the next 5 years, you have to use biofertilizers like this. There could, just imagine how much of a market that can create, what would be the demand from farmers and how many new players will enter this industry. And that is not only a carbon removal story, that's a top-up. And the other, of course, the top-up is also important. It can help India achieve net zero earlier than 2070 if you do removal along with decarbonization. And this is the CRIA's estimate that from India, between biochar and rock weathering alone, not keeping anything else, 0.9 gigaton can be removed in a year, which can be 30% or whatever of the global demand, as I just said, with an average price of $100 of credit, because it is an expensive product, it's engineered, it's a $90 billion potential market and lots of opportunity in agriculture input and yield improvement. And recently, a lot of interesting developments are happening. Not all of them are here, but Himachal Pradesh government, for example, has got into biochar production with a private sector partner to arrest forest fire. Best example of co-benefit-led growth, because pine needles are cause of forest fire there, and pine needle also have calorific value, so it's a win-win situation to use that, produce biochar, and then apply it in their horticulture products. As an example, Article 6 can be a great mechanism. Today, India's Article 6 doesn't include CDR, it stops at CCUS, and we had CCUS 20,000 crore allocation in the budget. So that's the roadmap which CDR should take, in my opinion, and that's what is going to happen, and we are trying to make it happen. I think other things I have just talked about. We are also doing a very fundamental partnership with the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, which I thought would be very important to understand. Evidence is important. If I have to monetize the co-benefit of biochar and rock weathering, which is agriculture application, let's say, we need government's endorsement. Very few farmers are going to listen to private sector developers. They need government's endorsement, because any agriculture input where I have worked in the last 12 years are endorsed, regulated and monitored by the government, so that the farmer's interest is protected. So if you can bring this under that, the first point would be the government seeking their own evidence as to whether the net benefit of application on soil is beneficial to the soil, water, human beings, animal, and the crop, right? Scientifically, this is all about science. And that's why we started this small trial where ICAR, the most credible institute under the Ministry of Agriculture, is doing a trial in Pusa and in Jharkhand, two different agroclimatic condition, two different type of pH type soil, applying biochar and rock weathering supplied by our member companies, and measuring all the benefits, co-benefits that I talked about: yield improvement, water retention, NO2 emission reduction, SOC improvement and all that, and carbon capture over 4 crops over 2 seasons. This is just the beginning, but these are kind of things which can be transformational in influencing policy based on data which is generated by government's own institution, but also through a private sector participation, not on their own. I think that's where we are. I don't have to say anything else. Multi-stakeholder collaboration is important, and there are some of these reports from KRIA. We can take photographs of this and later on download all these reports and read it. A lot of information is there on our website and LinkedIn page. Okay. What do I do now? Go back or where? Sorry. I'll keep it here. Okay, I thought I hope I didn't take too much of time. So let us start. I think the real meat of the discussion is going to come from people who are doing it. So I will ask all 4 of you, and please stick to 2 minutes. The first round of questions, the next round of questions will follow. First question is, what is your company about? What do you do? Which space you are? If you can just explain. So why don't you, and just please keep it to 2 minutes, otherwise we'll not have discussion on the main things. So start with Arnab Mariwala from Maritide.
Yeah, thanks Asitava, and hello everyone, thank you for having me here. My name is Arnab Mariwala, I'm the founder of Maritide. We're engaged in cultivation of seaweed, also known as macroalgae, and engaged in kind of like the full stack, so everything from domesticating high value species and creating like the seaweed seeds or seed equivalents from them, all the way up to cultivation, where we are working on monetizing the environmental co-benefits, including the CO2 sequestration as well as bioremediation capabilities of seaweeds, and then down to product side, where we transform the seaweed we're cultivating and harvesting into high-value products of the food, nutraceutical, and other like bioactive markets. So that's kind of broadly what Maritide does. In terms of the context for carbon dioxide removal and broader climate benefits generally, I just want to show a quick video to highlight the scale of the resource that we are working with. Asada, would you be able to just fast forward to that? All right, so I hope you guys can see the video. So on the left is a video I've taken of a bunch of seaweed over here. And then on the right there's another video going, also of a lot of seaweed. Now there's a bit of a difference over here. The video on the right was taken in Monterey, California, which is famous for the giant kelp forests. Giant kelp is something that dominates a lot of conversations around marine carbon dioxide removal. You find it all the way up and down the west coast of the US. and its overall carbon dioxide removal potential is estimated to be at least a few hundred megatons. So significant for something that covers a very tiny portion of the ocean and is highly seasonal. Now, the video on the left, even though it looks very similar, was taken in Devgarh, Maharashtra, where our seaweed cultivation facility is located. And what I would like to highlight is that not only do these two videos look really similar, but the scale of the seaweed or macroalgae resource in India is immense, but also undercounted. Yeah, we don't have giant kelp growing in the same way. It's a different ecosystem, different species mixed all together. But we do have a tremendous amount of macroalgae. There's a bunch of industries devoted to harvesting it, turning it into biostimulants, chemicals for industrial use or for food use. But the scale of the resource is not really mapped out. So as part of our work with Maritide, we're working on mapping out the different species, their seasonality, the scale at which they grow, and we've been really amazed to find what the scale of it is. So we'll talk more about that as we go on, but seaweed as a carbon sink is not just something confined to temperate waters in the US or Japan or Norway or South Africa. It's very much something that is at home in the tropics and contributes significantly to the short and long-term carbon cycles in our part of the world as well.
Good. Shantanu, why don't you take over?
Thank you, Asitavo. My name is Shantanu. I'm the founder and CEO of Mati Carbon. We focus on a process called enhanced rock weathering, specifically doing that with smallholder farmers in global south countries. Our biggest operations is in India, and in India we are in 5 states right now, operating with about 31,000 smallholder farmers. The process we use is called rock weathering, enhanced rock weathering, and essentially it's the use of basalt rock, which is a volcanic rock. We make fine powders out of these basalt rocks, and then we spread them in agricultural fields. When this basalt rock powder mixes with agricultural fields and then is irrigated, the CO2 from air and water from the irrigation or rain mixes together and forms dilute carbonic acid, which reacts with the basalt and essentially releases a bunch of nutrients which enriches and rejuvenates the soils. At the same time this nutrient formation is happening, the CO2 and the water essentially is trapped as a bicarbonate ion. That bicarbonate ion essentially travels down into the underground, into the groundwater, and then eventually into the rivers and then to the ocean. And that alkalinity, as it's called, makes our rivers alkaline and eventually also helps him in terms of deacidifying the ocean by improving the alkalinity of the ocean. So this is the process of rock weathering, which is a natural process. It's happening at scale. This is how all the soils which we farm on are originally formed. Rock weathering is the natural pathway. And what it does today for smallholder farmers in India is essentially our degraded soils get rejuvenated by this through a natural process, and their need for chemical fertilizers comes down. And all of this can be financed through the Global North funding of carbon credits. So it's a beautiful methodology where Global North funds and purchases carbon credits, and the Global South, in a country like India, we can fund the spreading of this natural resource in agricultural soils so that we can rejuvenate our soils while the farmer doesn't have to pay anything. And the farmer gets increased incomes and increased productivity through a natural pathway. So we're hoping to scale that extensively in India. India has a huge potential because they've got a large resource in the Deccan Traps with massive amount of basalt rock in the country. And there's, as you all know, huge amount of farming. There's more than probably 140 million farmers in India alone who can benefit from this. So it's a massive opportunity for India to really benefit from this situation, and we are trying to expand this and help this, prove out the technology. We are one of the largest players in the world in this, and we are exclusively focused on smallholder farmers and well-resourced to really scale it, and we invite partnerships and to help that scale-up mission as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantanu. No.
Yeah, hi.
Siddharth.
Yeah, hi everybody. Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. I'm Siddharth, I'm the founder and CEO of Equilibrium. We are a multi-pathway carbon removal company focused on helping restore land of smallholder farmers in the country. And how are we restoring them? We're doing two kinds of carbon removal. We started off 2 years ago with nature-based removal. What is nature-based removal? Essentially, we have three categories or three subcategories within that. The first one is regenerative agriculture, where we sort of nudge farmers towards more climate-friendly practices in terms of the cropping systems we work with is rice, maize today, and rice as well. Where we convince the farmer to sort of stop using chemical fertilizers, stop tilling, which is something that really created the soil organic carbon problem in the country, right? So we look at most of our interventions to help improve, the lands of our farmers, right? While people talk about yields, talk about benefits, co-benefits, etc. We look at this problem as what is the biggest asset the farmer has? It's their land, right? And what can we do to continue to help develop that asset? Or in the finance world, we talk about return on asset, right? Like how do we help them really build a bankable asset is what we've focused on. So one is to protect them from climate change, because the reality is they are the ones who suffer the most from the climate crisis, right? Shantanu mentioned global finance from global north to global south. The reality is the global south faces more of these problems. So regenerative agriculture is one. We do agroforestry, where a lot of the degraded land that exists today in the country, we end up putting in drip irrigation systems to ensure there's water availability through the year. We work with these farmers to think of a 20-year plantation design where there's a mix of horticultural crops and commercial crops that are carbon yielding as well, because it's not necessarily that we focus on crops that are only commercial yielding but not carbon yielding, because eventually it's carbon finance is the asset that's driving it, right? So obviously commercializing an asset class has its own challenges on the nature side, but yeah, agroforestry is something that we do, and then most importantly is the coastal ecosystems as well, right? Like in India, in the last sort of 5-7 years, almost every year we have seen cyclones come through. It's almost become the new normal, right? And a lot of tidal communities have lost their homes, lost their lands, and now actually require a natural shield, right? And we decided to sort of undertake a mangrove restoration project in the east coast of the country. So that forms our portfolio of nature-based solutions. We've taken a portfolio approach towards carbon removal because we don't think there's one true solution that can help solve this crisis. So we started with nature about 2 years ago, and as and when we sort of started working with different farmers with different cropping types, we realized that the soil organic carbon problem is really bad in the country. It's not reported in public settings yet, but just to give you context, India's soil organic carbon is at 0.3% today, whereas let's say the US is 1.1 on an average, Europe is 1.4, and even parts of Africa and Latin America is somewhere between 0.8 to 1.2, right? And soil organic carbon is super important because it's the binding force for yield, for water absorption, for a lot of different sort of problem statements that the farmer's land sort of has today, right? And we serendipitously sort of ran into biochar, which now everyone talks as black gold, about 1.5 years ago, and we've been scaling that quite a bit. And what we realized on the feedstock side was India has a massive invasives problem. I think you alluded to it. India has an invasive species. It's almost like a colonization problem, right? So the lantana and the Prosopis juliflora that you see across the country was lantana came into the country because the Britishers loved it as an ornamental sort of like an ornamental crop, so to speak, right? And it's just spread so much that today animals can't move freely because of lantana. It turns out that, this could be a cool biomass for creating biochar and putting back soil. So what we really saw in biochar is across the value chain, you're taking one problem, which is the feedstock problem, you're solving that, and that's where our nature-based solutions expertise came, because we could help restore the lands where we were removing invasives, and then we're pyrolyzing it or gasifying it to make biochar and applying biochar back on soils. and to truly solve the soil organic carbon problem, possibly just applying biochar alone, standalone, does not make sense, which is why I think the whole biofertilizer, biochar as a climate resilient ag input, I think someone mentioned that today morning. I think we've focused on that quite a bit. In fact, we've conducted, I think, what is the world's largest trials of biochar-led agri-inputs. This has been vetted by some of the registries that we work with as well. We've done it across 14 crop types, across 10 plus agroecological zones, because we didn't want to get into something if we were not 100% sure about it. So we've been doing it for 2 seasons now, and the results we're seeing is fabulous. Over a period of time, we intend to outsource it. Open sources, not outsources, sorry. We intend to open source it because I think truly for us to scale this, it can't be just us. It has to be the entire ecosystem, and an ecosystem that's very thoughtful about what they're doing with the land of the smallholder farmers. And that's what we are excited about. And we're looking for thoughtful partners who really want to take a 5-10 year view on it, or even a 20-year view. We don't want short-term fixes. I think, like you said, the carbon removal industry is still year 5 out of possibly another 30-year, bull run, like we say in finance. And those who sort of see through the cycles and do the right things over a long period of time will be rewarded. And those are the kind of partners that we're looking to work with. And yeah, excited to be here and hopefully shape this industry to be a super credible one alongside a large one. Yeah.
Thank you, Sid. Umang, over to you.
Thank you.
There's 2-minute introduction, then we have other questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Asitawa, for having me and for putting this panel together. Many of whose works I have been following on several climate and carbon forums, but meeting in person for the first time. I represent Grow Indigo. Grow Indigo is a regenerative agriculture company. Our purpose is to accelerate ag transformation for a healthy planet. We do this by 2 main levers. First one is focusing on practices that the farmers follow. And with that, we've been able to scale to more than 2 million acres across 7 states. Practices we are following, with the farmers, improve soil carbon and reduce the emission of gases from agriculture. So those are sort of low-hanging fruits that we follow first. And then looking at the biological side of things as well, because apart from nutrition and crop protection, the side of biologicals that we work on, it has a very clear climate benefit. So for example, we are using microbes that consume methane as a food source. So these methanotropes, as they are called, if you spray them on rice crops, they actually capture methane right at the source where it's being emitted. Similarly, we are using microbes, which is, almost all of us would have read it in our, schools, that which fix nitrogen directly from the air, right? So biofertilizers, but now in today's day and age, these biofertilizers or these microbes have become very powerful by the selection that has happened and been turned into commercial products. So being provided to farmers, because if you go to a farmer and say that please don't, please reduce the urea you are putting in the field so I can claim nitrogen oxide reduction credits, farmer is not going to follow it because it doesn't make economic logic for the farmer. But if you go with a solution, a product that a farmer can replace that synthetic chemical fertilizer with, and that's a more viable pathway towards. So that's what Grow Indigo is doing with practices on the carbon side and products on the biological. So moving from chemistry to biology is what our focus is.
And nothing on permanent removal yet?
Biochar, I think I mentioned. So biochar, where we are focused on are 2 main aspects of biochar. So, last month, 2 months back, we issued India's first decentralized closed loop biochar credits. So these are, and I always, so rather than open kin or Kontiki kind of projects, it's a closed loop system which converts crop residue into biochar. So decentralized high-tech system. Plus, how do you add value when adding biochar back to the soil? Because if you just add biochar to the soil, it's going to do net harm. It's going to suck up all the nutrients and starve the plant of the nutrients. So that is where our biologicals in-house biologicals we use to charge the biochar and provide it to the soil. So last 3 years we've been doing trials in different cropping systems, which actually help make a commercial product out of it.
Very nice. Yeah, that gives a good understanding of what they are doing. There are a lot of commonalities, a lot of differences in what they are doing. So now let me come to the next round. We still have 20 minutes before Q&A. And in the next round, I will ask all of you one by one 3 things, but you may not need to answer all 3 things. If it takes too long, just pick up one if you want, or if you want to tackle all 3, fine. First is the science and measurement part of whatever you're doing, which is very important, because unless it is, you can't see carbon being removed, right? So how do you really ensure for the market that whatever is being done has a science and measurement? So science and measurement, first question. Second is demand generation. What are the sources of demand? Voluntary market offset is the biggest source of demand today, but are there opportunities for compliance market? And are there opportunities for monetizing the product? That's also demand, what Umang just talked about, biochar with microbes, or Sid talked about. And the third question is on finance, where you are and how do you look at that as a challenge, and what are the ways of addressing finance. So maybe, Shantanu, if you don't mind, I can start with you all these 3 questions. And on the last question, also for the room, it might be useful to hear about the X Prize journey. Shantanu, his company is the winner of a $50 million X Prize, which was a global competition of 1,300 companies from 28 countries. So it's a matter of pride for all of us in this room, Kriya and India, that there's an Indian company which won this prize, which is across CDR pathways. Shantanu, over to you.
Thank you, Gustavo. Yeah, it's truly an honor, and thank you for that acknowledgement. I appreciate it. So I think the science and the MRV is probably the core of allowing for carbon removal to scale. Because if we don't do the science right, and if we essentially do a shoddy job at it, we are essentially selling trust, right? Somebody out there in the global north is buying something from some activity happening in the global south on the basis of trust that this is happening in the right way and the carbon is getting removed from the atmosphere. And the scientific nature of that to be proven and be durable with the right amount of permanence and to be such that it is measured and reliable is very, very important to the buyer, because the buyer is paying top dollar for it. So how we measure it and how we do the science has to be world class. And if we don't do that science at that level, if we do a shoddy job, the trust in this market will evaporate, and then the whole potential of this being a game changer for improving soils and improving farmholder lives is all gonna disappear. So, and all of these pathways, I mean, some of them are very easy. In case of direct air capture, which we didn't talk about on this forum today, you're essentially, the CO2 is captured and then is flowing through a valve. Then the valve can essentially measure the flow. So you've quantified the CO2 which was captured and put into the ground. So that's easy to measure. That can be very scientifically proven very quickly, very easily. However, the other pathways, there is different challenges in different pathways. In enhanced rock weathering, you're essentially making alkalinity, and that alkalinity goes and disperses itself into the water, and it is actually in ppm quantities. So for us to be able to measure that ppms of alkalinity generated, which is then spread into the water and goes into the ocean eventually, and say that this is the amount of alkalinity I've generated and then credit it, is complicated. And there is a lot of fundamental science and robustness in that science required to do that. And that's what we've been working on for the last 5 years, and still lots of work to do there. For other pathways, for example, biochar, which these guys might be able to mention more, is the permanence is the question. You can actually measure the amount of biochar you have, but then what is the permanence of it? And in different conditions, that permanence changes. You can't just say, okay, I've got this CH ratio and this is going to be the same everywhere. I mean, if you change the soil conditions, change the water conditions, change the biobacterial conditions, that biochar will have a different life, right? So all that has to be measured and then has to be properly certified. So that is the biggest challenge around carbon removal in general, that people think that a ton of carbon is a ton of carbon is a ton of carbon. It's not the same. It's the permanence and the durability and the scientific nature of it is different, and hence they have to be valued differently. And that's the reason there is a huge difference in prices today as well. That brings me to the second question, which you're talking about around the market and how the market is evolving. And do you want me to address all three questions right now? Because I'll be on a monologue. Okay. 3 minutes, okay. Yeah, maybe that might be better. I mean, I can pick it up if there's some pieces left. So why don't you talk about the markets?
So on the market itself, right, I'll explain it in a very, very colloquial sort of way, right? Think of it as a pyramid, right? A pyramid where on top of the pyramid there are solutions layering on what Shantanu said around permanence, durability, quality of a project, and supposed permanence. I use the word supposed because a lot of the projects still are not on the ground and are not sucking out carbon from the atmosphere. But these projects such as direct air capture, bioenergy, carbon capture, etc., they're sort of priced. These credits are priced north of $300, $400, right, per credit, just to give you a sense of what people in the global north are willing to pay. Like some people in the global north are willing to pay, and what I call it is this is the high-end luxury end of the market. It's almost like the Gucci, Balenciaga, where very few people around the world end up buying it, right? That's where the market's at today, and until and unless they find a way to like price themselves lower, they'll continue to be at that spectrum. Then there is solutions which are more engineered, started delivering relatively as permanent, like rock weathering or biochar, which are somewhere between the $100 to $300 price points, depending on where in the world, etc. So I would like to call them as the premium luxury end of the market. You could call it possibly like Zara equivalent, affordable premium they call it. I think most buyers or most compliance markets around the world are somewhere between $80 to $120, $130. So there will be a pathway for all of the solutions that we're working on to price themselves in the affordable premium segment, so to speak, right? So this is where I think there will be a lot of people on the demand side that will come, and that's why we moved upstream to target this segment, right? Yeah, I mean, in general, this is where we think a large part of the volume will end up being 5 to 7 years from now. And given we're in India, we think that because of the sheer amount of land that is available to us, all of us, if we do our jobs right, could be beneficiaries of this market growing, right? And then there is the third part, which is I don't know which brand to liken it to, but there's nature-based solutions which are priced between, let's say, $20 to $30 all the way up to about $50, $60 for a good quality project, right? You could call it the Uniqlo equivalent, which is, does the job, not priced too high, volumes are there, etc. And a lot of people tend to want to buy nature-based credits because it feels good to back nature, right? Let's not kid ourselves. And then the last part is, these traditional projects which are not as permanent, sort of like cook stoves or, other renewable projects whose additionality, quote unquote, has served its purpose because renewables today is on par. I mean, I call it like, okay, TK, you're buying it for compliance, so it's almost like your, max fashion equivalent in the category, right? Like you're buying it because it's compliance, you're not necessarily buying it because you care about the planet, right? And that's the spectrum of how I see the heterogeneity of this market across the value chain of additionality, permanence, durability. And I think each one of these carbon reduction or removal pathways will continue to have its time, right? Like, I don't think we are the right judges today to say, okay, TK, enhanced rock weathering is the only solution that will scale. I think each one of them have their own benefits. And, the value lies with the beholder, right? And they will figure out what exactly they want to back and who they want to back and what solution they want to back. And my personal view and why we have taken a portfolio approach is because we think all solutions need to exist. obviously in a credible scientific way, and that's what the market should stand for. And hopefully over a period of time, there needs to be some amount of, the standardization across the board. It's almost like if you look at commodities like steel or oil as well, right? Like unleaded versus, diesel got priced differently. In steel, SS304 got priced very differently from SS310. Every industry goes through its sort of phase of pricing an asset. And I view carbon as an asset of the present and the future, and each one of us will eventually find a baseline or at least a range through which we'll get priced, and most importantly, scientific rigor by which we will get priced as well. And that's how I look at the market. And
Good, thank you. I think we are in the last 15 minutes, minus the question answer time. So I think 2 questions got answered. The first one is science and second is market. Although in the market, we are still talking about voluntary market. So there is a role of both domestic compliance market like CCTS. In Japan, we have GTX, which is already included CDR. So that may be future, and Article 6, which is between countries. So those are also important ways of improving demand, I guess. But either on these 2 questions or on the last question, which is about finance, Arnav, I'll come to you later because you are in a unique business, a little different. Umang, any thoughts on either science or market, and particularly finance?
Sure. I think I can speak at the intersection of science and finance. So as it's been mentioned that carbon is a data product. So and the value of carbon is proportional to the accuracy of data behind it, and accuracy is costly, right? So when you do science, I talk about soil carbon. Now, soil carbon, you can use, remote sensing and new age devices with reflectant devices, sensor-based approaches. But truth be told, the gold standard is still going on the field, taking the soil carbon sample, sending it to a lab, and just burning it, combusting it, and capturing all the carbon and measuring the total carbon in the soil, right? So the method with which you do it, be it taking the density of soil as well as getting the lab data on soil carbon, it remains expensive and tedious, and at least in the near term, that's how it's going to be in agricultural fields, right? Maybe different in grassland and prairie kind of projects, but in agriculture fields, it's going to be there right now. But some of the emerging challenges, and given we are in in IIT Delhi in academic setting, I think some of the emerging challenges that are there are when different pathways converge and we stack solutions, right? So for example, we apply biochar on the same field which is doing regenerative practices to increase soil carbon through practices. How do you discriminate between the two, right? So today methodologies do not allow, so a soil carbon methodology like VM42 does not allow putting biochar in the same field. But if biochar fertilizer is sold in open market and the farmer chooses to apply it in that same field, you've destroyed a soil carbon program. So how do you do that, right? And by adding biochar, you're adding a ton of carbon in, as I think Siddhant mentioned, that 0.5 or less % of soil carbon that you have. It's like measuring gold on a weighing scale in which you weigh yourself. So discriminating that becomes challenging. So from a finance perspective, accuracy comes costly, and therefore you need that economies of scale, proper applying science to bring down those costs, using the right statistical methods, be it stratified random sampling, to represent your area such that your error is, because whatever error in your accuracy, you have to deduct it from your carbon claims. So I think we leverage science to just reduce our uncertainty, use the best of biogeochemical models, which there is always going to be, in our first report, the uncertainty, just to give you an example, was more than 30% by and large. And in the second iteration, after 3 years, we were able to get it below 20%, right? So that's the kind of high number of samples and the right sampling approach can get you.
Very good, thank you. Arnav, I come to you now. we heard about rock weathering, we heard about biochar, we heard about nature-based. You are doing something very different, which is, broadly speaking, although you're doing seaweed, but I will request you to show some light or throw some light on marine carbon dioxide removal using the ocean, which is in any way the largest carbon sink in the world, even today. How can that be utilized to address this 10 gigaton problem? What are the different pathways of MCDR, even though you are doing one of them, but give an overview. And where we are, I mean, I think this is one level behind, maybe, or two levels behind in terms of TRL and market readiness. So what needs to be done to push MCDR in the country?
Yeah, for sure. So the way I'll structure this is that I will kind of talk broadly about the various MCDR pathways. What's the low-hanging fruit? What is kind of like, early TRL? And then talk about how do you actually finance them, and crucially what role does productizing the benefits of your CDR actually play in this. What I mean by that last point is that take our company, for example. We're growing seaweed. We sequester some carbon as a consequence of that, and we also pull it out of the short carbon cycle like growing anything else. We also can use our seaweed, and we're working on using it for bioremediation, so avoiding emissions from other aquaculture. The thing is, are those carbon credits that would come in from those processes, or even expanding it broadly to say biodiversity credits, nitrogen removal credits, all of that, are those ecosystem services going to be enough to sustain these kinds of operations? The short answer is no. I'll get into why later, and then how do you actually build something that is financially sustainable there. But just taking a step back, marine CDR broadly means using the ocean to remove CO2 from the atmosphere and sequester it away for a very long time. And the ocean, as Asadawa just said, is the world's biggest carbon sink. Not just because it has all of the surface area, like you have a lot of CO2 dissolving in it, and also because the volume is like tremendous, but also once you start going deeper into the ocean, you have all of your carbon like mineralizing and then like going deeper in, or fueling phytoplankton growth, which then die and then kind of like sink down. Once it gets into the deep ocean, it actually ends up being sequestered away for a long time. You don't have your mixing cycles and your overall physical cycles there just work on much longer timescales than what we as humans are accustomed to. So that's why marine CDR is so important. Getting a bit away from the deep ocean closer to land is where you find the opportunities for low-hanging fruit in marine carbon dioxide removal. What do I mean by the low-hanging fruit? I mean protecting your existing ecosystems that naturally act as carbon sinks. So Sid earlier talked about a mangrove restoration project. Mangroves are at the intertidal zone, right where the ocean meets land. So they're one of the most important sources of marine CDR, or as it's also known, blue carbon. Why is that? Mangroves, take a while to grow. They have all of these soils that contain a lot of carbon sediment, and they crucially don't allow it to get released back out into the atmosphere easily. However, restoring a mangrove habitat, as Sid can probably attest to, takes a lot of time because mangroves are relatively slow growing. So the low-hanging fruit there is actually protecting existing mangrove habitats, expanding them, getting them denser, and then kind of working with communities that rely on them for their livelihood to understand the incentive that comes from protecting that habitat and providing livelihoods that are sustained by it. So aquaculture plays a big role in that. Second, going a little bit further offshore now, let's talk about seagrasses and seaweeds. Both are very different. Seagrasses are more closely related to flowering plants. Seaweeds are more closely related to the blue-green algae you'll find in a pond or something like that. Seagrasses are really critical. They cover about 0.2% of the ocean floor, but account for something like almost a fifth or a quarter of all of the durable carbon dioxide reserves in the ocean. So mapping out and protecting seagrass meadows is the other low-hanging fruit. It's a problem that has been solved to an extent in parts of the Caribbean and even in India, in Tamil Nadu, around the Gulf of Mannar area. However, the full extent of our seagrass resource domestically and even globally is not fully known. And that's something that is relatively low-hanging, because what it comes down to is tracking it, cordoning it off, and being very clear on what activities are allowed there and what aren't. Seagrass meadows also end up being really important for fishing communities. So this becomes another way to actually involve ground level communities in long-term carbon dioxide removal. Seaweed, seaweed is actually another very critical source of marine carbon dioxide removal and relatively low-hanging fruit. Seaweed aquaculture has a long history mainly in East and Southeast Asia, though it's now expanding all over the world as well. And in addition to that, natural seaweed forests or seaweed beds. I showed a couple of videos earlier, one's taken in Maharashtra, the other's taken in California. They end up being not only sequestering carbon directly, but also end up being critical habitats for fish, for crustaceans, for shellfish, and corals as well, and so on. So they end up being real biodiversity hotspots that bring in all of these other positive externalities. Finally, the other benefit with seaweed is that you end up sequestering a lot of dissolved nitrates and phosphates. Now, why is that important? For two reasons. One is it prevents the spread of harmful algae blooms that can, again, cause cascading ecosystem impacts. They also end up enhancing ocean alkalinity locally, which is great for the growth of crustaceans and other things. So all of these co-benefits are there. More than that, though, seaweeds are also a great source of nutrients and bioactives that are great for making plants grow. So, we've talked a little bit about the lack of soil organic carbon, the overuse of chemical fertilizers, things like that. Seaweeds end up making a pretty great feedstock for biostimulants and biofertilizers. And part of the reason is that they're able to suck up all of these dissolved nitrates and phosphates, which ultimately come from runoff from land. So that's kind of like the low-hanging fruit of marine CDR. You've got all of these ecosystems that are great carbon sinks on their own. You work on mapping them out, measuring them regularly, and then protecting them. Beyond that, there's other engineered opportunities, such as ocean alkalinity enhancement, as well as spreading macroalgae farming generally with a focus on CO2 sequestration or ecosystem services. Ocean alkalinity enhancement basically means pumping seawater through a reactor that effectively increases the alkalinity. Higher alkalinity means when it goes back in, it'll absorb more CO2. It'll end up absorbing more CO2. That's kind of the gist of it. Still at a relatively early stage, but but that's the kind of like the next step in this, leveraging the ocean's own kind of carbon sink capabilities. So that's kind of broadly what the marine CDR landscape looks like. Getting a little bit deeper over here, I think.
Keep it in 1 minute because we're.
Sure, yeah.
Sorry.
So getting a little bit deeper over here, there's two major problems that come up. One is that measuring anything in the ocean or doing anything in the ocean is 10 times more difficult than on land, because salt water likes to eat everything. And by that I mean, like a lot of your instruments get corroded, stuff like that, so you need to plan for that. You need to plan for extreme weather and so on and so forth. So MRV and having really robust science behind the MRV becomes really critical. As part of that, you also want to redesign, you also want to like make sure you're designing your, say, aquaculture systems in a way that allows for MRV. You want to make sure you have the right tools for that, and you want to make sure that whatever credits you generate as a result reflect the ultimate end use of what you're growing, or whatever pathway, whatever MCDR pathway you're using as well. That gets me to the kind of like last point over here, which is that when it comes down to it, restoring or expanding coastal ecosystems is still expensive as of now. It's low-hanging fruit in the sense that the problem, how to do it, is solved, but really doing it on a sustained basis does take resources. So how do you make that happen? Well, going into this space, it has to be very clear to anyone who's building that CO2, durable CO2 removal ecosystem services are great co-benefits of doing this particular activity, but your focus has to be on building a commercial business where whatever you're generating ends up being the main product. So in the seaweed space, what that means for us and for other seaweed farmers around the world is that you want to grow seaweed, but you need to be able to like turn the seaweed itself into a commercially viable product, and measure the co-benefits and reap that as a side revenue stream. Otherwise, the economics don't work out. It's similar in other carbon dioxide removal pathways, but because doing anything in the ocean or working with seawater is so much more difficult, because for the reasons I highlighted there, it doesn't really become cost effective ever to simply say that I'm going to just grow seaweed or restore seagrass meadows and bank on carbon credits to finance that. You definitely need co-benefits with it as well.
Thank you very much. I think 1 hour is too short a time to talk about so many technologies, but I really enjoyed the panel discussion. It was a lot of bonhomie too, between all of you, one person passing on another question to another person, which is what we should be as an industry. So now, I've been told we have, whatever, 5-10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, Ruchira, because 2-3 questions would be very welcome, unless all of you say that we are more hungry than knowing what is CDR. Yeah, somebody has to give you a mic to this lady. And who's next? You were next, okay. You already asked a question, but anyway. Yeah. Please introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Sure. I'm Sharda. I work with an organization called Oxy Harvest. But my question is not related to that. And my question is directed at Siddhant. You mentioned that India's soil organic carbon levels are around 0.3, right? So are you also, in places where there's regenerative farming taking place, are you also looking at avascular mycorrhizal fungi deployment?
Right now I think we're definitely looking at what else can go with the kinds of offerings that we have with biochar, right? And quite honestly, we've not gotten to that yet. Where we're at is trying to see if there are other basic ingredients that can be used to charge the biochar first, because eventually we need to be sensitive on how much we could charge the farmer as well. And the price per ton or price per kilo, and the way we want to go about, and as an industry we're incentivized to put more biochar today rather than concentrates of biochar. So eventually the way we would want to innovate on this is first see if we could use more basic ingredients, whether it is vermicompost, mushroom compost, etc. Try to build adoption through that, because this is natural to the farmer, and then eventually get into to a lot of the microbial stuff and the fungi stuff that you just mentioned.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe just add to it. So
yeah, please.
Grow Indigo is working on mycorrhiza. We do have a very advanced production facility for mycorrhiza as well. Our product is called Grow Rhiza, and it's an excellent biological solution for carbon sequestration actually, because what it does is these are beneficial microbes, fungi basically, that helps roots expand and plant. The more expansive the rhizosphere, the root zone, the more nutrients efficiently it can extract, and also sort of because roots expand and then they become soil carbon. So because you're expanding the growth of roots, you're actually fixing soil carbon. So excellent medium, and we're using that in a way to experiment with charging the biochar with that, because biochar then provides sort of a house for those fungi, and then further boosts the rate of soil carbon sequestration.
Correct. So
you had a question?
I'm really fascinated about. I would love to.
Happy to chat.
Please, over lunch, introduce yourself and quick question.
Yeah, my name is Uday. My company name is Biochar Byte. We are working in Maharashtra with the smallholder farmers for biochar. My question is to Shantanu. As Umang has mentioned about the conflict of usage of regenerative agriculture, and you cannot use the other materials, so that you can't claim the carbon credits. So is it similarly ERW also compete with biochar mixing the same soil, because you are anyway spreading the powder on the ground? Then will spreading the biochar on the same ground, will it really create a conflict in terms of claiming the carbon credits?
Yeah, so the science for that is still being developed, to tell you the truth. I mean, the pathways for biochar's carbon removal and enhanced rock weathering's carbon removal are different. I mean, one is generating alkalinity, the other is actually solid inertinite sitting in the ground. So conceptually that shouldn't conflict, but there is a scientific basis as well, saying because the biochar provides a large number of sites for ions and bacteria to sit on, the ions which are generated through enhanced rock weathering could go and sit on the biochar. So you've essentially created, at the end you want that alkalinity and the ions along with it to go and sit in the ocean, because that's where the permanence will happen. If they go and get sucked into the biochar, then you have a problem where it's essentially trapped there for a longer period. Eventually, obviously, once you have filled up the sites of the biochar, it will actually get released, but you are creating that competing pathway. So The whole enhanced rock weathering along with biochar is something which is being studied by us. We have been doing trials for 2 years. We've got a bunch of data still. We're learning more. And I wouldn't say the jury is concluded yet. The jury is still out to really figure out whether it's going to be beneficial to do it together or we should always keep it separate. So right now for today's science, and I can tell that for globally because we look at it everything, keep it separate. Don't put it in the same field.
No, I hope it's a complement to each other rather than competing. Otherwise, it's a problem, right?
Yeah.
Same industry.
So these two are, biochar and rock weathering are courting each other right now. So they are yet to get married. So let's hope that's where it goes. Any last third question? Because I have been told time's up. Yeah, Sanjay.
Okay, so the last question. Why do we care about permanence in the way that it's currently being defined by markets? And the reason is that nature solutions inherently are not permanent for a variety of reasons which we all know. So instead of focusing on permanence and trying to get the maximum price for permanence in carbon markets, there are other solutions that you could incorporate. Like somebody mentioned a portfolio solution, but in reality what you care about is the accumulated carbon stored and the baseline that you can measure as it relates to whatever your baseline technique is. So whether you mix biochar with enhanced rock weathering, it's irrelevant at the end of the day because you look at the cumulative carbon store. And if you're only calibrating the total carbon store, you don't really care what the suppliers of that or the sources of that were, and you care about the uncertainty. So the extent to which you have uncertainty in ERW or uncertainty in biochar, you put that as a combination, come up with some stress tests and come up with an overall uncertainty factor that gives you a reserve mechanism. So why are we concerned so much about pushing permanence and not letting the registries actually understand this because they don't understand this?
So I think, so your point is absolutely right. The challenge for our species is that we are essentially needing to reduce carbon from the air and we need to do it quickly, and in the next 50 years are the most important ones, and after that our survival will depend. So the easiest and the simplest way is NBS. As a reason, NBS is 99% of the market. However, the challenge with NBS is that, let's say you have a big massive forest which you've seeded, and now temperature spiked and everything went dry, and then there is a massive forest fire. There is no power on the planet, and human created power which will stop that forest fire. We saw that the whole Malibu got burned down with the richest people still looking at their houses and getting burned down with all the systems and fire, everything there, right? So when nature wants to act, it acts like that. So what we need is essentially solutions that not in 2045 suddenly all the NBS forests burned down and we are like sitting, oh, we invested 50 gigatons of these forests and now they're burned down to the ground and we are back to square one. So we need all the solutions. As some of my other panelists have said, that we need everything. And the problem is big enough that we need to have all the solutions. And all the solutions need to be cheap enough as well at the same time. So permanence matters because you need to pay growing a tree is the easiest. Put the seed in the ground, it will grow automatically. There's no cost, right? It's very easy. Some of the MRV has some cost. So let's just do that. That's the easiest way to do it. Or grow some seaweed, right? Easy. So what we need is essentially a pathway for allowing those more permanent, more difficult pathways to come down the cost curve at scale. If we don't do that, then today we are saying, oh, this is the mix, let's just skew extremely highly towards the nature-based ones and let's ignore the more permanent ones. But if we invest in the permanent ones, 10 years from now, the permanent one will be the same price as the nature-based ones. And then you have a very good mix of risk reduction that you have suddenly got a biochar and enhanced rock weathering at $70 a ton. And you've got NBS at $50 a ton because now all the easy land is gone, or $55 a ton. And you're at the same time doing both of them. So all of them have to be done at scale so that we do enough risk reduction. And permanence matters because some of these are more risky than others. And we have to do a portfolio approach because we've got only one planet. We can't just bet on it. So that would be my answer. Maybe I addressed it or not, but we can discuss it later on.
I'll add just one quick thing over here. So I think Shantanu is absolutely right that you want a portfolio approach of different solutions, right? And also when we talk about nature-based solutions, we're not just talking about planting trees. We're talking about protecting entire ecosystems that have accumulated that carbon over a really long time. And working simply with nature means that unless you're able to scale up really quickly, you're not going to be able to grow a new forest that has the same benefits as an old growth forest. Or grow enough, or basically do something like that easily. What you really want to do is you also want to make sure that CO2 sequestration various other various other ecosystem services become byproducts or positive externalities of economic activity that is going to happen anyway. Aquaculture is a great example of this, right? So shrimp farming, for example, has really took over in Indonesia a while ago. It took over in India, particularly in the East Coast in Andhra, about a couple of decades ago as well. And now India is one of the largest shrimp exporters in the world. Farming shrimp sounds highly sustainable on paper. The reality was that a lot of the places that became shrimp farming hotspots ended up deforesting a lot of mangroves to build these shrimp ponds. The accumulated effect of that has been that, one, you lost some carbon sinks, but two, you also have all of these shrimp ponds that are now spent because you have all of this, like excess feed, shrimp waste, whatever accumulating there, and has made it unviable. So now you have a double conundrum. You need to create livelihoods for people in these coastal communities, but you also need to work on CO2 sequestration. You can try to restore mangroves to an extent, but that takes time as well. So you do a portfolio thing. You protect the mangroves where they are, you expand them where you can, and where you have like a bunch of shrimp farms, you start looking at integrating, say, seaweed farming into that, because that cleans up the water around there. It does pull carbon out of into the short carbon cycle, and you end up having like a feedstock that is carbon neutral, can be recirculated into shrimp feed, and used for a bunch of other things as well. So yeah, at the end of the day, important to work on all of the above, but also important to have a North Star where carbon removal becomes a positive externality of economic activity as opposed to carbon emissions.
Yeah, that's a very good note to end the discussion, and all good things come to an end, so this has come to an end. So Ruchira, are you around to close this, or do I have to do anything?
Thank you, panelists, for providing us a very comprehensive picture of the carbon markets in India. So, and also thank you to Ashita Hussain to, moderate this panel so effectively. We will now break for lunch, and before we are breaking, we'll announce few things. So our next investor panel will start at 2 sharp, and for the startup stories, I think we will be displaying a slide over here. So there will be some email IDs, so you need to send your PPTs to those. And also I'll request the panel to gather around here so that we can have a quick photo session. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. We will start with our post-lunch session, which is the investor panel. I would like to welcome our panelists for this session to join the auditorium. Hearst Single Partner Prosper ETE, Nikhil Agarwal MD FIT IIT Delhi, Ruchira Shukla Founder CEO Green Marvel VC, Shailesh Vikram Singh Founder Climate Angels Funds, and Shiva Shankar Partner Ankur Capital. And to moderate this panel will have Abhishek Mittal, Partner Avishkar Capital. I would request all of you to please come to the stadium as we'll be starting. Investor panel, I'd request you to kindly come to the auditorium as we'll be starting the event. Guests are also requested to come to the auditorium. Hi everyone. We'll be starting our post-lunch session, and panelists and guests, all of you are requested to please come to the auditorium so that we can start with the investor panel. I would request the panelists Harsh Singhal, Nikhil Agarwal, Ruchira Shukla, Shailesh Vikram Singh, and Shivas Shankar to kindly come to the auditorium. Panelists are already here, so we'll be starting with our post-lunch event. Guests are requested to please come to the auditorium. We'll be starting in a minute.
Virtually joining from the screen outdoors while they finish their coffee. But people are...
They will all come in. Let's see. Discussion is started. Projection is started. Projecting now? Now it's running. Projection bahar ja raha hai.
Welcome back, everyone. With the same energy that we started, we will now move on to our next panel discussion, From Science to Scale, Investing in Climate Innovation. This panel will bring across AngelWorks venture capital and institutional investing to explore how the climate science become investable business. The session traces the journey from the lab research and IP creation to early capital, institutional VC and LP markets. The panelists will unpack where the capital gap persists, what makes science-led venture scalable, and how investors evaluate risk and returns in climate innovation. We will also examine governance, commercial readiness, and the alignment required between scientists, operators, and investors. The discussion aims to offer practical insights into building durable climate ventures that can attract, sustain large capital. In this session, let me quickly invite this stage. They are already in the stage, so I'll just start with introducing them. In our panel, we have Harsh Singhal, partner Prosper ETE, Nikhil Agarwal, MD Fit IIT Delhi, Ruchira Shukla, founder CEO Green Marble VC. I think we don't have Shailesh with us, but I'll still introduce him. Shailesh Vikram Singh, founder Climate Angel Funds, and Shiva Shankar, partner Ankur Capital. And to take this session forward, I would hand over the whole session to Abhishek Mittal, partner Avishkar Capital. Over to you, Abhishek.
Thanks, Ruchira. So I have kind of this moderator's curse, right? So post-lunch panel, right? Essentially getting people to come in to cut short their lunch. Meet the time. I'm running his timeline. I have a flight to catch also later. And I have really interactually firepower-led panel, where, so the best thing I can do is, I keep my mouth shut and keep my chattering to a minimum and let these guys introduce themselves. Why don't we start with Nikhil, because he's at the core of, where we're doing that, and then we can go around the table. Nikhil, introduce yourself.
So, absolutely right, Abhishek. I am delighted to speak after the lunch. The reason is because you're all sleeping. And we can tell the Stolle story and we can discuss among ourselves. So, whatever we say, speak correctly. But jokes apart, welcome first of all to IIT Delhi and welcome to RNI Park. So, I have a privilege of running this building and we are hosted here. This is a specialized building. I'll do a little bit of marketing, Professor Somnath, if you allow me. Since we are here, so we have, it's a unique building in IIT Delhi where we have close to 120 startups working from here, and 50% of building is meant for startups and 50% is meant for corporate. So any of you who are here and looking for partnership with IIT Delhi, with FITT or with our startups, you are more than welcome. So that's what I do. I am also responsible for technology transfer and intellectual property. So we IIT Delhi files close to 200 plus patents a year, 20-30 technology transfer, and dozens of industry, and I would say multiple dozens of industry partnerships that we enter. So my department plays a very vital role in that.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Harsh, partner at Prosperity. We are a climate-focused fund investing in growth stage companies. Before this, have been investing in this space for the last 15 years at my previous organization, a Canadian pension fund, CDPQ, and before that with International Finance Corporation. Very glad to be here and looking forward to all the conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, can you all hear me? Yeah. Very, very delighted to be here. It's a campus I'm very, very fond of because I was at IIT 30 years ago. I'm batch of 1994 chemical engineer at a time when in my class there were only 11 girls. So this campus holds a very, very special place in my heart. And over the years after IIT, I went on to become a management consultant. I did my MBA and then consulting, went on to be in New York and London doing strategy consulting, private equity, investment banking, and then got back to India and then did about 12 years of tech investing across South Asia. I now run a climate fund called Green Marble that focuses on engineering innovations for climate. So very much focused on pushing the envelope on new engineering, new science-based innovations that can solve for climate mitigation, resilience, and adaptation. Glad to be here.
Hi guys, Shiva Shankar here from Ankur Capital. I've been with the fund for about 9 years now and investing in Indian startups for most of the last 15, 16 years. I've been working professionally. As a fund, what we do is we're a generalist early stage equity fund that has inherently, just from a opportunity perspective, what we see in India, invested 2/3 of the capital we've deployed in digital and deep tech startups that are taking on climate challenges, be it on verticals like agriculture, energy, climate resilience. So fairly broad in what we've invested in this space. So excited to be here.
Thanks, everyone. So before we do it, I just want to take a quick poll. Can you have a show of hands? How many of us are actually entrepreneurs? Okay. Okay, that's great. So I'm the only, essentially, keeping you away from the capital. How many of us are, people from the academia? Any fund managers in the room? Oh, okay, there are quite a few. Okay, so don't worry, I'll take care of my brethren. So there'll be a couple of questions for the managers as well. So, to get the ball going, so I just want to, so India is at a very interesting inflection point, right? I think recently we're the 4th largest economy now. Nominal, we went past Japan in terms of nominal GDP. We expected to become 3rd largest before the end of the decade. The challenge still remains is that we are probably have the lowest spend of percentage of GDP in terms of R&D. It's 0.7%. Compare that to a China which is 2.4, and US which is 3. Even smaller economies such as Israel and South Korea spend more than 4%. So despite that, it's not that there is a lack of volume, scientific volume that we produce, right? I was reading interesting data that IIT Delhi until now has 63,000 scientific periodicals that have, so it's not for lack of volume, and I doubt it's because of lack of quality. what is that it's not leading from this research to lead to commercial output? And one thing which I keep hearing is that, bulk of our spend on GDP is largely coming from government institutions and academia, and the corporates have kind of left behind. Government has done a great job launching this, RDI fund, a 10,000 crore initiative, which will invest in deep tech innovation-based institutes, and which essentially brings institutions like IITs to the fore. So this is a panel where we really want to understand how do we get India from being essentially a consumer of innovation to creator of innovation. And I couldn't have been blessed with a better panel. So let me start with Nikhil. What role does FITT, essentially, how is FITT structured? And, what makes first of all, are you only essentially looking at innovations or research coming out of IIT? And what makes a research output eligible to be part of FITT so that, and what kind of support does FITT provide?
Thanks a lot. I think it's a pertinent.
It sounds like it's not.
It's working now. Yeah, so it's a pertinent question. So you talked about the 1 lakh crore RDI fund, ANRF grant, which is 50,000 crore. So there is enough push in the government which is going in. Now, first of all, before I come to IIT, I'll tell you the change in the government policies. So government was certainly putting the money in the research ecosystem for a long time. But the last 3-4 years, one of the major change in the government policies is that every 100 rupee going in terms of research, anything between 30 to 50 is committed, has to be committed for technology commercialization, which is considered to be startup. So as a part of, for example, if there is a grant coming in for quantum computing, 400 crores has come to IIT, and 30% of money is meant to be given to startup for tech commercialization. The rest money is also oriented towards you are asked to submit projects. Professors have been asked to submit the projects which has a commercialization angle. It should not be a pure play fundamental research that is encouraged but not the part of every scheme. So that's a key change which is happening. The another shift which IITs have done is, I would say, in fact, the education institution across the country is done. It was considered to be a sin by professors to make money, which is entails called he should not be engaged in the commercial activity, which is startups. Now that sin is not there anymore. In fact, IIT Delhi is one of the first institutions to encourage professors to start their own startups. And you'll be delighted to know there are more than 185 faculty members today. They are engaged directly or indirectly with the startups, out of which 50 of them have their own enterprises, their own startups. Today I am receiving more number of faculty members who are willing to do a startup. In fact, there is a competition. We recently announced a faculty investment fund where we are saying that, okay, FITT will put in the 50 lakhs as a first check if you are thinking of commercialization of your entity. And we just send a email to all the faculty members, and to our surprise, even to our director's surprise, we get 37 applications. And we were having enough money to support 4 or 5 of them. So that way, we are getting a like 1:10 ratio, even the faculty members. That kind of competition exists. Earlier, that was not there. So there's a welcome change. Now, the gap that exists is certainly is the patient capital, because the venture industry also don't understand the nuances of research. And I will certainly put all of you in the spotlight. The venture industry is oriented towards servicing their LPs. The LP says, okay, 7 years to 10 years, you have to provide me the fund, but the professor-led startup or science-based startup says, hey, I need 4 or 5 years from reaching the TRL 4 to TRL 8, at least to put some more money into my scientific research, and then this research I can commercialize to a level. So that's another challenge we face. So how do we create that mechanism? So one of the questions which I would in fact throw back to you is, how do we create a mechanism so that there has to be a 2 part of this activity or investment. One part is you improve your product to a certain level. Second part is you commercialize that product. So that kind of patience is there among the industry, and can we create a mechanism which is little bit different than what the current structure is? That's one. Second, the challenge comes in that there is a low appetite for deep tech consumption in India. That's another real challenge. Like everybody is talking about deep tech. Today morning there was 2 senior folks from IIT startups. There is a pan IIT activity called IITstartup.org where they pick up 30-40 startups every 6 months and they nurture them. So one of the gentlemen who is 84 graduate, he said, last week I asked a question to someone that what is the meaning of deep tech? So what is the meaning of a deep tech? Actual meaning of deep tech, so the real deep tech is science-based innovation. The consumption of real deep tech, I believe, and I may be wrong, that is low in India. So how do you create a mechanism so that you are able to see or have an engagement with the global buyers? Global buyers still don't trust the Indian science. They don't trust the Indian innovation. They trust the Indian talent, but not the innovation. That's a different thing. So that bridging of the gap, like trust-based, that's another. So same Indian person will do a innovation in MIT. He is well lauded. But the gentleman who comes back and say after MIT stint, he comes back to IIT and say I'm continuing the innovation. The same innovation changes the shape, changes or trust level. So how do you create that trust level? That's another key challenge. And the third challenge is getting a talent. Deep science need a longer gestation period for the talent to also do. So we are looking at less number of people who are coming for a PhDs or investing in science for longer period of time, because so today anybody can speak artificial intelligence in a proper correct English, he will get a job. So how do you get high quality researchers to work on AI or on such kind of sciences for longer period of time? So there are 3-4 challenges we face, but I think the whole climate is changing. The government is positive about it. Institutions have changed, and I'm glad that my investors are also listening to us. So.
Okay, so you mentioned climate change. So climate is changing for the good, but the climate is also changing for the bad. So Shailesh, I'll just jump at you and welcome. Thanks for joining us. Take a minute quickly, if you can introduce what Climate Angels does, and I'll just put you on the spot. What makes an academia-led startup investable from an angel's perspective?
I heard a little bit of it. So I'm Shailesh here. I run Climate Angels. We invest only in climate tech, and we are doing this for the last 5-6 years. We have done 22 startups so far, 23 in fact now, and we are doing pretty okay. I think around 25% IRR kind of thing. We have got 10x kind of a lucky ones. I think I think a lot of confusion, a lot of talk on the deep tech and academia like this. So I will give you a very different question, different perspective, right? So I think
not everybody can ask questions. Only I can ask questions. I just want.
So I think we all heard of switch reluctance motors, right? SRM motors. SRM motors is pretty hot. There's a guy called Mr. Desai. He set up a company in US called Turntide Motors, which has raised $300 million in last 10 odd years. So, when SRM motor got the first patent, it was 1838, right? 1838 it got the first patent. And now, fast forward, in 2015 it was getting some traction. So the path is very long. And so like say, I just invested in a company which is making air conditioning. The idea is 50% cheaper consumption. What's the technology? 30-year-old. So anybody who thinks that the lab will go and the investor will happen and things will happen, that doesn't happen, right? So we have to understand that there's a huge path. There's easily 50, 60 or 100-year path. Look at first EV charging. When did it happen? When was the first EV car came in the world? Any guesses?
Before the IC engines, right?
Yeah, it was 1800 something. Yeah. So again, anything which so why EV became hard? Because Elon Musk said, okay, I will take a very crazy bet. So Elon Musk took a $200 million bet in 2005 when nobody was even thinking of it. And he brought, that time the cost of per kilowatt was $1,200 per kilowatt, right? Today is around $80 per kilowatt. The whole thing has happened because just one guy, one mad guy called Elon Musk, he did that, right? So the point is these technologies take a very longer time. So anytime where somebody thinks the lab is coming and we will invest, the answer is no, right? The investment only happens when there's a market is there. Otherwise, there are tons of technology which is being done. They are good in lab. They are good in lab to scale. But the point is there has to be demand. And second thing, I don't think there's an issue whether deep tech India need or not. India does need, like say we are invested in this air conditioning company. We are invested in a lot of, in battery companies, everything. The point is if you can make better, faster, cheaper, there's huge demand. And I think India needs more because we can't afford the level of money which the Western world has, right? So we need to have the same level of air conditioning, same level of transportation, same level of housing, with a better technology. So you need all those things, right? But the point is, I think the challenges here is the kind of money. But because a lot of times we think, okay, if 50 lakh rupee or 2 lakh rupee grant will do it. I think there's a, what you used to call this Hindi movie dialogue, liquid oxygen. It is neither dead nor either alive, right? So I think if you want to give somebody 50 lakh, don't even give it. Don't even bother it. It's just a waste of time for everybody, because everybody thinks they are doing something useful, but you're not doing anything. Coming back, so we invest in a deep tech, but the question is, we invest when the market is ready. If the market is ready, it doesn't matter, right? The market has to be there, the demand has to be there, and it should be able to change the game. I think given the times we are living, right, the temperature, the food, everything else, there's huge demand. You need better kind of quality of food, you need better quality of transportation, so of course demand is there. But the issue is whether the lab kind is there or not, whether they're being, and then is there sufficient capital. I think patient capital is also misunderstood here. See, the point is no VC like a fixed income guy hold to maturity. Like say, I invested in a company in 2020, okay, they are doing around 20 lakh rupee revenue. Now they are doing close to 30 crore rupee revenue. Their IPO might happen 7 years later, but I am selling probably tomorrow, right? So if the asset is growing, there are multiple secondary space keep on happening. No investor hold to the IPO, right? Investors keep on changing. The investors which are cap table on day one are not there on the IPO. Very rarely they are there, right? So I think issue is whether you can create a large, profitable, growing company. There's enough things there. If you can't, then everything is poetry.
No, fair enough, Shailesh. So you answered and didn't answer my question to extent. So Siva, I'll ask you that question. What level of commercial validation are we talking about when an Ankur will get into investment? And see if you can, include, ventures which are coming from an incubator such as FITT.
Yeah, so I'll talk through, we've invested in companies that literally came out of a lab. The specific one I'm thinking of was IIT Kanpur's lab, not this one. But just taking the example of some that we've looked at as a theme as well, I think both of them are right. And it's just a question of the nuance that is there on kind of the edges of both cases. I don't think a venture fund can incubate from the actual inception because the timelines can be very unclear. And putting an expectation that 5 years you need to fully liquidate or liquidate enough for a significant investor to get out is putting a burden on that company that could not be actually managed. And capital isn't really the constraint to unlock. There's a lot of other constraints to unlock at that early stage, which get solved by being in a top tier institution and doing your research. Here, IIT Kanpur, one of the other top tier institutes, saying you are actually in a place where the other facility and the advice you can get from a technical perspective gives you a very strong foundation. You're being able to access advisors who have looked at the domain that you're in and say, here's how there are brick walls you will get. Here's software, the soft limits that had actually come up here from prior research. So maybe these are some things that now change because you can actually iterate on these research models. So if you're in an area which is being able to provide you that external support, capital maybe being one of them, but it's more about giving you the other infrastructure and advice to be able to move on the commercialization path. I think that's critical. When it comes to how we would look at startups, I'll take an example of one theme of things that we see. We see very good companies looking at diagnostic tools built out and have proven a certain level of the concept out of academic settings fairly often. We haven't been able to make those investments for the reasons actually there as a cross-section of saying, you've gotten actually beyond a TRL or technology readiness level for this product for TB. Not a very deep market to say how actually you're going to revamp the diagnostic structure for TB. It's a government process of how that plays out, and you're not going to disrupt that value chain. It's not that there's a big global market of other regions you're going to tap. So fine, I'm looking at saying you have this product which is at a mature TRL, but for the larger markets I'm looking at, which is where the market analysis comes in, where is your maturity level for that part of the product that's addressing it? So now I'll just tie it back with the other example of a company we did invest in. It was clear they were working on a zinc-based battery chemistry. We said stationary energy applications, this is 2021. It's clear there's no demand for it today. It's clear that demand is coming, solar is coming. You cannot actually use this at the times that solar is being generated. Battery storage will become a big thing. And these guys have proven out, as we validated with other people who have worked in these themes and energy storage globally, crossed thresholds that had not been seen. So clearly you're saying globally this is a best-in-class technology, has only been shown on a lab bench right now, has not got to manufacturing capacity. We'll take it to manufacturing capacity with the money because that's the part that you have to test out now. And there's this big global market you will tap into as you get ready enough. So that can fit with the investment horizon from a VC perspective. But otherwise, coming in too early when the product wasn't clear could be a very dicey trajectory. So that's how I kind of tie together what both of them have said.
Thanks, Shiva. Coming to you, Ruchira, like at Series A and beyond, like you come at a much later stage, not much, but a later stage in the company's evolution. How do you see what kind of institutional readiness? I'm guessing by the time you come in, commercial and use is already established, but what kind of institutional readiness do you expect in a company which is coming from a lab, let's say?
So yeah, let me clarify. My work at IFC was A and beyond. What I'm doing at Green Marble is the entry point is pre-Series A. And what happens, and this is true for all VCs, right? If you want to write your check in Series A, you need to start talking to them in Seed Plus, right? Because you get that kind of duration to assess whether the dynamics of the founders, how they think about commercialization, how they think about organizational building, and you need that time, before your check can go in. Institutional readiness tends to be extremely weak, particularly in the technical space. And what I mean by that is, I found founders who are passionate about the tech, and that's what they should be, because that's their domain, but they don't think much about building a sales organization. They don't think much about hiring. They don't think much about financial management, governance mechanisms, ENS. Usually they'll just say ESG in one breath as if it was all one of the same things. So I think the role that VCs have by engaging early is to start building that organizational readiness brick by brick, even before your check goes in, because that's what will make it a stronger candidate for your investment and for the ecosystem investments. The other thing I strongly believe, picking up on those points, that deep tech is long and deep tech is hard, but deep tech also therefore requires collaboration amongst the investors, amongst the incubation centers, the labs, and so the whole ecosystem has to come together. There's a lot of, because only collectively will we be able to make these companies succeed. So we want VCs to work collaboratively. We're not working competing. We're all co-opting each other because several of them will be needed. And when I look at the startups that were successful in other realms, right? Like I was at the Shadowfax listing 2 weeks ago. I've been privileged to be part of the BlackBuck listing. These are all IFC portfolio companies that went from Series A to listing, right? What worked is extremely strong alignment amongst the investor group, between the investor group and the management team, and between the management team and the employees, everyone pulling in the same direction consistently for a 5 to 8 year period. That requires like-minded engagement. And so I think it's a lot about relationship building, building the organization together, and the VCs have to do the work. The job of the founder will be to get the tech working right. The rest of it we will all have to do collectively.
Before I come to you, Harsh, just one more follow-up question that you mentioned, your time with IFC, with Disrupt. Do you see climate as a distinct, like especially climate innovation, play out the similar life cycle the way disruptive technologies have played out in India? Because these are relatively, longer time to commercialization, more asset heavy as compared to a tech business. So do you see climate, the climate investing following the same phase, like the VC investing following earlier, 10 years ago?
So my answer lies in the choice I've made. I used to be a sector agnostic VC investor, South Asia wide. I've chosen climate and I've chosen India for a reason, right? I am convinced that this space will give better returns than any other sector has given in the past. And it's about the lens you take, right? A lot of people say, oh, climate is, you need CapEx, you need manufacturing. Has anyone done the math on how much money went into e-commerce? Right? Like, let's just pause and think about the companies you knew of that no longer exist, that were very well capitalized, right? The difference is where your money goes. The VC money in e-commerce went for customer acquisition. It went towards funding negative gross margins year after year after year. The money in a climate engineering product will go towards product iteration. It'll go towards setting up assembly lines, setting up those first pilot projects. It will go towards working capital. To me, those are all better uses of capital than just giving promotions, etc., and being gross margin negative. So I think the fundamental economics of engineering-led innovations for climate is more sound than has been for other sectors previously.
Thanks, Ruchira. So that brings me to Harsh, because you're raising and just about raised a climate fund. Do you see LPs buying the story, which, we are all passionate about climate, but are the LPs buying that story that, climate is an investable asset class beyond the people who are essentially driven to, I want to talk about people beyond IFC, the DFIs of the world, or the philanthropic institutions. Is commercial capital coming behind climate?
So I think, just focusing on climate, I would say, so let's first look at the broader level. What are we hearing, right? I think all of us, let's go 3-4 years ago, climate was at the front and center of all the newspaper headlines, and every corporate in the world was talking about climate. Fast forward 2025, Mr. Trump walks in and he says that climate is the bad word, right? And to the point that US is walking out of many of the commitments they have made on climate, and they signed off 150 global organizations or something like that a few weeks ago. So if you look at it that level, the answer should be that, wow, basically the climate funding is dead, right? That's what all of us must be thinking. But surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, actually the answer is no. And you'll be surprised that we are seeing a lot of interest from family offices, right? And it is so telling that a lot of family offices around the world are actually saying that, no, we want to invest in this space. And it's coming not only from the point of doing good, it's also going back to Ruchira's point that basically this is where money is to be made, right? So that is point number one. Point number two, I think why actually climate is still relevant or kind of makes money, or it's relevant for India. Ultimately, and this is what we feel strongly about, climate is not about climate. It's actually everything about what India needs. Why? Because we are a net energy importer, right? Climate actually brings that efficiency which will help us save on energy. We are so exposed to all of these problems in terms of climate risk, etc. So we need our economy to be resilient, and that's where the answer lies of resilience. If you see renewable energy, which is the biggest success story, everyone talks about climate. It has grown because ultimately the power prices went down. And that's what everyone is seeing through climate, that we will be able to bring down cost of services, we will be able to improve the, the predictability of services. And that's where, people are very excited. So at least the answer is yes.
Thanks, sir. This one is for you, Siva and Shailesh. So, you're at a stage where, you're looking for that commercialization, looking for that market. So how do you balance resources between, how much needs to now go into the continuing research and how much needs to go into that market making, trying to find building that sales team that Ruchira talked about? So is it, especially for businesses, once again, I keep bringing
we don't decide that. I think founders decide that. We just give them.
Do you let the founders decide that? But it's essentially.
So I think, see, it depends. So like say the company just talked about, so they are going to launch their product. So a lot of money is 100% is going to the product. So sometimes it takes the money. See, I think there are a lot of nuances about it. It's not a very straight answer. So like say, depend on the round. Sometimes some founders raise $10 million, $20 million. We are a very, very small check there, but a lot of money goes into just building a product. And it happens all the time. See, if you see, look at the VC world, right? VC world waves work into 10 to 15 years of scenarios. So climate or research is one right now, again, vogue. But like when we started, like say in 1980, with Cisco and this, then again hardware was there, right? So same thing that is happening. So people are building product. Once you build a product, then you build a marketing organization. So it depends. So I think I don't say, so it depends on the thing. So if the product is not ready, of course, whole money will go into the R&D, building a product. But we say we are going to R&D, probably no. Generally the point is products there, some nuances are fitted up, and that is there. But sometimes you do take a moonshot, whether it work or not work out, so those things are there. So I don't know whether I answered it or not.
No, you did. Sure.
So I think I echo Shailesh's view here. We're not pushing on saying this is what it is, but I'd say it varies, and I'll take the example not just from deep tech, but kind of a couple of other examples of climate startups that we've seen. So we have a climate startup that's in climate resilience, parametric insurance. There is a bit of productization of that product and what has to happen, but a lot of it is the productization has to be a co-built product there by saying, here's the market need of what is required for solar producers, here's what's required from dairy farmers, here's what will work as a distribution product in the value chain. So you're iterating the product from a co-build in how that works, because there's not fundamental kind of R&D really being done there. If I contrast that with a company that we've had, which is in a synthetic biology space, They knew here's a fundamental platform that we have to work on. It's, again, working in a lab. Here's what we think will be the first product that will go to market. This is 2019. They've gone, built out the first set of the line to go and have cosmetic applications and go into fish meal. What happens over the next set of the journey? COVID hits. The international buyers who they were hoping to actually get to visit and sign up the large contracts don't even come to India for the next year and a half. So you say, okay, these are some of the product opportunities. What are the other product opportunities? Because we've seen, we did push the R&D up to a point in this area. We've gotten it's now got a good enough yield to meet their requirements, but we can't really close these sales off. So you start focusing then the development on other aspects as well of saying, here's other business lines that are there, biostimulants, other applications by which this can have a strong value prop to a final consumer, which then get that traction, get that visibility from a market segment, and then the next round then gets refocused on this other segment. So there will be a dynamic change even for a tech startup, and hopefully there's enough applications, and if it's a big enough market that you are looking at, there should hopefully be enough pockets for you to say, maybe the first pocket I was expecting isn't really there, but I refocus then on this other segment and can use that to fuel my growth.
Okay. Just want to add there, like say the initial money, when you do seed, series, pre-seed, the maximum money goes into PMF, product market fit. And product market fit is not sales part. The point is if you build a product, whether the guy will recommend it or use it, that is it. So how much virality you can build on product uses, whether the person who's using is happy and delighted, or if there's a corporate buyer, whether they will repeat the order, whether they will give a paid order. So that's where the whole money goes, just to be the PMF, whether the product for the end user work or not. So with that time, that stage, we're not even worried about the sales organization at all. We are only focusing on whether it can create PMF or not. If the PMFs get created, it's done, otherwise the write-off. So that works.
Probably to Richard's point earlier, like this is not normally consumer tech for most of it. 80% of these are sitting B2B, so you can see if the guys you've added value to him or not.
So one of the things essentially is think that probably the market discovery and the willingness for the market to pay for the price is the question. Generally, technology, given that it's coming from an academic institution, at least the technology is vetted, right? The IP is. Does the IP have any, the question I'm asking, does IP have any value in India and can it be monetized? So that brings me to you, Ruchira and Harsh. See, eventually at scale you need to bring in other capital, not just equity, right? Deep tech investments which are not capex heavy, but have a strong IP value. Is there an ability in India today to raise capital, non-dilutive capital against IP?
So actually I'm going to make 3 points. One builds on the point they were making, right? Where they talked about application A not working out, application B not, may work out, the third one has to be tried. Believe it or not, that happens in every sector, okay? I talked about Blackbuck being an IFC portfolio company that got listed. The main business, when we went for our investment committee discussion at IFC, does not exist today, okay? I repeat, so that was the business on which my entire thesis was based, the decision was made. But we were not just saying, okay, we are backing this company because of this business. We were backing this company for its ability to build future product lines and a roadmap to scale beyond that one business segment. And that's what played out, which today went to the listing. So there's pattern recognition from a very different sector to this deep tech space where I'm looking at a motor company that's saying, look, I built my product for e-mobility, but I'm getting better traction in HVAC applications. And that's okay. That's what I'm betting, that the company will be, the founding team will be able to tweak applications and be able to make their product suitable for multiple sectors, and something that I didn't expect might actually be the one that grows, right? So that's the first point. You made the point about deep tech and non-dilutive capital. I think the fact that the gestation is longer is what is scaring everybody. But I think gestation being longer also means different forms of capital needs to come at different stages. There are academic grants at the very early stage. There are some foundations, etc., and IDEX kind of programs that come in after that. FIT has an investment fund that comes in after that. Angels come at the next stage. And then VCs and growth VCs, etc. But along that journey, because these companies are companies that actually have a solution that's B2B, what I've found is as early as a 10, 12 CR revenue, they get EBITDA positive, which was never true for other sectors that India has seen in the VC ecosystem. And when they get EBITDA positive, they become candidates for debt. And there are pools of green finance available. So, sometimes the founder won't know all the different pockets of capital available. It is us as VCs who need to bring that full capital stack together.
Would love to hear from you quickly also
Yeah.
on the.
No, I think this point is very close to my heart in terms of how do you scale, right? I think if you look at two big innovations which or scale which have happened in India, I think and this goes back to the point Nikhil was making in his opening remarks, is how do we create demand? Ruchira was talking about companies which are able to scale to 5-10 crores of revenue. The problem which we see is most of these applications are B2B, right? And when I go to a Tata or or any other large corporate group, I don't want to take names. The consistent answer is, sir, this is a startup. We don't want to trust our processes for a startup which can vanish tomorrow, right? And if I go back in terms of because we were we extensively invested in renewable energy. The reason that took off was government came out not with an investment program, it came with a demand program, right? The other innovation we see is happened in the closer to this space is in the LED space, right? Again, what happened there is government did not invest. Government actually created the demand program. Now, in fact, I'll be honestly, before the budget, we sent this representation to the finance ministry that we need to create a pool where we actually give some sort of risk guarantee, etc., to some of these customers who are willing to try their services with these new startups. Because that's the thing which we really struggle that when we are going out, we look at only EBITDA positive companies. But how do I get this 10 crore company to a 200 crore company? The gap is basic. That can only be filled if 10 or 15 of these large companies are willing to try their services. And that's where we really strongly feel that if we can get that done, capital is actually not a problem at all.
Just one weak point. Yeah. Isn't that where the our corporates are already not spending enough on R&D?
Yeah, I was wanting to quickly second that. So I think the gap in the market is corporate participation across the board, right? Like including just coming out there and saying these are the 6 problem statements we'd like to see solved, so that entrepreneurs know what they are chasing and to build for those problem statements. And if they do build, give them an honest pilot. Give them, there are founders who come to me and say, ye pilot kiya tha, we are asking for feedback, we're not getting feedback, we're not getting 6 months, 8 months. They don't have the staying power. They'll die in that duration.
Ruchira, you're talking of corporates, even PSUs, there is real struggle. Even for government programs like ethanol, we are really struggling with PSUs to get them to adopt to newer forms of, variations. They're like, yeah, allowed hai, we are not going to budget.
Maybe to bring in a larger corporate in the middle that works well with
I think
PS.
there needs to be, there need to be incentives for procurement.
I think the problem with the corporate is, right, what I say, that India is a country where,
Please.
So I say why everybody talks of, R&D budget of corporates, everything else. I say India is a country which, like say, think of it, there is a large contract to manufacture jalebi. Right, so everybody go and get the contract to make jalebi and make money. And now you go and say, why don't you learn calculus? So why that guy will learn calculus if he can make money in making jalebi, right? So if you are earning money, and look at all corporates, I'm telling you, Tata's and this, what are they doing? From salt to everything, what Tata does, right? They are the most respected one. And look at the thing. But one of the startups which are working with them, the purchase department of one of the Tata companies said, why don't you give me equity stake? Because I'm giving you PO. Finally, that company moved from the corporate thing, they're selling to retail and they're making good money now. So the problem is because in India, basically everything is very protected. So that's why these guys just remain here. We are not open the industry for the garb production or whatever. And these guys, everybody is making jalebi, right? Everybody is making money, selling jalebi. So why you will learn calculus? It's as simple as you say, why don't you learn differential equation, you do calculus, do this. You won't do, right? Because it's easy money out there. You dig trenches, you do this, you do that, and look at companies like they're just making soda ash and their market cap of 50,000, right? See the point is everywhere in India efficiency is rewarded. You look at Uber. Uber generates close to $8 billion cash every year, right? What is the PE multiple? 15. Here, Asian Paints has a PE of 80. Simple paint mixing company. So the point is, when money is cheap, why you will try? Why you will go into R&D? Why you risk any money? L&T is sitting with a 90,000 crore cash. What are the investment they have done in anything? Zero. Look at Infosys, buying just cash buy back. Every 2 years there is just cash buy back by every IT company. How much they have invested in any technology? Nothing. Because the things are very cheap, the markets are rewarding them, everybody is happy.
As expected, I'm short of time, but that brings to Nikhil's point, which he said that it was considered sinful for academics to make money in India, right? So we essentially not created that culture that where you can be academically good and you can still be successful financially. I think that brings to the point. So I just one last question and a quick fire one. What is the one thing in climate innovation you guys are excited about and you want to see come out of incubators such as FITT? One space. Start with Shal.
I'm right now looking at a company from FITT. They are working in textile space. Pretty exciting, I think. It might change the what you call the wool wastage which is happening. So I think we are looking at it. Probably we might fund it. So yeah.
So my job is done after coming forward.
So industrial bio, I think, is an interesting area where top-tier institutions can actually unlock quite a bit, and building a little bit of that bridge of saying, here's where the market actual gaps are from industrial opportunities, and areas around that, we're very excited.
Yeah, I'm really keenly looking at manufacturing decarbonization and a lot of equipment improvement. Looking at, and I've had the privilege of being part of the FIT investment committee. A lot of motor innovations, heat exchanger, heat pumps out of IITs. So that's the kind of stuff that I think will be extremely important as we try to decrease the carbon footprint of manufacturing in India.
Sorry. No, before Nikhil, actually, Harsh, I wanted to.
So, from our investment perspective, of course, we come in late. So we are looking at EV components, energy, clean energy, and, the whole value chain around it. But in terms of, what we are really eagerly looking forward to in India is building materials. Because, more than 70% of India is yet to be built. And we really will do the best to the nature if we can come up with more innovative solutions. We came up with a company based out of Singapore, which has come up with a solution where your concrete requirement goes down by 30%. Now, if you apply it to Indian scale, it's huge, right? And I'm sure we can do a lot more, given that a company in Singapore is doing something like that.
Nikhil, your brief is clear.
I am looking for a company which can change the political will. We have enough technologies now, whether in IIT
Nikhil,
all
your
the
job is to create those companies. But you can't be looking for them.
Actually, I am serious about it. I am looking to like a company which can change the political will, because the real challenge in climate is not about technology, is not about money. I think it's the will that lacks will at the leadership level, and is not only in India but also globally. I think I am looking at something which can change the political will, which will change the climate and also change the culture.
Thanks, Nikhil. We all do, I guess, on that point. We'd love to take some questions. We do have some time. Please, can you pass the mic to this?
Yeah, hi.
And please do introduce yourself, and if question is directed to someone, please do.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Dishant Mishra. I lead a startup based out of IIT Delhi working on gravity storage technology. It's a fundamental piece of climate technologies. Now, I'm not a big fan of climate. I'm a fan of economics. That is what I've learned. I graduated, I did study renewable energy in Germany. I had 23 nationalities in my class, and from far east to far west. And what I realized is that climate, it is a very brown skin problem to be solved on a global scale. Why I say so? Energy nahi generate karni hai, we have to generate it at a given cost. And that is where Americans and Europeans fall short, because the cost equation they are not able to solve. Chinese can do it very well, but they have a trust problem to deal with the world. So that is why I strongly felt that the last 10 years I've been working after my master's, and I strongly felt that the VCs or the investors in India somehow are missing the global thought. That what I said, it's a brown skin problem to be solved. We have not backed ourselves enough. We're investing in pockets. We don't have that strategic mindset to understand that where we can do and deliver a really global big game, the technology that we're delivering. We're just following it. So my question is, to all the panelists, that do you think that that this gap is we are still investing in pockets, how maybe things are happening in US, Europe, or what can be done to change back ourselves in the climate space strongly to have a global objective?
And we want to take that?
So firstly, agree, but I feel there's a trend that if you're looking at the trend of how much of the capital has been available for these segments, if you look over a 10, 15-year horizon, you're at a very good part of that curve, and especially what Nikhil called out at the start, is we're at a point that hopefully this is going to be an increasingly large pool that's accessible to startups building in these spaces. If we look at how many funds were looking at themes and just picking individual verticals, because climate, I agree, is a lot of different verticals and you have to deliver for the value in the vertical you're in. Number of people that were looking in the energy value chain, Ruchira probably has a better landscape of this. 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 10, 12. If you look now, you ask, there's probably a few hundred. So the number is changing in the dynamic of that market. I think the willingness to take that global competitive gap also comes from some realities of saying, if I even look back at our portfolio when we made some of these investments 5, 7 years ago in these domains that I called out, the first question we'd ask is like, who can we even think of as a Series A investor? Because I can still do a seed round, but I have to have some visibility these things are coming. I'd still say that Series A, Series B probably still exists because by then you're not a deep tech firm, you're a industrial firm, you're a biomanufacturing firm. You are defined in your segment and you have to deliver for value there. Series A, I think, is still a big gap in the market that makes people nervous. And as that hopefully has dedicated funds come up, it will be an increasingly solved problem.
I agree with you as well, and I think it's a multifaceted issue. Firstly, climate is a global problem. Climate is a problem where it's essentially a lot of the solutions are B2B solutions, as Shiva was saying earlier. And it's a solution, it's a space where the world has been buying largely from China or a handful of other countries. And they are looking for an alternative, and I think soon, very soon, India will be well positioned to be that answer. Of course, a lot of India's domestic market is big enough. So a lot of the solutions will chase the domestic market, but the global potential is definitely what we keep an eye out when we invest. The other nuance to that is how, because we've talked about the lack of adoption will in the country, there's a founder and a company that I've been tracking for the last year and a half to watch their scale, and they've gone from TRL4 to TRL7 in the meantime. And the guy, every time I spend time with him, says, you know, in order to sell to an Indian customer, I need to show a proof point globally. So he's been trying to get Aditya Birla as a customer, who's told him कि पहले Germany में जाके install करो. So kudos to him, he's gone and installed in Germany, and now saying, अब मैं थोड़ा सा traction मिल रहा है मुझे India में, right? So there will be those, that's how it will play out because India's demand has not shown up yet. But these solutions will be global, and I am a complete believer that we will be building for the world from India.
In interest of giving, yeah, please.
Hi, I'm Pranav. I run a climate tech startup called Pravishwa Innovations, and I've also headed business accelerator programs with a couple of state governments. I have a question to Nikhil, because this whole panel discussed about scaling science-based innovations and all of it, but I have noticed that across the incubator and especially government-led incubators in academic setups, there is very limited appetite for risk, and there's very limited appetite to test something new, unless if there is no research paper, or if there is nothing that you have, somebody else in America or somewhere else have done. They do not want to support it. I mean, not only talking about my organization, but I've also worked with in medtech and so many SDG-based, hardcore innovation-based products. Even then, even if you have Ayushman Bharat or somebody like that,
I got your question, so
I've
I'll try
noticed
to
that
answer
they don't
it.
want to fund.
So the reason is because when you say science-based innovation, it has to be evidence. So we are not talking about non-evidence. So it has to be. So when you say science-based innovation cannot come just without science. So the science has to come through a pathway which is either based on your research paper or your patent or the work your lab or professor or you yourself has done. So some traction and some logic has to be there. What you're talking about, like on-ground science, which is a more of an experiment than a startup. So the idea for the incubator is to support something which is commercializable, but not to support something which is a pure play R&D. For pure play R&D, you can go back to department, you can spend a month or a year or two, whatever, and then focusing more on the building the science first, and then commercializing that science.
I understand. See, the thing is, because government
I think we have to,
yes,
is already here.
A point of view there, because government specifically gives funds to develop even if it were prototype. If asking a lot of evidence even to develop prototype, I think there is some
So that's
sort of
what, see that again, let me
will
clarify,
issue
the
that you
prototype is
mentioned.
based on already existing science.
No,
So you're
then-
not developing a science yourself.
That's the thing.
Right?
Even if there is enough
No,
traction there.
and we appreciate, and if you can catch hold of Nikhil, he's all yours.
I will.
So, any other questions? We'd love to take from. There was a question over there. Is there any other question from the team? Oh, please.
Jensen Huang's video yesterday, 30-second video about how last 10 years has been a game changer for China. 9 of the top tech institutes and technologies developments is now in China. And the kind of AI and deep tech talent which is available in China, even the US is far behind. This is Jensen Huang speaking. Now taking that as a backdrop, how do you look at, we've spoken about Indian corporates not investing in R&D, and you spoke brilliantly about political will or any will. So when it comes to regulation or policy, just the way we have CSR, don't you think it's high time we come up with the regulation for Indian corporates to put money directly in deep tech and AI?
So that's a great question, and I think the government has taken in fact, the prior view, there was a will that time. So 2020, there was an amendment come from the CSR Act, which says that the promotion of innovation and also the support of the R&D may happen for CSR. So at IIT Delhi, we are the recipient of that. So even at the startup level, we raise substantial money from CSR. So just to give you an example, we run a CSR accelerator program for Microsoft, it's called Unnati AI. We have IDFC, we have Kotak, we have Samsung, we have Boeing. So a number of such programs we are running, with the benefit is directly going to the startups. So, but of course, what we are now going out, and in fact is for everyone, is saying at least commit 5% of your CSR to promotion of innovation. It still is like minuscule, less than a percent, I would say. Total 60,000 crore kitty which is available for CSR, still less money is available for promotion of innovation. Even 5% is then getting committed. So we are talking about close to what, $500 million or so, which is a substantial money to commit. And that money will directly go to the startup. So your non-dilutable equity coming from a grant will swell by $500 million.
No, I think we'll have to shut down the panel, close the panel here. Just closing remarks from me. I'm an optimist. Until Harsh said 70% of India is yet to be built. I realize 70% of my life is over. But I'll still like to be, see, India can produce science-based entrepreneurs. We've created a Bharat Biotech. We have created a Biocon. These are all scientists who went on to create companies. IIT Chennai showed the way with the Ether Energy. So, only thing is, it's been so far been an exception. Today we have an opportunity to make this exception the norm, right? So I'm optimist on that, and would like to close the panel. Some of the panelists won't be around. Please feel free to get hold of them. Thank you so much, and thanks to all the panelists. Had a lovely time here.
I would like the panel to please stay for a while for a group photo, and I would like Professor Somnath Daitarya to come to the stage for the photo as well. And thank you, panelists, for this truly engaging discussion, and thanks to Abhishek for moderating it so effectively. Thank you. I think the audience had few questions, but you can continue it in the high tea. I think they will be around. So moving on to the next panel, we will now move on to the last panel of this Klima NEXIS, which is the recent development in science and technology. Now this panel focuses on powerful convergence of science and technology and entrepreneurship that is redefining the climate and the sustainability landscape. We will spotlight cutting-edge advances across climate modeling and high-resolution forecasting, Earth observation and remote sensing, carbon removal and next-generation mitigation technology, nature-based solution, digital climate intelligence, and AI-enabled decision and planning system. More importantly, the discussion will spotlight on how these scientific breakthroughs can be translated into robust, scalable, and investment-ready solution capable of meeting real-world climate innovation, frontier, and challenges. Our panelists will reflect on what there is in this rapidly evolving innovation frontier for the next generation of climate, weather, and green startups seeking to build credible, market-driven ventures with measurable impact at scale. Please put your hand together as I invite the panelists of the session, starting with Oshim Kumar Mitra, Head Geospatial Application IMD, Ravi Narayan Sahu, Principal Scientist, ICAR IARI, Rajoshi Dashgupta, School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi. And to moderate this panel, I would invite Professor Sandeep Sukumaran over to the stage. I think, we'll have a big round of applause here. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Sukumaran.
Thank you, Rijita. Yeah. So we heard from startups and also investors. So this panel is basically discussing about the science and potentially how this can be translated into business ideas. And we heard that the challenges of translating academic research into actual businesses. But now I think there is a change that is coming. At least I know that two of climate science PhDs are leading startups, so they are in this audience itself. And when it come to the weather forecasting industry, there is a revolution that is happening now with the deep learning based weather forecasting. You name any big tech companies like Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, all of them have their own weather forecasting models. It means there is a huge commercial value for weather forecasting, and coupled with an accurate weather forecasting can be considered as a tool for our climate adaptation. So when it comes to the climate adaptation, the food security is a big challenge. So we have now here experts with precision agriculture, weather and climate observation, and also a policy expert. So I think we will have some fruitful discussions. Maybe we can have a quick round of self-introduction, and then we can go into the topic. So I will start with myself. I'm Sandeep Sukumaran. I'm an associate professor at the Center for Atmospheric Sciences in IIT Delhi, and also I am holding the Mittal Foundation chair in climate sciences.
Thank you, Dr. Sukumaran. I'm Dr. A.K. Mitra, scientist of India Meteorological Department, Ministry of Earth Sciences, dealing with satellite meteorology, particularly the utilization of satellite data product for weather and climate monitoring since 2.5 decades. And now also involving in the Mission Motion project, where we have to strengthen our observation network, as Dr. Sukumaran rightly pointed out, that the climate change and all those scenarios now, we have to take up with the different type of strategic strategies. With that, I think I'm sure that today's discussion will be, we have to come out or emerge out something which will be useful for the future directions. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon to all of you. This is Ravi Sahu, working with Indian Agriculture Research Institute of Indian Council of Agriculture Research. That's locally known as Pusha Institute or Pusha Campus. I'm a principal scientist. My subject domain is the agricultural physics, specifically onto remote sensing and more down to its hyperspectral imaging spectroscopy for all possible applications. And I'm leading a national network program on precision agriculture right now with different domains taking care of all the technologies available right now, starting from the sensors to data analytics how to go from a controlled lab conditions to the field scale like farmers level, aligning with some of those national programs what we have. And before that also I was leading one of the ambitious program called NISHA, Network Program on Imaging Spectroscopy and Applications, having 37 institutes all around. Many IITs were there, starting from the ground to airborne to satellite-borne imaging spectroscopy for different thematic applications. 7 thematic applications we have been to. So, and I'm happy being here, part of these deliberations and further discussion. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Rajesh Das Gupta. I'm an associate professor at School of Public Policy. I work on primarily on agriculture, forest, and land use policy. Roughly, it's AFLU sector. And my kind of work I do is more trying to understand the community's perception on how we can engage government and institutions to have more sound policies towards it. I think I'm the odd man out here because a lot of you are entrepreneurs or high-end scientists, but well, I'm happy to, I have a scientific background, I'll be happy to engage with you with some triggering policy questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think probably your insight would be more important. Yeah. So I will start with Dr. Mitra. So you talked about Mission Mauson. This is a very ambitious program of the government of India. I think the government is committed to about 2,000 crores of rupees for upgrading our observational systems primarily. And now this is very important because now I mentioned about the data-driven weather forecasting models. So it means we need to have very high accurate observations to generate accurate forecasts. And also there is a huge demand for hyperlocal forecasts nowadays. But that needs that level of, hyperlocal observations also. We do not have that kind of dense observation network now, but it is possible with the Doppler weather radar network and all. We can multiple data sources we can combine to generate that kind of hyperlocal or high dense data. So can you enlighten us about the Mission Mauson and how this is going to change our weather and climate monitoring capabilities?
Yeah, thank you. Before jumping into Mission Mauson, just I would like to start my talk from the weather forecasting and monitoring. We have seen in the past decade that the weather forecast has improvement of the weather forecast have been increased in the many folds. So there we have seen that the number of weather events are being tracked down by the India Meteorological Department with higher accuracies. If I go with the 99 cyclone, there 25,000 people have died. But now if you can see the cyclone calamities, that is almost negligible or zero. At the same time, if you see that there are some other agriculture sector or aviation sector, yes, our forecasting have been improved. And the demand has also been increased in last 4 and 5 years. With the climate change scenario, as we all know that there is a climate change scenario we all are speaking about in all kind of a marathon or hackathon, wherever it is there. But the point is that whether are we able to deal with those climate change scenarios at current moment or current dense network? So that has been a significant part that Honorable Prime Minister has been initiated a new flagship program of IMD and Ministry of Earth Science that was Mission Mauson project. So Mission Mauson project was basically to strengthen our observational network. And that network carries the number of instruments that has to be pan-India, where it has to be increase the observational your daily scale to your hourly scale to minute scale. So the scaling of this information is very much important to strengthen and to tackle those climate change scenario. One example I am giving you that, yes, the heat wave forecast, if you see last 5 years heat wave forecast for day 1, it is almost 95 to 98% accuracy for day 1, and day 2 it is 88%, and then day 5 also if you can go, it is almost more than 85%. But now, again, can we be able to predict the urban heat climate, urban heat islands? whether daytime forecast and nighttime forecast, daytime heat and nighttime heat. Now this concept has come. So earlier we were focusing on the heat wave that we are successfully done in last 5 years. But now people are asking that whether urban heat island is developing or not, whether nighttime temperature is getting increased or not. And again, these all things all depend with the economical growth of the state and the country. Because if the nighttime temperature increases, then the consumption of AC will increase. And so forth, it is a temperature, your demand of the electricity and those things will also increase. So these are the things that we need to tackle in this current scenario. So Honorable Prime Minister has initiated the Mission Mausam project for Ministry of Earth Science, which is comprising almost 2,000 crore initially for strengthening the network. Like Doppler weather radar, we have at present 56. Now we will be strengthening it to 110. And then wind profiler will be there. There is a 10 wind profiler is across the country we are going to establish. Then micro wind radar, that is also is the plan that is going on. And then there is a solar radiation network that is going to be established all over the part of the country. And then there is a AI ML lab. Now we are also discussing in the startup scenario that AI ML lab is also to be required. And then there is a network of surface observation. The surface observations is also to be required to strengthen our NWP models. So AI, ML, and the modeling of NWP, that is also to be very, very important. Like agri sector and all sector, if you can go through, the demand has been increased. Although IMD is giving your agro services from 10 days to the 7 days to 10 days, and then also there is a bulletin and all those things are being available. But we need to strengthen the observations. So Mission Mausam project basically, or proposal or project basically linked with the kind of observational network of IMD to strengthen the accuracy of the forecast. Now the forecast is, one also example I am giving you, the fog. It is a very difficult now. You have seen that in the month of February, you can't feel that kind of a temperature now. Right now we are having now. But WD we are predicting very well. But earlier WDs and now the current WD, that WD is a western disturbance which basically impacting northwest India during the winter month. But if I can compare with the past WDs and now current WDs, there are much changes. You can't get, this year WD doesn't have a kind of expected rain. And that this is directly or economically it is hitting to the agriculture farm sector. So now are we able to see that why temperature gradient is so variable? Why there is a variation is WD temperature gradient during the mid-tropospheric area? So that we cannot able to see the kind of a rain that we are expecting over the higher reach of the northern part. Similarly, snowfall is also not like that. So there is apple and all those fruits have not been properly accounted with the temperature that we are supposed to. So these are the sectors that we need to look at. Aviation, I have made that whether there will be a fog or there will be a dense fog or there will be, now the demand is, if I recall a decade ago, we have a INSET 3D, prior to INSET 3D there was a Kalpana satellite. So there was no utilization of any kind of a temperature radiances to detect the fog. So we were using the NOAA satellites. So NOAA was giving, that time NOAA satellite was giving 2 passes over the Indian region. So we were calculating the fog. Now with the launch of INSET 3D, INSET 3D or INSET 3DS, now we are reaching to every half an hour and we have devised an algorithm that we can provide the fog. But again, this year if you can see, fog forecast has not the way we are expecting in the last year. This was the accuracy was so, what I can say, decline. I'm saying the word decline, that means that it is a very, very difficult to have account all these parameters into a kind of a system where it can generate the nowcasting, that is a multi-weather hazard system, whether now fog is also coming to the hazardous weather. So strengthening all those things, IMD and Ministry of Earth Sciences has initiated the Mission Mausam project. There are a number of huge, vast product and data will be generated. I'm sure the coming days or years we will utilize this.
I think we can come to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your insight. I think you have opened up a lot of problems which, in fact, some of the startups here can actually work on. I think IMD alone cannot tackle all the problems, especially at the smaller scales. So, and you rightly mentioned about the impact of the agriculture or the kind of forecast that agriculture sector is looking for. I remember that a few years back, actually, some farmers of Maharashtra actually sued IMD and Ministry of Earth Sciences for because their monsoon onset forecast actually got delayed by a few days.
Yes.
So both the DG and secretary had to appear in the court, I think. So now this is becoming a very serious business. I mean, the weather forecasting. So and now I mentioned about the adaptation and the food security and all in the climate change. I mean, this is another challenge we have to face. So Dr. Sahu is heading the Precision Agriculture Initiative of India. So I think there is a lot of change that are happening in this sector, and also it offers a lot of opportunities for startups. So, Dr. Sahu, can you discuss on these opportunities in the precision agriculture sector in India now?
Yeah, thank you. I'll start with what Dr. Mitra was talking about. I think we must salute to IMD, the team working on. The greatest challenge is temperate and tropical climate weather forecasting. So that we didn't have understanding before. Always we are blaming on IMD, but now you see the kind of forecasting what you have even at a hyperlocal level. And I think he's going to talk more on that. You can think of technology point of view I'm talking. So you see the casualty, how much we have with respect to cyclone or super cyclone, what happened in most of the coastal districts. It has gone down to almost nil or zero. I think Odisha, where my native state, Chief Minister, former Chief Minister got UN award, many award recognition. Again, it goes to IMD, the kind of forecast they have done, and the kind of relief, kind of life-saving mechanism they have developed. So it is the technology which has brought all that over the time and kind of development what happened over the years. So it's not overnight sea change happened with time, with the technological advancement. So this is same also with respect to agricultural technologies, what we are talking of. So you think of Indian agri ecosystem, go down 30 kilometers from IIT itself, you can understand what are the challenges we have. We don't need to spell out over here. For example, the kind of land holdings we have, the very marginal land holdings we have. A lot of heterogeneity with respect to the farming system you have. At a go, you never will get a single crop standing over there. Again, most important remains is the socioeconomic conditions what they have. Digital divide what we have. So these are some of those challenges what we have. Again, building up trust and belief on the technology what is leveraged out. So there are many challenges if we list them. There are many in the Indian ecosystem, but there are huge opportunities which has come up, and that's what the reason is how to map and match with respect to challenges and opportunities. Opportunities remains is no individual approach we need to take out for any technology tech to the farmer's field. You must have heard the word farmer producer organizations. So we are in a cooperative way we are looking at. And we are looking at some of those success stories, what we have in the large lands, having a homogeneous crop stands. Look at the Punjab and Haryana where at a stretch if you go, you'll see the mustard or you'll see the wheat crop standing over there. So you can take up some of those technologies which has a scale dependency. But if you look at the marginal land holdings, there what you need to is, you can take whole village or block as one unit and look at the kind of the variability from one field to another field. And the whole team can be one team that is FPO, organizations. So this is what the precision farming, a precision farm itself we can talk of. Because a acre field, you can't expect the variability. And the farmer who has been doing his field over the years, parental property, maybe grandparents' property, he knows the best of that land than anybody else. We are the scientists or the researchers. We are going for a day or two and collecting the data and come back. But that converting the data with the information and over the time knowledge and the wisdom. So you can think of how much time will take over the time, but the farmer has all kind of wisdom. That's the reason why we would like to go for participatory approach. And that's why the FPO with FPO, you can go for participatory approach, irrespective of the technology what you can talk of. So I'm not going to, for example, you talk of the technology related to, for example, crop monitoring. Suppose you want to do a crop monitoring, you can think of the kind of resolutions what you have. And when we have been student like you guys, young guys, the resolution was only 24-meter resolution. Below that, nothing was available. And now you have a 24-centimeter resolution, so 20-centimeter resolution, the data what you have. And there are many startups, so like you look at the Pixel, you look at some of the Indian satellites, the startups who have been launching some of those satellites having that sub-meter resolution of the data what you will have. So you can look at your kitchen garden and go for the monitoring, that kind of. So that capability what you have. Again, for analyzing those kind of data in a village or block level, you need to that kind of a data system or computing for which a farmer doesn't need to look at. It's a kind of a service providing we can do. We have a supercomputing facility. We have a cloud, which was not there before. So that's what the technological advancement has been taken place. So on your mobile itself, you can do everything on board. Like Google Earth Engine you look at, you can mark your boundary within no time, you know what is the crop stands there, what is the soil condition, and what I should do with respect to weather. So you have a weather information, you have a soil information, you have a crop information. That's what the technology has come. That's what the level we have come. Only thing is we need to go down to make it believing and make it practicing. That's what lies with. So there's a big divide, what you do in the lab, going to the field. So we have all kind of technologies, available solutions, but scalability is the issue. And the same technology within no time can go to the farm in Canada. You can go to a canola farm growing organizations. Within no time they will take those technologies. But here, again, because of the conditions what we have, and the conditions you know. So how to Indianize those technologies, going to that small marginal farmer level and making it more penetration and looking, his mobile is going to be the one of the, is the most controlling power for him. Everything he can control. He can control where I should get the seed, where I should get the weather data, where I should go for the market. So this is what the information needs. Technologies are available to make his mobile more information rich. And you can think of, I think there are 100 startups who have come out. Every day there is an app coming up. So that standardization is another issue. So how to make all the data which has been collected to make it a standard data and available to a common man to believe on that and start using them. For example, look at IoT-based technologies, what we are talking of. That is to great extent success in some of the farm, like you look at cotton, look at the grape, look at the coffee estate or tea. But look at rice and wheat, it's not possible. Because you know the demand what for IoT or localized weather data for the grape farmer. Within no time that grape farm is totally getting damaged if at all weather is not getting conducive for particular diseases like powder mildew, down mildew. If at all I have a localized weather and do a predictions, this is what going to happen, I think I can save. And you go to any area of Nasik, you see the kind of spraying they're doing. Every alternate day they go for spraying. They could see my neighbor field is spraying, I should go for spraying. They don't bother because they know what's going to happen. It's going to be suicidal for him if he doesn't practice. So we had something done with the collaboration with the Mahindra. We could see out of 10 spraying, we came down to 3 to 4 spraying, wherever, whenever it is required. That's again technology driven. How it was? Again by the sensor, based on the IoT, based on the localized hyperlocal weather data, go for the predictions, how much, when you have to do. So I'm not going to talk more on the technology point of view, but these are some of the solutions are direct examples of what I am looking at. So if you see the opportunity, there is huge opportunity. We have a wonderful public-private partnership is coming up. You think of this whole hall is, I think 80% are startups. And look back 20 years back or 25 years, hardly there was any startup. And sitting together and discussing like this, they're having a debate like this, how to go about. So this is what we are very optimistic to see the future, how to go together. Never in silos, we can work. So academia and researchers, they have their own interest to look at some of those strategic solutions, basic science questions to be answered. But I can't go to the field to do that. There is a startup who has to. So we need to marry together and having a ownership to each other with respect to business model. So this is what the ecosystem over the time now developed. We are so happy to do that. So this is the reason why we should go in the business model. Any technology, if at all doesn't see a business model, the building where we are, like previous Agrawal was talking of. So this is the reason why they are making a business model out of. So DST has 23 centers are around IITs. So that is the purpose. Whatever the technology you have, if at all you can have your own incubation center and go ahead with. So I think this is a lot of things to do with this young mass what we have. And most important opportunity lies with is the, what Honorable Prime Minister says, if you look at the census, Gen Z population is more worldwide if you see. And this Gen Z is, again, they are very tech savvy. Unless until agriculture becomes an enterprise, a business model, not like my grandfather was doing, I should do. And no more it is a kind of a, that cultural event, it is rather a more of a business or enterprise entity going to be. And they are going to be lucrative if at all it is technology driven. And how to make it technology driven, taking that marginal landholder to a big farm holder, taking a cooperative way, that's what the strategy is what we should have, I think.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
So we will come back to that, the cost effectiveness of technology and all, but I think here your expertise come in handy, Professor Dasgupta. So you have been watching this agri and forest, innovation space for a long time, and also you are thinking about, you have expertise in the policy formulations needed for academia, industry partnerships, and the scaling of these technologies from lab to field. So can you tell us the new trends in agri and forest sectors, and who are the players, and so, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So before I came here, let me start with you a short story, which is, I had a meeting, just before this meeting, I had a meeting with one of my PhD students, and she's working to understand how the environmental provisions has percolated into FTAs. So she is looking into all the documents, like India's foreign trade agreements, and then we're trying to find out keywords where we find that how these trade agreements has focusing more on environment, a substantial part of the on environment. And if you ask me the reason why they are focusing on environment, so the basic answer would be the sustainability is no longer a choice. So you have to follow that. That there is a rule, or there is the mandate that we cannot really do things unsustainably. Now coming back to your question on the agriculture and forestry sector, so we have at present around 22% of our land area as forest. If you go by national forest policy, we have 33%. That's kind of a dream goal. But apart from that, we are engaged in multiple intergovernmental bodies where we need to report forest and forest carbons repeatedly. So therefore, forest is no longer a sector, or land use for that. It's no longer a sector where you can think that, okay, things will be managed later. We cannot manage it right now. We'll do it later. And also, if you see that historically, there is a theory called the forest transition theory. I don't know whether you've heard about it, but it's something related to the environment Kuznets curve, which means that as the country progresses, they'll first reduce the forest cover. As the GDP increases, then again it sort of reverses. So we have already gone past that phase where our forest has gone down. Now the only phase where we have to really look for how the forest can increase and how we can enhance the forest, not just the forest in terms of numbers, but also what we call a forest ecosystem services. That means that if we nurture a forest, we can actually solve multiple other problems, which we'll discuss possibly in the nature-based solutions. So coming back to that now, what are the major challenges in our forestry sector and how technology can help us to resolve some of these? I think perhaps some of you already are working on that, but what we see at a larger macro level, that we do not have sufficient data sets, which is the data sets required for monitoring, observation of a forest. Now, if you ask for a policy, like if you ask as a policy professor, I will always say good data doesn't necessarily mean good policies, but bad data essentially ensures a bad policy. Yeah. So we might still miss out something, but with a good data. But if we have a bad data, if you have a faulty data, that would eventually lead us to a sort of faulty situation. Just for an example, if you read the forest, what we have, the FAO's Forest Resource Assessment, the only consistent country which has not lost forest is Afghanistan. So that's something very interesting, because they have a monitoring mechanism which is mandates possibly 30, 40 years back, and they are following that since now, and therefore they have a ambiguity.
On the other hand, countries like India, we have a very robust framework for forest monitoring, but when it comes to a larger or kind of more kind of micro level, we do not have that sort of thing. So if I say that what are the number one priorities in this forestry sector, I'll come to the agriculture sector too. Is possibly that how do we do these MPVs like monitoring, reporting and valuation, MRVs, sorry. And then where if we can make a carbon database, these are the areas where I think a lot of private investment is required. And as of now, we do on a sporadic basis as an academic. We think Professor Somnath does a lot of forest carbon calculation. But if you want to commercialize this thing and if you want people to get benefits out of this, I think that's a very, very essential sort of area where we should focus on. Number two would be possibly if you are reading the current contemporary forest discourses, if you find that we have a very increasing trend of human-wildlife conflict within the forestry sector. And if you see the larger consequences, because we have a whole lot of fragmented forest, and that's one of the primary reasons where we have these conflicts coming in. Then if you see what would the solution in that case, and recently if you see that recently this human-animal conflict has been designated as a disaster. So-called disaster. So if we can see how technology plays a very important role, and we see that a lot of startups are currently started working on this AI-based detection of I think some pictures goes around. So the elephant crossing a railway track and suddenly the alarm goes on. So Tamil Nadu is doing a great job in that sort of modeling. So we have these kind of avenues which are coming. Of course, there are other areas where drone-based application, I was working for a project in Udaipur where they are using drones for understanding the migration patterns and all. I think these are the sectors which are really promising, and if you are really want to invest, possibly these are the sectors we want to do in case of forestry sector. But definitely the carbon sector, the measuring carbon would be the number one for the forestry sector. The second question, I think possibly already Professor Shao has answered the question on the agriculture innovation. I think the precision agriculture is the talk of the town. And apart from that, I think precision irrigation, and then we have, I think we have a problem of salinity rising in many parts of India. I think the crop management is something very important, including the cultivation of salinity resilient crop or heat tolerant crops. I think these are the sectors where you would possibly seek a lot of investment and a lot of research going on. Now coming to the second question, how do we link this to an academia? So I would possibly refer to a triple helix model. I don't know whether you have heard about it. So triple helix model is essentially talks about university going in hand with the government as well as the industry. So we have a triple helix model. So this has been, we are teaching this in classrooms for a long time. But I would say, I think one missing piece of this puzzle is society. So we need to have a 4 corners. If we are not including society, it possibly misses out the larger message, which we are, I think Professor was mentioning. I think there are other important aspect of including the society. For example, I think all of you watched the 388 movies, right? The 388 movie, I think all of you watched. So you have a definition of book, right? And Amir Khan comes out the definition of a large definition of book. At the end of the day, what are you saying? It's a book. So if we go back to the community, sometimes they want it is a book. But when we have an instrument which can measure your heat tolerance and so then they get confused. What these guys are talking about? Should we adopt this technology? So this kind of questions comes back. So I think some part we also need to ensure that whether we can also upgrade our communities or the end users to adopt a technology. So I think that's part we are not really invested in. Because that's very important, how people use a technology. When you really invent a technology and take it to for a farmer, for example. I think these are, I think, major issues I face on a daily basis because I work with the community. But apart from that, I think there are more logistic as well as institutional challenges. I think as we get going, we'll have more discussion on this thing.
So, Dr. Mitra, you talked about our initiative, massive initiative in scaling up our weather monitoring capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as the startups are concerned, they might be interested in accessing this data, mostly in real time. So I know that IMD has now the APIs also, right? So can you tell us about how these startups can access the real-time data?
Yes. If we look back to the last 5 years, there is an initiative we have taken that is from IMD that was impact-based forecasting. So impact-based forecasting, what weather will be to what weather will do. So when this concept, when we see like weather smart and climate ready, this concept has been like Mission Mausam and the impact-based forecasting. So the most important part of here, the integration of data sets, as Dr. Rashri has already mentioned, that how the data set will be looked like, how the data set will be used, and how the data set will be utilized for the commercial purpose, economical purpose, agro sector, and all the sectorial applications. So IMD indigenously developed the geospatial applications. That is you can say the indigenously developed by IMD with their own data sets. So which includes your radar data, surface data, observational, upper air data. But again, in the meantime, with the development of this data, is also poses the very great challenges that how this data could be comfortably utilized by the other sectors, because the data set what IMD earlier had, nobody can be able to decode it. Say if the TAFOR and the TAF data and all the metadata, not a simple user can decode it and they can resolve it. So IMD has developed, apart from the geospatial application, the number of APIs. Currently we have 18 to 19 APIs, some which is available in our IMD website. You can log into, or it is freely available. You can go into and you can check it out whether what kind of a data set you required. But prior to that, just I would like to highlight here, we have a number of APIs which includes the city forecast, district level forecast, your 6-day forecast to your 10 days forecast, that is the medium range forecast, and then your nowcasting data set is also available. So in case you require some of those APIs, you need to understand what are the data sets and how the data set and the variability, or you can say the time frame of the data set is available with us. So there will be two options here. Either you can utilize our data set and you prepare some algorithm, you prepare your API and apps and you can circulate it by complementing the IMD's forecast. This is the one way. And the second is if you would like to generate a revenue into that there is also a scope in second segment. You can just log into our website and you can fill up the form and you can ask that yes, we are developing some kind of a tool that is a multi-hazard weather tool or kind of some app which is to be required, like you have already seen Damini app, Meghdud app that IMD has already developed with these API only. So in case if you want to generate a kind of a revenue which you would like to do, you can, but only log into that and you can fill up a form and you can submit it. We will provide it and we can have a discussion in IMD also. If somebody is interested, I think young guns are there. If they would like to visit IMD, we can share with these APIs. So rightly 19 APIs is freely available, and even if you would like to have some different mode of a data set to receive the data to prepare your own apps, it is ready. We will provide.
I think that is very helpful. I think that there will be many interested startups in this. So now, so I am Dr. Sahu. You talked about the IoT-based observations and all, but when it comes to a small farmer, is it affordable? Or when now in the precision agriculture, I think drones are also being widely used, right, for precision pesticide starting and all, right? So how this technology can be made affordable? So is there a scope for startups here? For example, drones can be like drones as a service is possible instead of farmers owning it. So is there any such things happening?
Yeah. So these are all frugal innovations, how we can bring with respect to making farm as a smart farming system. And there are many technologies which is available, and it will be frugal provided it is affordable and resource efficient and localized and simple and effective. So there are many innovations. For example, you talk two innovations. For example, you talk of IoT, you talk of drone. Let me talk about that. So under our program, and also there are many startups who have been working on, IoT-based irrigation systems. In rainfed conditions, where you, based on the soil moisture, local soil moisture sensors are available, starting from 500 to 1,200. You don't need to look at some of those sensors which cost you maybe 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. So there are many sensors which is available, and in a either on one depth or multiple depths, you can integrate them together and come out with that. And then if you put few of them, so then you have many connecting technologies. You talk of 5G nowadays, which has come up, and you can have a captive network, having a networking box. We have a startup here itself in IIT, working with Professor Shiroi. We have been working with him. So you can create a captive network, and you have all data on your mobile, and you are able to know how the variable with respect to soil moisture, and the drips or solenoid valves will be actuated there itself, if at all you are in the drip irrigation. Okay. If are not, then you can see some of those places where you can go for irrigation. So this is what I am talking of IoT costing. When you want to look at a bigger way with respect to canal or flood irrigations you have, there again you have check gates, where check gates are again controlled, having the sensors on the field itself, and once the surface moisture goes down, automatically check gate will open up and go for flooding irrigations. And you have a standardized for that, how much size and what depth you will have, at what distance you have from the check gate, those sensors. Then automatically check gate will close down. So no more water is freely available. The next war will happen based on the water only. So that's what the people are talking, and what are the challenges we have. So these are the two technologies, and again, you don't need to bother about. I think many startups are working in the northwest part of the country, like look at Punjab and Haryana. They don't bother also putting pump on and off. Now everything is done by mobile nowadays. So this is what very simple, cost-effective technology, and is getting adopted now over the time.
So are these also integrated with weather forecasting, for example? Now he talked about the APIs. So how far or how close are we to actually integrating this completely? I mean, if IMD or any startup is giving a forecast at farm level, and your API, the smart farm can read and respond to that.
The kind of weather forecast has never been given in the field level. Okay. So that's the challenge.
So that's the opportunity.
What you were talking of
right?
Is maybe in the village level or a block level we have given. Yeah. We have all around medium range weather forecasting.
Yes.
Every Tuesday and Friday they sit and advise what to be done. But these are the technology, based on that weather conditions, we know what is going to happen and how much is the soil moisture conditions, and we are going to do. Recently we have launched a very ambitious satellite called NASA Institute of Synthetic Aperture Radar, which has a huge importance with respect to soil moisture condition mapping. Forget rest. Right. So if at all it is done, and very soon the data is going to be available, it's under evaluation process right now. And that is again, we had an airborne campaign. Based on that, we came back with the satellite now, a most ambitious satellite with having L and C band. So if at all you are able to get, then that is what going to give you in a spatial scale where how much irrigation is required, and accordingly irrigation scheduling can be done.
Yes.
And there are models available. There are many models. I think many researchers must be doing crop watt, many. Based on that process model. So where weather goes as enforcing as one of the key parameter in a regional scale irrigation scheduling for a particular crop, and understanding the crop coefficient and other things you can do. So coming back to the second technology, if at all you have time, drone. Drone technology came back. Recently we had some professor from MIT, School of Management. So he came and saw directly the women who are very remote village of Bihar. They have been flying in my campus because he has been asked by Prime Minister to go and see what is happening. And what the word he was saying is, this is the first time in the world I am seeing the women empowerment through making them a pilot. It's nothing they don't know anything about, but they took the training of 5 days or 10 days. Now they are the pilot. You think of a person, a woman who doesn't know anything about taking care of home and cooking. Now she's known in those area as a pilot. So, and you can think of kind of confidence she has built up, and same time also she has started on it. So these are some of few things which has brought a lot of social changes in the, and again drone technology, again to some extent I am in the policy making. It has come only for the spraying purpose. But as a remote sensing expert, always we see, unless until you do surveillance, unless until I know what the disease you have, how you can go for the prescription. So this is where spraying drone has come up, which is very popular now. Now government is thinking of, which I was talking long back, we should go together. We should go with a low-cost sensor where what the condition is required with respect to nitrogen or for fertilizer application or for pest and disease, then accordingly you go for the spraying. So this is what the surveillance followed by actuation should happen in the drone. And there are many startups who are developed a service for a 200, for a acre field, they are charging 200 to 300 rupees.
Okay.
Chemicals will be used, but minimum area should be defined. Otherwise, 200 rupees, he can't come from Chennai and spray over Delhi. So there is a minimum area you have to define. There are SOPs, a standard which has been developed over the year. So this is what industry is going to do.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll come back to you. So, I mean, just to have a follow-up question with Dr. Mitra, we were talking about the data integration. So IMD already has a web GIS-based system called DSS, Decision Support System. So this actually empowers end users to take decision. It's not just IMD is giving weather forecast, but enables people to take decision. So can you, I mean, this is also, I think, interesting to many businesses. Right?
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier that impact-based forecasting has been widely used since 5 years, and it has been improved our forecast in terms of your temporal scale, if I say, medium length forecast and nowcasting also. But now the term we have used the DSS, that is a decision support system. Basically the decision support system is comprising all kind of the observation available, right from your surface observation to your upper air observation, radar, satellite, all these things. So say one example just I am giving you that if a user wants to know that what kind of weather is going to be happen, then he's having a surface observation right on the screen, and then he can overlay into the satellite data and then radar data, and along with that all the small observations like your over the ocean, if you see the buoys data, and otherwise your pilot sonde, radio sonde, all these data is being integrated into the manner in which a forecast decision could be easily deployed. So this is the part that DSS plays a very, very crucial role there. The most important part come into the ML technology, the machine learning technology, and then AI. So what IMD is having, the most important part is the huge data sets. We have 150 years of a data set. So when you utilizing the data set in terms of your preparation of the climatology, it helps us to provide the forecast in a different sectors. So DSS is a kind of a way that yes, there is a lot of opportunities for the young generations to make a kind of app they can give is. Now you have seen that nowadays there are a number of platforms available. They are providing the data, they are providing the forecast of cyclone and heat waves, or the extreme rainfall. But actually, whether they have gone with those kind of decision support checklist, what IMD has. So they can't. So thus giving the heavy rain forecast at some position is not easier, because you have to see the local administration, and then there are a lot of other things are there. One example I am giving you, the cloud burst. We have seen the cloud burst. What is the cloud burst basically? It is a 100 millimeter rainfall in an hour. So right now I am saying in this platform that no satellite is able to detect the cloud burst. The reason is because it is in a 1 hour 100 millimeter rainfall if occurred. Even if you detect it, you cannot make it to the public, or you cannot reach to the last mile connectivity where actually it is happening. So what do you do? What do you need? You need a large amount of a data set. Data set in terms of remote sensing, data set in terms of surface observation. When you integrate it this way, and then you can disseminate it into the district collectors and all, and that too also pinpointing the exact location, it's again difficult task. So here it is to be required a large amount of data integration part in terms of AI to making those apps. So the cloud burst is again the kind of a thing which is to be required a higher level of decision and precision to where actually it is happening. So decision support system in the other way, if you see that, yes, it is giving you almost your 90 to 95 level of forecast correctly. But again, there are some area where we need to look into. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Professor Dasgupta, we have now heard about the opportunities actually, and there are challenges also. So, In your opinion, what policy framework do we need these climate tech to be investable?
Yeah, I think this is a very important question, and I'll just give some example and suggestions. Perhaps the bottom thing is what Professor Shah was mentioning, that when you bring a technology to a farmer, so he might not be in a position to financially afford that technology. So here we start with, say, for making a cooperative. So maybe a panchayat can buy a drone, or a panchayat can buy a technology so that they can use at a scale, right? Second is that, end of that, you need to also think of that whatever companies they are inventing, they need to be profitable. And that's the long-term motivation is the profit, right? Otherwise, you can have some sparks of innovation, but then you lose out as profits. So I think that's the main, hindrance in terms of long-term profitability. So we need to really identify sectors which can give a long-term prosperity of the companies as well as the communities. Second would be how to overcome the bottlenecks of lack of understanding of technology adaptation at a local scale, where I think there's a requirement of a strong requirement of NGOs to get into this place so that they can demonstrate the technology. In fact, I think a lot of efforts, some technology or some innovation can be process-based innovation. Like, for example, if you see that we have been listening to this rice and fish cultivation. That's parts of coastal India where they had this kind of model, but it could never really scale up. There are some sporadic experiments done by some NGOs, some agencies, but it could not get that scale which possibly would have. I think these are the ground level. Second would be the more institutional thing, where I think we need to think of different, and most of the sectors are possibly ministries are involved in that. So if you talk about agriculture, it's not just the Ministry of Agriculture, you have different ministry, including the environment, meteorology, and everything. I think we need to have that sort of coordination to make sure that things work at that level. And I think another would be that to have some policies that facilitate this kind of technology adoption at a more like, of course, we have those incentives, which in the last previous session we were discussing those incentives, but more than I think where current discourse is, we are stuck at this profit revenue generating model. So whether we can have that thing, I think that's the greatest challenge that we have.
Yes, please, quickly.
So just I want to complement what he was saying. It's Uberization of the technology. That's what most important. And we are in the era of AI. So we have been doing predictive AI most of the time. We have not done prescriptive AI. So that's what we need to look at, predictive to prescriptive. And trustworthy again, that AI should be trustworthy. The kind of diverse ecosystem, kind of drifting we have, kind of changes we have, heterogeneity we have, that's a challenge. That's also opportunity with respect to AI. So that we should think of. Again, downscaling should not be issue, but we should go on a kind of a, you talk of drone technology, you talk of any technology. Same, if at all we go in a cooperative way, big way, I think that's going to be. Another is extension services. Recent budget, there's a big announcement on the Kisan Sarathi. That's what our program from the ICA. Huge connections we have almost now, more than 4 crores farmers are connected over the time. Whatever the technologies are developed, how to reach to the farmer, again, through making a automation. You talk of MLL, talk of the LLM and many other models what you have. And that's what we are working with the DIC and many other agencies. So pulling them together, we need to, not a single silos approach, it's a together, again, with the public-private partnership.
Right.
And
Right.
that's what the future is going
I
to be.
think
Thank you.
we can now take a couple of questions from audience. Please, yeah.
So this is Surya, I run Pravishwa Innovations. There are a couple of questions. The first one is, when you're talking about the standardization, like what kind of standardization on IoT sensors we should be going through as a startup? The second one would be, what is the reliability level of a satellite versus a ground-based IoT sensor? Like, which is more reliable and what is a kind of percentages? Those are both the questions that I have.
Yeah. Okay. So coming back to standardization is, for example, you have a IoT sensor which is based on the capacitance or dielectric based or resistive based, whatever. you are looking at. So how that model is working. They're all site specific, so you need to look at large number of data samples to see that your technology goes beyond only Karnal or beyond maybe in somewhere in Uttar Pradesh or Odisha or somewhere in south. So different soils, different compositions, the kind of salinity, kind of texture that are going to affect your dielectric constraint and soil moisture predictions. So this is what I mean by calibrations. And you should look at each technology has its pros and cons. I told 3 technologies, so you need to see which makes a optimum business model for you with that kind of accuracy. That's one. Coming back to satellite, the kind of resolutions you have, maybe 30-meter resolutions you will get. So our recommendation, recently we have Space Mission 2.0. So recommendation was, if at all we can go down to 5-meter resolutions. We think having hyperspectral, microwave, and optical data together. So that's what the very dream, but that's what our recommendation is for a future technology to bring down to that level of land holdings what we have. So there are many. I think Professor Dr. Mitra can answer how to downscale. They're using number of models IITM is working on. So coming back to the satellite, we can downscale also from meter to centimeter using some of those predictive models. So again, maybe it's beyond your answers, but again, we are looking at the virtual digital farm. If at all, again, using AI, generative AI, we using GANs and many other models, how you can simulate the similar signals what you are getting from satellite for across the different diverse ecosystems, so that whatever the model you develop or calibrate at the lab condition, that is validated in the field and true, then it can be operational. So this is what the futuristic what we are working.
Yeah. One more question? Yeah, Ram.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ram and founder of EarthQuant Private Limited. So basically, my question is for Professor Mitra. So we are working on renewable energy sector forecasting and scheduling plus parametric insurance. So am I also related to IMD? Earlier was working as a project scientist in IMD Pune. So my question is how IMD can help for the startup, the kind of things which maybe from private sector, like IMD can give some help, or we can help IMD in some way. Like what do you think, like the pain points, or where we can add some solution for IMD?
For a particular renewable energy you are talking about?
Anything, maybe
okay.
renewable energy. Yeah.
So the most important part is that the data is freely available. You can have a large amount of data with us, right from your surface to upper air observation. And also we have a number of APIs, as I mentioned that you can utilize it. The third thing, which is the training and those things, is also available in IMD. If you like to visit to IMD, we can give you a kind of information which is to be required from your setup. And personally, if I say, we have a number of almost more than 100 MOUs with different part of the country, with the universities and some institutions also. And then if you have any query or something, then you can come to us and you meet with us. We'll provide you the kind of information that is to be required. One example I'm giving you. One company, I'm not forgetting that, from my head, Gurgaon or something, they asked the renewable energy how we can set up it. So from INSET 3DR and 3DS, we have employed algorithm that GHI, that irradiance computation. So we have provided them the GHI. So initially we also not been utilized the GHI from IMD's part, but he came with us and he said, "Sir, मेरे को ये बहुत फायदा हुआ इसमें." That, but then again he's demanding other thing, like what will be the surface observation nearby the place, because the moment cloud comes, my forecast goes drastically reduce the accuracy. Then he asked the cloud motion vector winds. So we provided them the satellite data. Then again he came with the, sir, again we have been, but then again we required something different. Like, so one way we are been progressing in terms of providing the data and also the accuracy with the renewable energy. Last time he met with me and he said the presentation is gave me. I think it is a yes. I found out that yes, there are lot of observation data set is available with the IMD. The only thing is that the kind of a bridge that we need to develop, that what kind of setup you require and what format you need. So we have APIs and we have a data set, and we have also that, as I mentioned, that DSS system and the geospatial applications. So you just ask us and you demand us, then we will see and we will provide you the kind of information you want.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can wind it up now. Both Dr. Mitra and Dr. Sahu will be probably available for after this also for you to chat with them. So I think we can end with an optimistic note that the both climate tech and agri tech space offers a lot of opportunities now, and with the kind of the new data that is going to come up and the APIs that IMD is providing to access this data, I think there is a lot of opportunities, and also with right kind of policy framework, I think we will see a surge in the startup activity in this space. Thank you.
Thank you once again to all our panelists for your thoughtful contribution towards science tech. And a special thank you to Professor Sandeep Sukumaran for guiding this discussion and bringing out the diverse viewpoint. May I now request all of the panelists to gather for a group photo. Yes, Professor Somnath, if you can. Yep. Let's give a big round of applause for our science panel. We will now set up the stage for our very special panel. Drawing on the experience of the former Director General of the International Solar Alliance, this special session focuses on what truly enables startups to scale. Access to finance, credible buyers, and right people. Our esteemed speaker has previously led the Energy and Resource Institution and the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and also served as an interim director of the Green Climate Fund. He was the India spokesperson for the Paris Climate Negotiation and a member of IPCC, which was awarded the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize. Based on his work with startups across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, this session highlights the importance of building products with users and the critical role the users plays in enabling a scale and impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming for this special address Ajay Mathur, Professor in Practice, School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
I think you can also sit and,
I'm much more comfortable standing and speaking. A very good afternoon to all of you. And to those who are outside having tea, a very good afternoon to them as well. I'm sorry that I was not here earlier, and I really miss the various sessions that have been held, including by some close friends. You know, this is a conference that was waiting to happen. We understand the fundamental problem that weather and climate information is just not about making an umbrella today, but it is a critical, backbone for decision making. Because each individual needs to know, for example, if I'm a farmer, and I am a farmer, I need to know when to sow, when to harvest. Mr. Mitra was just now talking about the fact that how you can create the apps to help farmers. I would like information on, for example, when do I harvest rice? I have a little plot of land in Barabanki district. I've been forced for the last 2 years to lose a lot of rice productivity because rains occur late in the year. The rice falls and is difficult to harvest, and I lose productivity. It would be wonderful. So, as Mr. Mitra mentioned, there are a range of tools that were provided by IMD. They were good, but they were not friendly enough. I think we are now understanding that that can be changed. It's not as if we are the only ones. I mean, worldwide, this urgency has occurred. This emergency has occurred. We have seen governments and institutions putting in billions of dollars in this area on enhancing the forecast and providing it to people on how the weather and climate can be better forecast. But infrastructure alone is not good enough. We have seen, particularly in the developed countries, a range of private sector initiatives emerge which synergize with these government interventions. I think just as they take the raw data and convert it into actionable intelligence, we need to do so as well. Now, where are we in India now? We are at a stage where, at least I see this as a massive opportunity. Why is it a massive opportunity? Because one, we have a unique topography. We have miles where nothing changes, and then suddenly changes occur over a few kilometers. We have seen that high resolution climate intelligence is needed and probably needed more here than anywhere else in the world. The normal convective models of meteorological forecasting don't work in a monsoon-led climate as India has. And I would obviously say most developing countries. One of the reasons we are developing is because not enough attention has been paid to the development of non-convective models, the monsoon-based models for weather and climate prediction. To the startups here, I see you as a bridge. You are the ones who will leverage the billions spent on public observation systems and translate them into tools that, for example, help coastal cities to prepare for cyclones or a renewable energy plant preparing its weekly output. One of the big advantages that we have started seeing, and it's now several years since we have seen it, at least 10 years, is, for example, the Google Maps. The crowdsourcing of data. When you are on the road, you connect to Google Maps. So does everybody else. That crowdsourcing of data helps in you knowing which of the paths are red and which are blue. This, to me, has the kind of opportunity that AI can use. Can we help in this crowdsourcing of data? At one point in the past, I used to work with a wind energy company. And believe you me, one of the most, this is, 20 years ago or something, one of the most difficult things that we had was in the ability to predict the amount of energy that will be generated. It's become far better now, but it's still not there. I will need much more data than is available, say, from Ms. Anna Mani's books on weather availability or from all the data for all the weather stations that are there in India. How do I make that happen? Crowdsourcing is the only way. Can we incentivize, can we encourage through apps? That's the recognition, that's the kind of benefit that the user is getting of putting up the app. And I again use Google Maps as an example because I'm giving the benefit of giving these red or yellow or blue lines of travel. The person is telling me how long is he taking to get, say, as I do in the morning from Hos Khos to IIT. In my view, we are looking at a completely new set of data. Many years ago, I worked on creating a tool which helped in putting the various data that Ms. Mani had in her books into various bins. so that the temperature bins could be used for the creation of an app by ISHRE to predict the temperature in cities, so that air conditioners, you could figure out which one to use. In my view, I think what we are at the cusp of, not cusp of, I think it's already past, is that we need much more dense data. Can you and I, through our cell phones, be able to provide the data to the AC companies? I think we can. And it would help us both in managing our AC today. It will tell you, for example, one of the advantages the app can have is it predicts when the outside temperature will fall. You can make your air conditioner less efficient, you can desire it to have a lower output at that point of time. In a very similar manner, this structuring, IIT on the one hand, the government on the other, and the Venture Capital Association as the third, helps bring together, to me, three important people who are necessary for the apps to develop. As I look at you, I'm reminded of the kind of learning that I had in the International Solar Alliance. There what we used to do was do identification of startups in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, solar startups. But what it told me was that the first thing that is of importance is funding. And I think by doing this in cooperation with the Venture Capital Association, you are enabling that. Because one of the things that I learned was that both the venture capitalists on the one side and the developers of the apps on the other side, the startups on the other side, both of them require to be vetted. This saves time, money, and increases efficiency. In my view, that serves a great deal of purpose. I would recommend to Professor Vaidya Roy, maybe what you can do is from the next year onwards, also do a competition of startups. Once you do a competition, what you're doing is bringing out a formal set of startups who the venture capitalists could usefully and gainfully engage with. The second thing I learned from my experience with the startups was about marketing. And this is something I believe cannot be underemphasized. You need a person you can sell your product to, at least one. Whether you are developing a startup for agriculture, or for a renewable energy plant, or for an air conditioner, in my view, look at a possible producer and develop your product accordingly with him. Because you may be the most brilliant person in the world, as my colleagues in the IMD are, but what they produce, when I'm wearing another hat, when I'm wearing the hat of a farmer, I couldn't understand what the IMD was saying. You need to focus on the language that is used by the user. The farmers, the wind energy companies, the air conditioning companies use very different languages. And consequently, the way you express the needs that they have are also very different. I think you need to focus on creating a product in conjunction with at least one user, one anchor user. And I'll emphasize it enough times to make sure that you have an anchor user when you are developing your product. And that leads me to the third thing which is important, which is managing resources in general, and managing money in particular. Here, there is a conundrum because managers are expensive to get. If you want a CFO, you can get a CFO, but the CFO will be very expensive. My suggestion is talk to your venture capitalist. There are adequate number of part-time CFOs who work in 3 organizations. Make sure that there is no conflict of interest. And take him for 1/3 of the time. Your needs will change as you grow, but in the initial phases, 1/3 or 1/4 of a CFO is good enough. As is 1/3 or 1/4 of a procurement agency, of a company secretary, or even of a human resources agency. Now, the one thing which I would suggest that you need particularly well, and I would suggest even have him as a co-founder, is somebody who markets for you, who does the outreach for you. Because remember, there is a outreach that helps you sell more products. And it's more than network impacts, network effects. Obviously, Google Maps sells because I use it and you use it and you use it and you use it. If only I used it, it would be useless. The network effects are important. You need an outreach person to help you. You need an anchor product user to help you navigate how to develop those network effects as a result of the product that you make. But my suggestion is use these part-time people to the best of your ability. You are minimizing the rupees that you spend on overheads, leaving you more rupees for product development. Today, obviously, is about networking. Obviously, you met with the venture capitalists on the one hand, you met with the government agencies on the other. I would also suggest that you, and I'm looking at you, Professor Vaidya Roy, I think you should also invite the potential users of these startups. But apart from networking, it's about synergy. It's about learning from the various groups of people who are here. It is about sharing. It is about learning. It is about forging the partnerships that will define India's climate technology sector, Climtech, let me call it, at least for the next decade, if not longer. What you're doing is not just a business venture. It obviously has to be a best business venture. As my colleague, Professor Rajshri Datta said, you need to worry about the bottom line. Profits are important, but it's more a mission to build a resilient India. And I will request you to use your time in IIT Delhi to turn that nascent potential into a powerhouse of innovation. Thank you, and let's get to work. Thank you very much. There are a couple, if there are any questions, yes.
You mentioned the word public good, or the phrase, I should say. And and also you discussed, and it's very clear to us now, that so IMD, let's say the data and the forecast they generate, that's at a particular scale and certain variables that are conserved by the Navier-Stokes equation. And on the other hand, I'm standing here and I need a particular parameter that affects me right now. So there is a scale difference. And And as you rightly pointed out, this is the gap that could be bridged by
crowdsourcing of
startups.
data. Yeah.
One of the questions that, like, when I interact with startups, I have a startup of my own also, like going to people, and you said that who are the users. So when we go to the users, they expect, or they are used to this forecast being a public good, and people are not willing to pay for that because they are used to getting weather forecast for free. So what value is being added, I think that's, I don't know if it's not clear to them, but generally there is a resistance to paying for something which
is otherwise free. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that? How are we, like, have we been, when I drank the Kool-Aid too much, or like, what do you think?
As far as your second question is concerned, which is relating to whether we have drunk too much Kool-Aid, what the regulatory agencies now do is that, specifically as far as the supply of electricity is concerned, it's in 15 minutes slots. And what is negotiated is the price, who can provide electricity at the lowest price in these slots. So what will be useful is if a monetization is done of the kind of benefits that your forecast provides, that he would be able to lower his costs and provide a lower rate of electricity to the grid than is otherwise possible. I know it is more difficult than what I'm making it sound, but what the message I want to leave with you is that the monetization of benefits, because what it helps is unleash the competition between different renewable energy plants, between different agricultural producers and different air conditioning manufacturers. And these are the three places that I know of which I can talk of, but there will obviously be more. See, by monetizing, you are helping them become more competitive. If you can do that you are saving X money by spending X divided by 2 or 3 money, that is something that will appeal to them, because it's the top line which is increasing and it's the bottom line which is decreasing. I just wanted to address one more question, which I think you had alluded to, which was the question of data. One of the things that I am very, very concerned about, and I was never more concerned about it than a few days ago when I was at a seminar in your department. I think it was Sai Vela who was delivering this speech. And what he said, and it just stuck with me, is that he uses, for example, things like the Navier-Stokes equations to develop the initial model. But then he uses the data to develop the rest of the model. In other words, the model, the defining model of your startup is defined not by physics or partially by physics, but largely by the data. Because what we have noticed is that the kind of data variation that occurs because of urban geometries, because of topography, and because of the uncertainty associated with the monsoon is such that you need the data to be structured around, the model to be structured around the data and not the other way around. So I'll leave it here and let me focus on the other questions.
Sir, I'm Faizan. I'm founder of climate tech startup, Tensor Dynamics. And I have been in this domain since 2018, last 8 years. Around the same lines, what we are talking about, I have faced a different kind of challenge, and I would like to question your views also on that. So, as Dr. Somnath was saying, that industry wants to buy the data.
Correct.
Industry doesn't want to buy the data.
and don't want to pay for it basically. And you said if you can actually translate it into numbers for them, and if they can see those numbers, they will buy it, and they will buy it for a portion of value that you are
They'll buy it
creating.
for competitive reasons.
Yes, competitive, but a portion of value that you are creating for them.
Yeah,
Basically, that's the exchange you are doing in terms of data and money. Now, I have seen a lot of times in the industry, whether public or private, they have a particular problem. It can be solved. The data is out there, or it can be processed in a certain way, and it can impact them. I'm saying, I'm not saying it will. And that gap is where startup and industry works together, right?
Correct.
But that gap is so big, and no one is saying anything about that gap.
Correct.
That gap is so big in the sense, so until you validate that, your client is not going to give you a penny.
Absolutely.
And because it is not validated and the client traction is not there, investor is also not going to give you any money to prove that. Now, investors are willing to.
Investors are willing to if you make the case to them.
Yes, investors are willing to, but who will tell that this has a 80% probability of working? Who will tell that?
So
that this is my concept. It has a probability 70% of working to investors. That okay, it is this much backable.
Investors are the one community who are more inclined to risk taking than even startups are. I'm sorry that Dipali is not here, but for example, I used to work with a coalition of investors called the World Climate Forum, and what they said was, I still remember, because these were very prophetic words, and in your context, they said, we are not interested in the minutiae of whether a product, and this was obviously in the context of solar, we're not interested in the minutiae of the advantage that solar provides. What we are interested in is that it would become the main strategic way of selling the product. Now, this could well be that the World Climate Foundation investors are more outgoing, they have more experience than the Indian investors. It may be that they are seeing a more competitive field of startups than investors see here.
They are better equipped with knowledge.
देखो ऐसा है, that is something I don't believe in. I believe that everybody has knowledge. It is how you convert that knowledge into use that matters. So I would argue you have to find an investor who is willing to work with you, provide the resources that are needed for the competitive advantage question. I will also say sometimes it becomes a problem. For example, right now in India, as of today, we do not have a time of the day market for retail electricity. So if a distribution company wants to sell me electricity, they sell it at the same rate in the middle of the night as in the middle of the day.
Yes.
I believe that this kind of variation would help manage our loads, and on the other hand also create a huge number of advantages for apps like yours.
It is already initiated.
Yeah, it's initiated.
Problem, just you said it is already initiated, but yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ajay Mathur, for your unique perspectives. We will now break for the tea sessions, and I think a lot of audience has a lot of questions for Dr. Mathur. They can do it in the tea break. We will start our session at 4:50. So, and we have an exciting lineup of startup stories after that. So I'll request you all to gather here at 4:50 sharp. Thank you.
सुनिए ना, किसी को भेज दीजिए अंदर, वो सारा क्लियर करना है टेबल, मतलब ये स्टेज। हाँ हाँ, नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए क्लियर करना है। हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो बंदा आएगा, उसको लेके थोड़ा सा क्लियर करना है। क्लिकर की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी अभी, ठीक है। सब कुछ अंदर जाने देना। हाँ, कुछ नहीं चाहिए, टेबल पूरा एम्प्टी स्पेस। और फिर ये लगाया नहीं था हमने इस बार, अपने आदमी दिलाया ना, मैंने ध्यान नहीं आ रहा।
वो कहाँ गए, वो कौन है वो थे ऑर्गेनाइजर? आ गए हाउसकीपिंग वाले।
भैया अंदर ले लो। इधर नहीं रुको, बोतल डालो नहीं जाता है अभी तक, तो हमने ऐसे ही करवाया। ले लो इसके अलावा क्या लगा ये ले लो नहीं कुछ नहीं लगाना ये सारा अंदर ही
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our startup story session in a minute. I request all the guests that are outside, please come to the auditorium. Hi everyone. I would like to call upon the guests who are at the courtyard to please come to the auditorium hall so that we can start the event. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin with our next session, and which is actually the most exciting leg of the convening, which is the startup stories. So this segment features select climate and sustainable startups presenting their technologies, business model, and scale pathways to investors, policy leaders, and ecosystem partners. Each startup will get 4 minutes to present, followed by 1 minute of Q&A from the audience to add a value to it. To start the session, I would like to invite Shrishti to introduce our first startup story. So, Shrishti, over to you. Do you have this one here as well? How do I go about this? Just this. I think so. Do you have a slide that you shared with us?
Yeah, we did. I think he sent it over yesterday.
I think
Is this working, Richard?
yeah, I think it's working.
Yeah. I think there's a glitch with the presentation, so we're just waiting for them to put it up. Okay, great. Yeah, it's now. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I will keep this very brief before I hand over to Paul, who will be taking you through the substance of the work. Asatawa has already introduced Kriya. So just to reiterate in one line, we focus on enabling durable carbon removal in India by focusing on building the policy, research, and ecosystem required to scale. We are pleased to be partnering with Bioflux, a global organization working on... sorry, can we move on to the next slide, please? Which is a global organization working on delivering end-to-end biochar solutions, from feasibility to technology assessment, to project development and market integration, with experience spanning geographies from Africa to Southeast Asia. Together, we have formalized this collaboration through an MOU to advance the biochar ecosystem in India, combining Bioflux's technical expertise with Kriya's role in policy and ecosystem building. So we are developing, a joint publication called The Opportunity from Biochar in India, which examines the durable carbon removal potential from biochar alongside its benefits in agricultural resilience, cleaner air, and new economic value streams. So the question here is not whether biochar has potential, but how we unlock it at scale. And with that, I'll hand over to Paul, who will walk you through the emerging findings of the paper.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul, obviously. Very pleased to be working with Kriya on this publication. I think, as you probably have all heard, or some of you have heard, biochar is becoming a very hot topic. I think the industry is ready to scale. The question, as Shrishti explained, is not can we scale, it's how do we scale in a way that is effective? How do we create an ecosystem that favors scale? To broader this ecosystem, we wanted to engage with a few people. So some of the people that were here, such as Equilibrium, but we also spoke to the World Bank and carbon credit buyers to understand what are the main issues that people see when they think about biochar in India. So we wanted to use this tool to engage with policymakers, with investors, and with industry enablers. We wanted to create public and private support for the emergence of biochar. and really use this paper as not only a research topic, but as something that can really be put in practice and result in market adoption. So I think some of the key insights and some of the key findings that we have, which are maybe not so super surprising to most of the people that have been working in the biochar industry, is that biochar really is a multi-lever pathway, especially in addressing some of the urgent climate or agricultural climate strategy related issues that India is trying to deal with, such as durable carbon removal, crop residue management, clean air, and improving agricultural soils, which, as some of the previous panelists have explained, are declining in health. A second thing that is very evident for me as someone who works on biochar across different geographies is that India is an extremely uniquely positioned geography for the deployment of biochar at scale. Srishti's amazing analysis on the potential of biochar in terms of volumes have found that just in terms of stubble burning, there's 87 million tons of stubble being burned on an annual basis. That is a huge amount of agricultural residues that can be valorized into value-add products such as biochar. So this, of course, also has a strong alignment with climate policies and national policies. And one of the main things that we really try to highlight in this paper is that biochar, as I've described earlier, the technology exists, pyrolysis exists, the project developers exist, the ecosystem as a whole is ready. What we need is to design systems that can be fit to scale this. So how do we design projects in a way that attract financing, that attract public support, and a broad societal support, and do this with integrity? And to do that, to find all of these findings, we really took a data-driven approach. We interviewed a lot of people, and we also looked at the global potential of biochar in India. In terms of global potential, we see that there's about 0.2 gigatons of net removal potential through biochar deployment in India. And before I finalize this presentation, I would just like to say that India has the elements to become a global leader, but clearly India already is positioned to be a global leader because 3 of the main suppliers of biochar carbon removal are in India. 3 of the biggest producers of biochar globally are here in India. And they're not only operating in India, they're scaling their solutions to the world. So I think these are some of the findings. If you would be interested in reading our publication, it will be published in a few weeks from now. And you can access it by scanning the QR codes. Of course, I think it will also be circulating on some of the newsletters and it will be visible on LinkedIn. But so yes, we just wanted to share this with you. Thank you, Kriya, again for giving us the opportunity to work with you on this. And thank you everyone for being here and being interested in climate solutions with us.
Startup story, I think. I would like to invite next Faizan Khan from Tensor Dynamics.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, so I am going to not talk about what I am building or what does my company does and all these things. I am going to talk about my journey as a climate tech entrepreneur and my experiences that I've had throughout this journey. Small talk, but it tells you about how I transitioned from academia. So I did my I did my MTech from Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences from Center for Atmospheric Sciences at IIT Delhi under Dr. Somnath Bedroy. And I used a lot of high resolution weather forecasting models during my thesis to solve, in collaboration with Power Grid of India, to solve their problem of energy intermittency. And while doing this, what struck me is the integration of these weather models, high resolution weather models, which are into academia, are not very well translated into the industry, and that's what motivated me to start my entrepreneurial journey basically. Dr. Somnath supported me, and now my whole last 8 years has been about filling that gap between research and operational decision making. Okay. One thing I have learned after experience in this industry is that every industry has a different requirement, but these industries doesn't operate on research timelines. They want to solve their problem today. They are not waiting for you. And at the same time, every industry requires a different kind of solution. Now, if let's suppose you build one solution for one kind of industry or a company that they ask you or pay you to do, it might not be scalable, and kind of your time is wasted while doing that. And why I'm saying time is wasted, obviously you cannot gain experience without doing it, but then it becomes uninvestable. If I'm solving a very particular problem for a very particular company who's giving me money to solve this problem, and if it is not scalable, I'm not a startup, I'm a consultancy. And that's a very big realization, happened like very recently. And even that's one part of it. Second is the technologies that you want to use to solve these problems are also different. It's not like one technology is used, like numerical weather prediction, to solve all your problems, like satellite can solve all your problems. Every use case has a different kind of technology requirement to solve that particular problem. And as a startup, it's just too overwhelming. But all we can do is try, right? And I've been trying and building my venture along the way. So there are a lot of policy interventions that also happens, but as I talked about, while doing all this, you need to survive. You need to not just survive. If you want to build something really impactful, you need to thrive first yourself in terms of like your mental health, your physical health, your state of mind needs to be where it needs to be. You're trying to solve a very big problem, and invest. A part of it is investment, like 50% part of it is investment, because it just felicitates you to be in that state. And the problem, then comes another set of problems with investment, especially when we are talking about this particular domain. First, as I talked about, if I build a particular solution, a company is paying me to build, if it's not scalable. Second, on the background, I always need heavy R&D and infrastructure also. And my translation from this R&D and infrastructure is not very direct. It's always incremental. And the industry is not willing to pay you until you show the complete impact. It's not willing to pay you for 2% improvement. It's willing to pay you for 30% improvement. And you cannot do that at once. Like it's not a Brahmastra. You cannot just do it. It's an incremental process. Everyone here is somewhat related to R&D. And we all know it's an incremental process. And then if you are building something which one client is willing to pay you, it could not be even properly commercialized. So these are the challenges that comes from the investment point of view, that they see in us, that these kind of challenges exist. Then there is the gap of talent that I have seen throughout my journey. It's very difficult to find talent in this particular scenario. And then there is a lot of international brain drain happening. People are not trained into that particular area with the kind of technologies that we require. They are not even motivated to. And cross-disciplinary friction is always there.
Sorry to interrupt you, Faizan. I think we
just last slide.
Yeah, we are running short of time.
Okay. So where we are standing right here, what have been my experiences throughout, I just want to say that the climate intelligence we need to build, it's not something, a product, a commercialization, it's not a startup that we are building. Climate intelligence is national infrastructure, and it needs to be treated that way. And these are my personal comments coming out of my experience, and I am dedicated to that journey along with Dr. Somnath Bedroy. So yeah, that has been about my startup journey, entrepreneurial journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faizan, for sharing your valuable thoughts. I think we'll have to cut the Q&A session because we are already running. Yeah. So next up we have Sagar Vishwakarma, Fluid Analytics. Sagar, there is a clicker
this
over
is
there.
not the slide. Yeah. Yeah. So hello everyone. My name is Sagar Vishwakarma, and I'm from Fluid Analytics, and I'm here to talk about. So yeah, this is me, Sagar Vishwakarma, and I'm from Fluid Analytics, and I'm here to talk about how AI-driven wastewater infrastructure intelligence is helping us create healthier cities and more resilient water infrastructure. So let's begin with the problem. So you can see in India we have around 20% of water which is being treated in our plants, treatment plants, but 80% of our wastewater plant actually goes into drains and goes directly into our fresh water and sea water and so on. So the main reason for this is we have mismanaged underground wastewater infrastructure. Due to this, there are a lot of environmental problems that are happening. If you can see, 80 billion liters of water goes untreated into the waters, and 3,217 rivers in India are being contaminated. This increases our water pollution, and we have diseases like hepatitis A and diarrhea diseases. And annually, for this, fighting against this, we in India spend around $7 to $8 billion treating these diseases. So clearly, what we can see is the traditional infrastructure monitoring system is not enough, and we need smarter data-driven systems. This is where Fluid Analytics steps in. So what you can see on this slide, you can see two videos playing. On the left side, you can see there's a video of how inspections are done, and on the right hand side, we have shown our dashboard, which shows how our analytics perform. And if you can see on the left, our AI models are well capable of detecting all the defects and problems that are there in our pipelines. And once these defects are identified, we have a lot of inspection already done, and our models have been capable of identifying around 200 different types of defects in our pipelines. So with this database, we have become very proficient in creating the reports. And on the right side, we can see the dashboards which our customers have. They can, whenever required, they can just have a look at the reports and decide on which pipelines they need to inspect. Go ahead and restoring, and in this way they can make faster decisions. Another model that we have devised parallelly is we have started deploying using our robots to also collect data in terms of also collecting samples from wastewater and detecting, sending these samples to the laboratories where we can test them for different types of viruses which are present in this water. And once we detect these viruses, we inform the hospitals and municipalities, and they can take action accordingly. So our customers all over the globe have reported in the last 2-3 years We have done around more than 40 projects, and they have reported energy saving and also contamination reduction. So if you see in the last 2 years, total infrastructure, our customers have reported 4 times major areas of 4 major areas where they have received ROIs. They have received 2-3 times faster daily monitoring with the help of our technology, 10 times faster decision making, and they've also reported 20 to 40% reduction in their capex for rehabilitation of these pipelines, and also 60% energy reduction in consumption of in the treatment of rainwater infiltration, and thus reducing the carbon emissions. So in terms of the impact we have created, we are seeing increase in wastewater treatment, reduced waterborne diseases, and reduced water leaks. We at Fluid Analytics are very proud of having made such huge impacts globally. So yeah, that was my slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Sagar. I think we will take a joint Q&A at the end of the session.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you for presenting. Up next, we have Gunjan Kapadia, co-founder, CEO, Cirtec Energy.
Hello. 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 Is it working? Great. So I'll be very quick. Evening session. Pretty tired. But just to start off with, we are the odd species here, not from bio, not from water, basically in energy storage. When you say energy storage, if I look at a whole energy system, we have generation, transmission, and utilization. And now another leg has come in, which is called storage. We are kind of more on the storage, transmission, and utilization side. We have started, so before even, and the title was Startup Journey, so just start with that. So we have started in 2018, visualizing how the energy space is evolving and what we could do differently to actually have an energy storage system, which is, I should say, very logical and still very simple. Rather than looking at the energy for technology outside India, can we develop something which is indigenous, at the same time very, very useful. Very specifically, if at all, I look generation issues, transmission issues, and demand or the utilization issue. On this side, you could see there's generation issue, or basically you have 160 terawatt hour of energy lost globally. Today, that number has gone to 250 terawatt hour. Just to put things in perspective, India uses 1900 terawatt hour every year. Why that happens is because of the intermittency of solar and wind, that is renewables. Now, these are kind of varied on a daily basis, hourly basis, at the same time seasonal. We kind of overlook the seasonality of it. What we do at Stir Energy is actually, what we are trying to do with energy storage today with lithium-ion batteries is flatten the curve during the day. Basically, store it at day and utilize it at night. But and when I say this, we are actually losing a lot of energy even while doing that. So there is excess energy available, which is 160 terawatt, which is called curtailment. And this is happening globally. And it's happening more so where the renewable energy penetrations are high. So this is a typical Tamil Nadu plot for energy generation, solar and wind. So you could see in one season you have a lot of generation, in other seasons you have a lot of deficit as compared to the demand. So our idea was, can you store this energy and shift it from one season to the other season? Given that is what we want to do is we want to flatten the energy curve throughout the year, right? And what we do is very, very simple. We use world's sixth or seventh abundant available material, and India is the second largest exporter of zinc it's general. So zinc is widely available globally and in India as well. What we do is we take excess energy which is lost during the peak time, convert that into, so you can say power to X, we do power to zinc. Convert power into zinc, store, and why zinc? You could store zinc for a very long period of time without self-decay that we use today. Even your tin sheets that you have are coated with zinc oxide powder because it's non-degradable over time. That's one of the concerns for seasonal storage. You can say seasonal storage. You can take your mobile phone and charge it, leave it for 6 months or 8 months, come back. Will there be any charge? No. So you cannot store the energy for that long period, right? So we do that. Other cycle of it is you actually use the zinc plates, put it into the battery, and recover the power back. These are two independent systems. That could be a solar and wind side. This could be at the utilization side. So you can actually avoid a transmission line. If there's a transmission issue, a grid, a congestion, or the evacuation of solar and wind power is an issue, you can use this. You basically transport energy via zinc. We have a few patents, 5 patents that we have gotten, and now we are scaling it up. So yeah, this is why our technology works. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunjan. Up next, we have Magnesh from Alchem Carbon Market. Okay. Moving on, we have retired Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja from Punjab Renewable Energy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colonel Pranab Roy. A disclaimer in the beginning. Colonel Monish Ahuja is the chairman and the managing director, and I'm the chief operation officer, and I'm representing Punjab Renewable Energy Systems Private Limited. Timing given to me is 4 minutes, 3 slides. And with this spitball moment, what I bring to you on the floor, ladies and gentlemen, is that Prespil is a company which was started by military veterans, and we are the largest full stack supply chain company in India, and we are not here for that. What we are here for are a lot of smaller projects which we are funding, where we find certain gaps. And to tell you and tell the venture capitalists as they move up the path as where the gaps lie. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the first slide which I show you on the view foil is the execution gap. And when you see the execution gap, what we have realized is that most climate interventions focus on the outer layer, policy frameworks, and financing mechanisms. Some move a little inward onto technology, but very, very few are looking at the core, that is the biomass. And scale is built at the core. So that's where I come in and state to you the broad reality, the execution gap. Can we move to the next one, please?
I think you have a...
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, fair enough. So as you see, that scale is an operational discipline. Now what I brought over here is that we assume certain things. We assume that feedstock is available. We see a lot of crops. We lease a lot of data. I heard a lot about data today. But what Prespil does is goes on ground and brings traceability to that data. But what you need to understand is that this feedstock has got variable moisture, a variable gross calorific value, the proximate and the ultimate analysis are a little more variable. The second point which I want to bring out over here is that though technology is there, the technology is not tolerant for that biomass. The technology needs to be more resilient, the technology needs to be more efficient, and the technology needs to be more acceptable to the different varieties of biomass which we get, the agricultural residue which we get from the ground zero. The third point is that while we are talking about carbon premium, what we need to understand is that the audit of carbon is getting more or more scrutinizable. And therefore, the MRV component is becoming very, very essential. Can we move to the next one, please? So what I want to bring in over here is the infrastructure. Carbon was once treated as an upside revenue. Today, carbon behaves like complete compliance infrastructure, conservative baselines, audit-ready MRV. Trust is the real currency of the carbon markets. We go down to ground zero and we try to bring that trust. And any startup which is moving towards scaling up has to look at this trust, because commercial viability must stand without subsidy crutches. And therefore, infrastructure that survives policy cycles is infrastructure that was commercially sound to begin with. That brings me to the last slide. Please move on. So therefore, I bring to you an intersection where I bring a change in the infrastructure mindset. What we have learned, that's what we are telling everybody. Our infrastructure scales need to be predictable, which means the inputs, that's the biofuel feedstock, needs to be predictable. It needs to be repeatable. Our processes are repeatable, and outcomes have to be auditable and investable cash flows. Climate must move from pilots to platforms. And therefore, it needs climate systems engineered like supply chains, power plants, and manufacturing lines. And when capital follows, scale becomes inevitable. I will give you a very simple example. I'll move away and let's move to the next slide. And that slide is about eco-cremation. A startup idea, a startup concept which germinated in the mind of the chairman and managing director when we thought that there's a shortage of wood during the pandemic and we should replace it. We should replace it with biomass briquettes. It started in an idea. We burnt cash here because we had to build a model, change a mindset, because the average Indian Hindu eco-cremation requires 2 trees to be cut down, and those 2 trees will burn one body with 500 kgs. Imagine the carbon sink which we are losing out there. We built on that. We started in an experiment in Aurangabad. Today, Aurangabad is an example which has moved on to 98% transformation from wood burning to biomass briquette burning. Pune is next in line, which is at 90%. And then to build structure around this core infrastructure, we brought in eco-cremation as an element of CSR policy by the finance minister. And now we are further building the ecosystem with signing off on MOUs in making all crematoriums in India completely green. All of that has happened between 21 to 26. Why? Because the scale and the core is already built. Can we move to the next one? Very simple solutions, which I saw working in the Africa. It is there in the hill station. Just one more line. IoT sensors we have been talked about. It's a pellet stove. You can do it. It's a very small idea, 10,000 rupees. The ecosystem of scaling is already there. I'm leaving that thought with you. And anybody who wants to contact us, we are at presspill.com. Sorry for taking 20 seconds more, madam. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next presentation, we have Pranav Hebbar from Pravasya Innovation Private Limited.
Good evening. Imagine trying to track a forest fire or a sudden pollution spike with data that is 6 to 8 hours old. That is the reality we face today. Current climate monitoring relies heavily on polar orbiting satellites. While they give us a great macro view, they have a critical blind spot, which is latency. By the time a satellite detects a change, the fire has already spread or the pollution cloud has moved. Furthermore, satellites often miss microclimatic shifts occurring at a granular level, changes happening every 500 meters that directly impact agriculture or the urban health. So at Pravishwa, we are closing this gap. We are moving beyond orbital dependency to a terrestrial real-time intelligence. What are the key differentiators that you can see here? One is high frequency data. We don't wait for orbits. Our sensors stream data continuously. Second, granularity. We capture data at a 500 meter resolution, giving us hyperlocal insights that satellites simply cannot see. Third one is actionable AI. We don't just collect data, we process it instantly to trigger real world alerts. So basically, how are we applying this technology? We can look at the look at our portfolio. Oops. Yeah. So these are some of the things that we are doing. Let's talk about retraction. One is we have translated our core technology into 4 specific solutions, each addressing a unique climate challenge. First one being early forest fire detection, which is AgniSense. Forest resilience, we are deploying a 1,000-hectare pilot in Mulugu, Telangana, one of the most fire-prone districts in India. Working directly with the forest department, our system detects fires in under 30 minutes, replacing the 12-hour satellite lag with instant alerts. Second one is a microclimate intelligence agri-tech platform called Budharka. We are working with leading plantation firm in Kerala across their tea and rubber estates. By monitoring soil and weather at a micro scale, we help them reduce agricultural input, saving costs and the environment through precision data. That's what probably ICR and a few other panelists were talking about. And third one is a city scale air quality urban health thing in collaboration with municipality board in Telangana, and we are building a low-cost wireless sensor network. This isn't just about 1 or 2 stations, it's about mapping air quality block by block to protect public health. And fourth one, which is right now being evaluated by Delhi government as well, is our vehicular emission control. Mobility. We are tracking pollution. We are capturing pollution at the source with an after exhaust retrofit system. This technology captures pollutants before they even leave the tailpipe and is currently under evaluation, like I said, with the DPCC. So executing these pilots has given us a front row seat to the systemic challenges in climate tech. I want to close with 3 key insights we have learned from the field. One, building hardware for the planet isn't really easy. Here are 3 reflections. First one is systemic gap. First, we must acknowledge the systemic gaps. There is a massive disconnect between high-level satellite data and ground truth reality. We need more terrestrial infrastructure to validate and calibrate the models. It's like the Ivy League venture capitalists sitting and telling what works and what doesn't work, that I think a lot of climate entrepreneurs have actually met and understood. Like there is a difference in the point of view, and that makes a lot of difference. Second one is deployment realities. The real world is, I don't know, let me just change to the next one. Okay. And the second one is deployment realities. The real world is harsh. This I'm speaking from the experience of working with a foundation and also running an accelerator for startups, and now as a climate tech entrepreneur. Whether it's the deep forests of Mulugu or the dense traffic of Hyderabad, hardware must be rugged and self-sufficient and easy to maintain. Third one is patient capital, which I think I've really raised a lot of questions today, because patient capital is only expecting us to be patient with very little capital available. I'll just end with one of the impact numbers of the Mulugu project that I was talking about. The digital shield in Mulugu isn't just a conservation project. It's a highly efficient climate asset. While engineered carbon removal solutions currently cost about $100 per ton, our solution costs about $3.2 per ton, which is way cheaper and easy to implement. And I believe we will be like structuring this as avoided emissions as high fidelity biodiversity credits. I saw a lot of carbon credit people talking here about biochar and other things. This is something equally promising and a very valid way to preserve our thing. I believe we combine the indigenous revenue model of Australia with the biodiversity premium of Indonesia. So this is something that we are very proud of. At Pravishwa, we are committed to bridging these gaps and doing a significant impact. We thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Pranav. Up next, we have Shreya Shukla, PI Green Innovation.
Let's start by where we are sitting today. Delhi is not an abstract climate problem. It is one of the most polluted urban regions in the world. Every winter, AQI moves into severe categories. Schools shut down, construction stops, and hospitals fill up. And layered on top of this visible pollution is carbon dioxide. Hello, I am Shreya Shukla, AGM Sustainability at PI Green Innovations, a company which was founded to address exactly this issue. PI Green Innovations is a climate tech company fighting a fight for a pollution-free tomorrow. Our R&D journey started from 2015 onwards, when our founding team started working on emission control concepts. We dared to ask a question: can particulate matter be removed without filters? That question led to the development of Carbon Cutter, our retrofit emission control device. This is a filterless system designed to reduce particulate matter by up to 90% and also cuts carbon monoxide and hydrocarbons. This was followed by patents granted in India, US, Singapore, and the European Union. Next, we asked ourselves a much harder question. Like cleaner air does not automatically mean climate safety, but industries were being told to rely on carbon credits or renewable energy to compensate for their Scope 1 emissions. But we believed that carbon should never in the first place reach the atmosphere. That belief led to the creation of Net Zero Machine. So Net Zero Machine is a carbon capture system. It is designed and 100% developed in India at our own industrial facility. It captures more than 80% of CO2 directly at the source. And this captured CO2 is being converted into solid carbonates using industrial waste. There is no compression, no hazardous amines, and no risk of leakage. This is permanent sequestration. And the solid carbonates that that is being converted from the captured CO2, it can become usable products as well. As shown in this slide, you can see that our carbon negative bricks, they use 60% less cement and permanently store CO2. This is a permanent impact. Now I'll be translating this impact into everyday language. Let's say if we install 1,000 carbon cutters on DG sets across Delhi NCR, it will be equivalent to removing 250,000 diesel cars from the city's air. And if Net Zero Machine's plan of capturing 1 million tons of CO2 becomes successful, it will be comparable to shutting down a large coal-fired power plant for several months, or even planting 16 million trees across the city for 10 years and letting them grow. And this is the impact, permanent impact that we are talking about. A 2-ton per day CO2 capture plant will be operational soon, and which will have a potential to scale up into hundreds of tons per day. Our founding team does not only believe in execution, it has a real intent. And they combine deep scientific capability, in innovation, and industrial experience. So we are here today, and we we are here to show that Pi Green represents something important, that climate solutions are scalable, profitable, and permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreya, for finishing on time. And now we have the final startup story from this session. Kiran Madan Mohan, founder, Hypertangent Technology. I think we can have some round of applause. I think everyone is tired after the lunch. I think the tech team needs some time to set something up.
Okay, let's start. Hello everyone, my name is Kiran Madan Mohan. I'm the founder of Hypertangent Technologies. We are a technology development company. We develop products and solutions for industries, and we solve various complex problem statements. Our domains include Next slide, please. Yes, our domains include various fields like robotics, IoT, machine learning, biotech, and other deep tech products. So these are some of the projects in which we have worked on. We want to bring our industrial expertise, industrial product development expertise to the sustainability side. So we are starting with a foundational project that started as an inspiration for our debut into our sustainability products. So next slide, please.
You have a clicker over there, you can use
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Yes. So this foundational product is this is a project that we worked on with Karam Safety Private Limited. So they sell safety products. This is one of their products that we developed for them. This is a safety harness. So basically, this helps the people who are working in heights and high-rise buildings be compliant and be safe. So the problem with this system is that usually they do not respect these kind of safety norms that are implemented in industries. So we built a machine learning module that goes in here, and then this detects the motion data, and this is a edge machine learning model. So this runs on a microcontroller that is embedded in a small form factor. So these are important things where we learnt on how to save the battery life, how to make a small form factor edge machine learning device. So we coupled motion sensors, and we received 87% accuracy on the industrial trials. So those are the preliminary industrial trials that had happened. So next coming up, so we are going with a sustainable product. So this is regarding wildfires. So wildfires are becoming very frequent, and it is quite destructive and spreads very rapidly. So there are traditional methods like drones and other systems where it uses sensor-based networks and manual patrol stations. But these have a lot of limitations because drones require a lot of battery to fly, and then you need line of sight for camera-based systems. So what we are planning to do, and what we have done a pilot for, is we have implemented this system that we have learned from our previous project, and we have planned to deploy an edge-based machine learning model. So this model will be equipped with sensors and gas-based sensors, and also barometers and temperature sensors. So all of this will give live feed data to our machine learning model that is also running on our edge device. So this is a pilot that we did. So this is the form factor that we are talking about. This is a very simple ESP32 based microcontroller. So we would have seen a lot of edge devices earlier. So edge devices contain full SBCs, which are full computers, but ours is running on a microcontroller. So we are basically running on limited hardware. So though this is a relatively new concept, we are planning to go for live deployment, and we will be testing it further in real life deployments. So I had a demo planned, so let us quickly see that. Just 2 minutes. Yes, if you can zoom in this, please. If you can make it big. So the 3 dots probably should. Yes. Now let's see it like this itself. So now what is happening is I have a hotspot running on my phone, and this device is connected to this hotspot. So what we are doing now is that we don't have gas sensors here. We haven't reached to that level, But what we did for the demonstration sake at least is that we have a simulated data set. That data set is being shown there. So if I press this fire condition, so this is publishing a simulated data set of our model for our machine learning model that is going to run here. And so if I run the inference test, so now we see that there is a audible beep. So this means the model that is running on this edge device is able to detect the fire condition, because this sensor data is running on this model itself. So if I run a non-fire condition, so this has now published a random non-fire condition data set. If I run the inference test, the beeping stops. So this is a small demo that we prepared quickly. So this concludes our presentation. We'll try to take this further with more resources and support. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kiran.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to open the questions to all the audience. You can raise your hands, and I think you can ask question to any of the startup, the presenter who has presented. Is there no questions?
No, it's a very simple pilot. You can take a look at it. It is a microcontroller based ESP32. It's very famous in the prototyping field. We just did it for deployment, but it doesn't have any sensors. That is why we are simulating the sensors data at the moment. But we will soon, it's very simple. If we, instead of simulating the sensors, if we just put live sensors in there, it will work. We just got this idea a couple of months back, so it's a very initial stage product.
Do you have any specific plan, like how much this is gonna cost? Like,
cost,
yeah.
So the ESP32 board that is there will cost approximately 500 rupees if you buy it from regular market. But if you go for mass production, it will be even cheaper. And gas sensors will not cost you more than 100 rupees each. We have about 10 parameters that I have shown there. So probably about 10 sensors you will need in total for the detection.
And when can I put an order for that?
Sorry?
When can I put an order for?
There are a lot of websites. I think robo.in or something we will be able to get. A lot of websites are there. If you just search for, I think it's MQ135 or something like that is the series. So you can get those kind of sensors. If you just type in.
No, we are consuming a lot of sensors. I'm not asking like where can I buy sensors? That's not the thing. I need the complete package with edge computing and everything. Yeah, exactly.
Probably have to collaborate with us.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kiran. With this, I thank you all the founders and teams for sharing their work. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to draw the curtains on the event, and it's time to hear from someone who has made this inaugural edition of Klima NEXIS a reality. Please put your hands together as I welcome Professor Somnath to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ruchira. I'm glad, I'm getting this opportunity. I was concerned that everybody would leave, but at least the good-looking people have stayed behind. So I'm going to make it quick so that at least they still get to hear what I have to say. Most importantly, I would like to start by thanking our sponsor, Rockefeller Foundation. IIT Delhi is a academic technical institution, so opportunity to go beyond our comfort zone. Many of us are interested, but usually we don't get that kind of support. So this is something I must acknowledge. I acknowledge our partners, Carbon Removal India Alliance, and also Indian Venture Capitalist Association. These are people coming in from startup and VC, two different aspects, so they definitely enriched us. And of course, I have to thank my team here, starting with Ruchira, Pavan, Satish. Satish is not visible, but the person who is in the back, is of course like working the hardest, but here he walks in, Rupanjan, Joswin, and also Sandeep and Pavan, and our AV team of this R&I park. These people work extremely hard till very late yesterday night, again starting back very early this morning. So a big round of applause for the support team. And finally, a big round of applause for all of you for staying behind. Nobody? Yeah? Okay, I will start, yeah. Okay. All right, so we are going to put together a summary which we'll be posting on LinkedIn soon, and as a part of this event, we'll be publishing a white paper, and we will reach out to you for your feedback and comments, hopefully within the next few months. And with that, I am going to stop here, and I hope to see you at Klima NEXIS 2027. Thank you all. So please, let's some people up here. Everybody should be here. Because everyone has stayed. So everybody who stayed back. Please.
I request everyone to join for the photo.
Please come here.
We also have a photo booth outside. If anyone wants to take a picture, they can go outside and take one. Thank you for joining Klima NEXIS, and we wish you a very good evening. Thank you.